again right now.
Dude, I hate when
Very well
everyone's
could
having
be.
a real good conversation, and then I'm like going live, and then everyone stops talking. I'm like, no, you can
Carry on, carry on.
That didn't happen. So
we're hosting on your channel, and you're super tired, Platoon. So why don't you take over?
We're hosting on your channel, and you're incredibly tired, so you do all the work. Okay, fine. That sounds like a pretty good plan. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the best show in the universe, allegedly or probably. We have some things to be discussing this evening. I've actually forgotten what most of them are, but I'm told we have them.
I have a list.
Yeah, oh good. At least someone's done the work. And hi, Rags.
Hello.
Oh,
Give him a sec.
Hi. Hello. Is that coming through?
That's coming through.
Okay.
Is that the right microphone? I think it is.
Might not be. I'll double check because it's StreamYards, and I don't know if I've used this before.
I think it is. That's too good to be like, you know.
Oh yeah, it sounds good.
Well, I mean, don't doubt my taste in backup microphones. Let's see.
Okay.
Remove from stream, edit name, audio.
I have an appalling backup microphone. It's in a cupboard, just completely forgotten about, because it makes me sound like I'm coming through several pillows and about a mountain of shit. So it's not a good backup.
As opposed to the placement of your microphone next to your computer, where it sounds like a jet engine.
For months, nobody told me they could hear my fan, and then was it last week someone finally got around to saying?
I told you.
Yeah,
When Platoon's on EFAP with you guys, do you notice the pickup of his microphone and his computer fan?
Not enough that it bothers me, and I'm pretty.
I don't think I've
about
noticed it. Yeah, I don't think I've noticed it.
I think
maybe
Discord
I didn't. It wasn't enough. Or
Discord has a better sort of background noise filter as well. Doesn't it?
That would explain it. Yeah, because I mentioned it to you back in September. You did nothing about it, and then I was like,
I was probably drunk and forgot. It's fine. It's because my little avatar guy apparently takes a lot of work for my computer to handle, so he needs a fan just to keep him cool and non-sweaty and sticky. But yeah. So what are we talking about today on this stream that's apparently on my channel?
That's up to you.
Well, I know you just did a over 2-hour video on Mando, so I didn't know if you wanted to start out with Mando.
We could. There were a couple of things that wrapped up last week, weren't there? So we've got Mando finale and Picard finale, one of which was okay, and one of which was very much the Mandalorian. So no.
What? You guys don't like the Mandalorian?
No.
Wow, this is totally not the way.
It's fair. That's actually the title of the video that I just put out. This is very much not the way. Should we kick off with Mando then? Because that means that I can just get that out of the way and not think about it for another week until I have to do part 2. Who's seen the finale of The Mandalorian?
I have
that privilege.
I was forced to watch it.
Me too.
I have completely avoided this TV show. Completely and utterly. This is entirely you guys.
So lucky.
It was quite literally put on at my job. They did a watching party like the morning after it came out.
Jeez,
so I work with I'm not gonna say the location, but I'll tell you what I do. I work with like large scale production equipment, so projectors, stuff like that. So like whenever there's something that someone really wants to watch, they just kind of like go like, oh, I'll watch it in the morning and I'll put it on a projector with huge speakers. So they did it right in my work area, and I was like, you guys are really gonna make me watch this, aren't you? They were like, yep, you can't avoid it now. It's right in front of you. So yeah, I was forced to watch it. Before that, all I did was follow it on Mr. Brown Alliance. So it was very interesting to finally watch.
Something curious about it is that if you watch the Boba Fett episodes of Mandalorian, you can skip season 3. Because season 4 will begin with him and Grogu just chilling out, which that's where we were. So don't you worry, people who haven't seen season 3.
You missed all of the incredibly important plot-relevant information, like retaking Mandalore for some reason. I was still trying to figure out why he shacked up with her to go on that quest to begin with.
No idea.
He didn't have anything better to do.
Apparently not. It's a show that's sort of become bogged down by its own main characters. It so clearly wants to be a Bo-Katan show at this point, I think. And it's the only thing that they seem to have in even the vague semblance of an idea of what to do with. But it has to keep selling those toys. It has little Grogu has to come back. Did anyone think that the finale was better than the preceding? That was the one defense of it I've heard really is that, well, okay, it wasn't very good, but it was more enjoyable than the preceding. where do we stand on this?
I understand people saying that because it was like non-stop action, but the action of watching a baby fight Praetorian guards, I don't know if that's better than nothing, you know?
A puppet wiggle away from them, sort of, and being tossed through the air, probably by some poor intern who was the baby tosser.
Imagine putting that on your resume.
I would like to ask people who watch the show unironically or who don't monetize it. I'd like to ask them why they enjoy what they enjoy. Why or why not did they enjoy the finale as compared to the penultimate episode? What is it that makes one better than the other? Like, really tell me. I'd like to know. I want some insight into the way that your mind just absorbs this and enjoys
there's also
it.
Shooting. There's also flying around. There's explosions.
It really is. It's really juvenile. There's nothing good about it. It's just Dave Filoni. He's smacking his action figures together that he made.
Wow.
And that's basically
like
it.
that scene in Spaceballs when he's just, not next time. It's like that, but just
merchandising.
It was nonsensical. Like that whole the battle where they're flying through the air and like fighting the Beskar covered troopers that for some reason their Beskar doesn't act like actual Beskar. They can like lightsabers go through it and they get
Beskar's never
blasted.
acted like Beskar. From the beginning, it's always been super inconsistent.
Yeah.
It's like it's like John Wick, where they can't really decide how armor and guns work in a show about guns and armor. Sometimes when you get shot, it's just a little CGI spark that flies off of you and you don't even notice it. And sometimes when you get shot, it takes you out of the fight for 10 seconds or whatever it is. And Beskar seems to be operating in the same way, where sometimes when you're shot by it, nothing happens. And sometimes when you're shot by it, it like stops you, like someone's punched you and you're being forced back.
I thought it was really funny that like evil person Beskar just doesn't work as well as good guy Beskar. Like generally speaking, if the bad guys are shot with Beskar, they either die or they get staggered longer. But like Bo-Katan gets shot twice and then she just starts shooting back immediately. It just sparks off. It's just like Mando.
I would love if we got some consistency with how armor and shields behaved. I mean, if I could, it'd be nice to see that with stormtroopers who allegedly are wearing armor. I just call it a uniform because it's not armor. It's just a uniform. It's so you can tell who the bad guys are. But man, wouldn't it be great if we actually had if you're playing a video game and you have the enemies that wear the armor, right? You're like, oh, these are the armored guys. I have to shoot them more, or I have to not shoot them in the armored parts, or I have to shoot them in the head because they're not wearing armor there. And so it's like a thing that your brain recognizes, and there's a difference in how the action plays out because of that. It would be really nice to see that in a show where you have so much importance that's constantly bigging up this Beskar material.
When it sells it as a crucial point of the last two episodes, it's like, oh, they have Beskar armor, so what are we gonna do now? It's like the same shit. I guess
we'll
did.
fly through the air and hit them with hammers or whatever. Or it doesn't matter. It doesn't resolve anything. It doesn't matter. It's just a thing that they say to give you this fake sense of tension. Like, oh no, now they've got Beskar.
I just find that infinitely funny. The Gideon is like, this whole Star Wars thing's been going on for a while. I just realized armor's kind of good. Like, anyone else notice this? Like,
they should have been strapping random doors and pieces of metal to themselves, because that stuff seems to stop blasters really, really well. But no one ever thinks to cover their bodies in it. It's just one shot and you're done in this space world. I'm like, man, what happened to those droid-eka shields? How come people don't strap those to themselves? How come people don't have just clear body armor, man? Like in our world, that's a really big deal. Like it shit works.
Bo-Katan had a very tiny version of the droideka thing. It was
Yeah,
it was like a buckler.
Yeah, the Paz Vizsla guy has it too. They have the little bitty shields. Like, do that, but for your body.
I love how she pops it when that gigantic ship is exploding too. She's like, I got this.
It can't
Puts
hurt.
her tiny shield.
I guess, yeah, you may as well.
May as well. Maybe I'll save my eyebrows or something. I don't know.
You can kind of get away with minor inconsistency with stuff there's a bit of plot armor in most things. You can get away with a little bit of that. The Mandalorian has this really unfortunate tendency to invite attention to all of its most inconsistent parts. So is it the penultimate episode where they get trapped in the doors, and Mando's captured, and the Favreau, the Chunky Lorian one, he tells them all to run away, because there's no way they can beat all of these mass legions of troopers. He'll just hold them off long enough for them to escape, and then he'll accept his death. He then proceeds to gun down every single one of them, because in that moment, Beskar doesn't make any difference. Which is just calling attention to the fact that the show doesn't know how its own armor system actually works. And then if they hadn't run away, then you would have had 50 Mandalorians versus the 3 Praetorian guards, and they might have, survived. But because the plot required them not to do that, they did the precise opposite.
If Austin Powers are coming out today, that's probably a joke they'd throw in, where one of the main characters is like, "You guys go, it's too late for me, go," and they're all just standing there looking at him like, "You can come, you got time," and he's like, "No, it's too late for me." Like, dude, the door's right there. Like, just come on. He's like, "Okay." Like, I thought it was too late for me, but you know what? Fair enough. Because those Praetorian guards, he only couldn't kill them because he ran out of ammo or his gun overheated or whatever. That was it. If you remember when Mando starts shooting them in the next episode, they all like fall over, and it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, they do. They just die. That red stuff was, I guess, it was purely decorative.
It was unclear to me. I need to watch it again because that's the thing.
It
you never
seems
know.
like he just shot him and they died, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Because someone's saying in chat like, oh well, they used to control this by making Beskar incredibly rare, and that's why it's not widespread and it's not like all over stormtroopers and stuff. It's like, but at this point, we've seen shit tons of this stuff, and apparently you can mine it all still off Mandalore.
And apparently every Mandalorian has it, and now there's going to be a bunch more of them. And so I guess this faction is just going to be unstoppable the way that these episodes play out. They just can't be killed by anything, or I don't know. There's no stakes. There's no stakes to any combat anymore. When I'm playing or hell, when I'm reading about like Halo, or when I'm doing a game and like, oh, like there's rules and what I see in front of me and how I engage with it has like a point to it. It's not just, oh, it's a health bar, but it goes down the same as everyone else. So it's like, you lied to me. Sucks to see. I don't know what the stakes are for any combat ever in Star Wars. As I feel just like nothing consequential is ever going to happen. And whatever I see, what my eyes see, doesn't actually relate to how anything's going to resolve. So it's like, why am I even watching? Why is there even a visual component to this? Just tell me they win at the end. There's a disconnect between what you're showing me and what happens.
Is there a world in which they have to die eventually because we never see them in the sequel trilogy, or is that just going to be one of those things we just brush under the carpet?
Oh, they'll just be out there in the galaxy somewhere doing fuck all, and we're just so cool over here.
They get to the point of like thousands of them by that point, and then like a day before the TFA is set, they're like, we're going to look after ourselves now. If anything strange and big happens in the next few years, we're just not going to get involved, and no one can call us. Okay,
let's take the phone off the hook.
Was it not a plot point? I don't know if this was actually a thing. It's a thing in my brain, but wasn't it that Mandalorians were the only ones who could forge Beskar? And now
it's not that they're the only ones that can forge it. It's that they just happen to be the ones that have access to the most of it. That was basically how it was.
Well, then why doesn't everyone have Beskar?
In the first episode?
Well, because isn't what's her face from the sequel trilogy, the one that didn't matter,
right?
No, I mean, you have to narrow that one down.
No, the stormtrooper Captain Phasma. It wasn't her armor.
Oh god, yeah, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, her armor was basically Beskar armor.
Her armor. Oh, let me introduce you to the lore.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Apparently.
You ain't ready for this. You are not ready. So, Captain Phasma's armor was very special and deflected blasters because it was
polished.
Oh, because it was made.
I know this fun fact too.
It was made out of the scavenged wreckage of Jabba's barge.
What?
No, it's Palpatine's personal ship. It's made of. Not Jabba's barge doesn't have shiny metal on it, Rags. Gosh.
Well, you could polish it. I thought it was Jabba's barge.
No. It's Palpatine's personal. It's his little ship where he goes back and forth from Coruscant from Naboo. It's one of those like shiny ships. It's the exact. It looks exactly the same. That's why they did it like that. They said that she scavenged it off. I'm almost certain it was Palpatine's personal ship.
But why would you cover ships in that and not people in that? Because the ship, like, that's not going to block like ship lasers, surely.
Well, it fucking didn't work anyway. She died twice.
But
don't
those weren't blaster
shields?
Related.
Ships have like energy shields, do they not? Why would you need to shield your ship with heavy metal?
You still want to do that for in case when the shields get whittled away, you still want to have armor on. and you want to keep the integrity of the ship together. But
I
she,
feel
like
Sheev's party boat. That's what someone just said.
Well, it's now EFAP Phasma. So it's basically...
Beskar would have been slightly more believable. I did not know that.
I just assumed that she had Beskar.
the personal ship is maybe better than the Jabba's barge explanation, but it's still all kinds of just no.
I'm headcanoning the Jabba's barge now. That's better for me.
I heard that somewhere. There's a reason that came to my mind. Something about scavenge Java's barge, and there's something about that. I don't know. I'm maybe confusing it with something else, but that Jabba's barge got scavenged for something.
I'm 99% certain that you just hallucinated that.
It's very possible in this crazy, wacky world, this topsy-turvy world of Star Wars.
It is
where
hard.
people eat chicken with their gloves on.
Yeah, it's hard to tell the difference between made-up stuff and actual Star Wars stuff at this point. Like they're very similar.
They should
I
have
think
it
they
to where
tend to make it
Beskar
up as
just
they
like
go along anyway. I mean, it's someone was pointing this out to me who knows more about the lore than I do, but I think it was it's the Beskar alloy armor thing that the Gideon's troops wear. According to Disney's canon, which is not the Legends canon, but the official canon, the only thing that is supposed to be able to get through that at all is the dark saber, I think. So it's not even it doesn't really matter, basically. There's no point even reading canon anymore because they'll just change their minds and everything will just go upside down.
And wasn't the hilt of the dark saber supposed to be Beskar too? And like Gideon just like squishes it. He's like, haha.
But he was very big and strong and evil. So
he had like I was confused while watching it because it just looks like he has like just gloves on, but apparently he's like a robot cyborg or something, or
He's
or
got
his
a
suit.
Beskar mech suit or something.
Because it doesn't look like it. It looks like he
No.
just has like a leather
But-
suit with some plates attached to the outside. It doesn't look like an exoskeleton. That would be. It would have like the. It doesn't at all look like what they said it is. So that's confusing.
My favorite part about that whole thing is that they didn't even think about the concept of like anatomy. Her hand would just not exist anymore. Basically, it would be like that scene in Terminator 1 where the like bouncer goes to like stop the Terminator. He just grabs his hand and just destroys it. It would be like that. He wouldn't have a hand anymore. She wouldn't
If
have
you
a
can
hand.
crush the Beskar pole in the hand is just you're just gonna have to write that one off and get a new one later.
Which you
wouldn't
can
be
do
writing
in the
it off
Star Wars
Which you can
universe.
do.
that
Luckily,
hand.
fortunately for you, you could probably get something better than what you started out with. You could be upgrading.
That's basically what Gideon did. I mean, but yeah, because they introduced. I don't remember hearing the noise of the mechanics walking when we first see him in that suit, but it's definitely very pronounced in the final battle scene when you can definitely hear all of that clunky machinery underneath his suit, which also makes him walk like he's constipated. And it doesn't do him any good either. Is he dead, I suppose, is the next question, because we're shown repeatedly that fire didn't do any damage to these people, and then all of a sudden fire is the big threat. The Mandalorian is famously inconsistent, but do we think he survived the giant fiery explosion?
Absolutely.
I don't know.
His
because
clone is dead.
Or, yeah,
I'm
he'll have
sure
a clone.
the clones
or
or something, because no one's ever really gone. Their spirit will reassemble, or there's going to be a clone of them, or it was actually their twin brother or something. And so, because stories can't end, we just have to keep having things happen over and over and over.
You
I'm
say
sure we'll
stories can't
see.
end. We haven't had one yet.
I suppose that's true.
Well, if they do
Stuff
decide
happened,
to do
but
a fourth
nothing
season,
happened.
they need him to lose the battle in the last episode for consistency's sake. You know, and he has to be the one who loses the battle at the end of every season. So if you kill him off, you can't have a fourth season.
Maybe he'll win the fight at the end of the fourth season. Who knows?
Oh,
That
thank
could be
God. And then it
crazy.
can be over.
I don't think it's
Every
not
character.
over. It's the Filoni film that overs everything, I think. I don't know when that's slated to come out. It's a Disney Star Wars film, so it probably won't ever come out, but I think that's the one that's supposed to wrap up all of these timelines. Is there a slated season 4? I've sort of fallen out of touch with where the Mandalorian is in terms of renewal.
as
Is
I
it
know,
gonna be
there
a
Yes,
is
fourth?
and
one.
apparently they've written it already as well, which
Oh,
is
good.
It took,
Oh, so
it took John Favreau a whole afternoon to write the season.
He
he tried hard with this one.
He just typed into Chat GPT. He was just like Mando season 4 script. And
I am not. I know. I am not for this abuse that's heaped upon ChatGPT. It has much more self-respect as a writer than anyone who would turn out the script for the Mandalorian.
I've actually typed in some really crazy like script ideas just to see what would pop up, and like sometimes they actually come out pretty good. So
They probably would.
Yeah.
I guess it's like to broaden out the topic then, slightly away from the Mandalorian, just because I think we've probably dedicated more time to it than it ever has deserved. What's happened to Jon Favreau? Was Jon Favreau always this shit, or has something gone very badly wrong in since 2008 and now that's turned him into this? I mean, he's got, I think, more screenwriter credits on Mando season 3 than on the previous 2 seasons even, and it's worse than the previous 2 seasons. Is this outside interference, inside interference? Has he been dropped on his head?
The first thing that comes to mind,
KK is the one that's doing all this, not him, sort of thing.
My thought was just, when someone has a good, essentially like good street cred, and they want to slap their name on everything, and it makes me think of what's the level of contribution someone has to make to a script in order to get a writing credit? And it looks good with his name on it. Like, remember when they're slapping Quentin Tarantino's name on every shitty direct-to-video production in order to give it some credence? Could there be a level of that going on? What's his level of contribution to the actual script?
As far as I know, Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, they just wrote all of them, didn't they? Or
no, there's a couple of secondary credits. So the episode 3, the one that pretends it can be Andor but can't, that's co-written with someone who was involved with the Book of Boba Fett, I think. But Jon Favreau's name is at the top. And then there's a couple of episodes which are neither Favreau or Filoni, but I'd have to double check that. But the majority of them are just listed as written by Favreau.
But you've stated and other people have stated in breakdowns, it's clearly, even with just looking at the pictures at the end of the storyboarding pictures, things have been changed from that. So clearly it's going through a filter of, okay, here's the initial script, and then we're going to change it how we see fit, which really, to me, that accounts for his general apathy toward the whole project anymore. And also accounts for his not even being at Star Wars commiseration,
Well, I don't know why a lot of people feel the need to defend him when we've all basically concluded Ridley Scott and James Cameron have lost a lot of what made them so talented back in the day. A lot of people are willing to jump on he must be tainted, corrupted, or forced to write whatever. It's guys, he helmed The Lion King. That was a monstrosity. I am willing to give Favreau a lot of responsibility on this one, even if he just didn't care. I'd be it's the same for Taika Waititi. A lot of people were saying, the reason Love and Thunder's bad is because he didn't care. Look at his best movies. It's okay, he still made it.
Yep. If he didn't care, then that's on him. You need to care. This is your damn movie. They gave you a lot of money to make this.
I wasn't defending him, saying he could still do great. I was just basically saying that when it comes to the writing credits, I don't necessarily. I think he might have just been in the storyboarding at this point. I don't even think he's actually writing.
Possible. I'm just inclined to give up on him at this point. I wish if I see his name attached to something for writing, I'm well, I don't know what I'm in for.
That name doesn't mean anything. If anything, it's an omen.
Because a lot of people are saying he's leaving, and it's okay.
It does seem to be a trend with him that he will start something that inevitably gets co-opted and taken by somebody, and they do whatever they want, and he just is okay, whatever. It does seem like that's a trend in his career. So
he was involved with the Mandalorian since the first season, and it was always bad. So
thank you.
Did he write Iron Man, or did he just sort of direct and oversee Iron Man?
From what I gathered, it was him and Robert Downey Jr. and several others were desperately trying to keep that production together, and we got a bit of lightning in a bottle. It was as far as I'm aware, it was a bit of a nightmare to make that film. A lot of things.
Yeah, there were 4 screenwriters on that, and he is not credited for.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have a writing credit to the screenplay. So
because that can also be the problem. You have the same thing with Taika Waititi. I mean, Taika Waititi, people who will defend him by saying, "Well, look at his older stuff. What We Do in the Shadows, Hunt for the Wilder People. Those are really nice, charming productions. They're really quite good. They're quite funny. Thor Ragnarok was better than Thor: Love and Thunder. Didn't Taika Waititi do that? Well, then you find out, no, he didn't do that. He directed it. He didn't write it. Whereas Thor: Love and Thunder is his own baby. He wrote it and he directed it. Apparently, that's what he's doing with his Star Wars film, which Kathleen Kennedy has confirmed is still in the works as well. And she said apparently he's locked himself in the room and he's not letting anyone else have any say over the script, and this is fine because it's Taika and that's how he works best. So I don't think you've watched any of your sister productions recently.
Yeah, sometimes it's just it's like straight up Peter principle. You know, it's you get to a point where you do one thing really well, and then they expect you to do well at everything else, and it happens time and time again. It happened with Patty Jenkins. It happened with Taika. It's happened, you know.
What did Patty Jenkins do that was good?
Monster.
Didn't she do Hurt Locker? Or no, that wasn't Hurt Locker.
I just don't know.
Well, did anyone see Monster?
No, I've not seen it.
I saw it when it first came out, but that was like 15 years ago.
Because that was the thing that gave her acclaim, right?
Yeah. That was more... The success from that movie was more related to the portrayal of the main character, not necessarily the direction.
Well, basically what I'm saying is that like you are involved with something that's good for one reason or another, whether you be the director, the writer, the producer, whatever it may be, and then you acquire other responsibilities that you are not suited for, and then you are now doing a job that you shouldn't be doing, and that seems to happen with a lot of things, and I think that's kind of what happened here too.
I feel like it really takes like a certain kind of artist to not turn into shit once a good amount of money is involved. Like it happens in pretty much every medium. Like a lot of music artists, as soon as they get really big, their music just plunges, and there's like a certain level of hunger and like passion that comes with being broke and having to prove yourself. And then once you're proved and you just get handed like the remake of Lion King and like $100 million to do it, you're like, cool. Yeah. I don't care.
Well,
I quite like the theory that broke makes for good art, because that means Disney might actually get back to something good within the next 10 years.
Yeah.
Myself and Rags
go broke, forget woke.
We watched a movie the other day that had a budget of, was it 800,000?
820,000 pounds, I think.
And it was one of the best movies we've seen in a while.
Really damn good.
So
Which one was it?
Boiling Point.
It's a movie about a restaurant and a day in the life, basically, and it's fucking brilliant.
Extremely good. Highly recommend.
A lot of really good restaurant movies lately. It's weird.
It's like I don't know how weird this is gonna sound. It's like watching the Hell's Kitchen stuff, but it somehow feels more real. Like, because even though it's fake, the way they do it creates such a sense of stress and anxiety watching how all this can go in different ways. I almost don't want to say anything else other than recommending it.
High recommendation.
What's the name of it again?
Boiling Point.
I'll put it on my list.
Yeah.
Well, that's good, because I spent 14 of the last 24 hours on The Mandalorian, so I now need something to just purge my system of this utter garbage. So I might put that on, assuming I'm still awake after this stream. That sounds like a plan. Another just sidling away from Mando. Obviously, Picard finished as well. I don't know who here has seen Picard and
I'm not anyone? A Trekkie, so
neither am I, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Picard. I just heard that the first 2 seasons are vile.
They are. They go back in time to stop Trump being elected. It's great.
Thank goodness.
They're doing something.
And yet
with their lives, I guess. I don't know.
Yet the Borg were a problem still, so I don't know if they really solved anything.
Trump is the real threat.
I mean, I could say this. I mean, even having not, watching people talk about it, watching people who do love Star Trek, I know that this is going to inevitably end up having, probably negative repercussions, because now more stuff that isn't as good is going to get made. But I do think it's great for the people who did love it to have it happen. It's like, the better to have loved and lost kind of notion. I am glad that at least there was something for people who were hoping for it. That's all I can really say. I've never really cared much for Star Trek, though.
No, that's fair enough. I'm not a huge Trekkie either. I'm just aware that it finished. I did kind of like the slightly different approach it took, though, in that, like, the previous 2 seasons, the big threat has been your typical evil right-wing bogeyman in one form or another. So it's like anti-immigration rhetoric in season 1, Donald Trump's threat in season 2. Whereas this one, it's everyone under the age of 25 has been absorbed into the collective by the Borg, and they've been brainwashed, and they need to be deprogrammed, which is a course correction, which I'm not entirely opposed to. But I think if no one here is overly fussed about Star Trek, we can move on to something that people are maybe more fussed about.
Yeah, I just
that
don't
Movie
know
Cynic
what I could
actually
contribute to a Star Trek conversation. I'm just not up with Picard. I'm not
It's
up
weird.
with
Like the first video I did on my channel that really kind of took off was Star Trek, but that video begins with me saying I know very little about Star Trek. I'm just like, I watched Discovery and it was incredibly shit and it annoys me, and here's why. Like I had to cling to this weird old-fashioned idea that Star Trek was okay, a bit preachy, and tried too hard to be cerebral, and it wasn't. It's just not my thing. But, at least it held itself to certain ideals and it tried to preach a certain approach as opposed to a certain message. And the annoying thing about sort of the new Trek stuff, as they called it, is that it's done the precise opposite. It tries to preach message over approach to issue. And Picard season 3 is a kind of reversion, I think, back to something closer to the norm, but it's more cinematic Star Trek than it is series Star Trek. Like the series were always quite dull, but they were methodical and they dealt with conceptual issues and they weren't afraid to have extended conversation scenes on the bridge with nothing really happening. Whereas this is much more like one of the films from the late 90s, early 2000s. They did the sort of the Next Generation era films, much more cinematic as production, which is fine. It has its place. It's just like we are kind of saturated with mid-budget sci-fi, which doesn't really excel at anything. And maybe there is a place for Star Trek to go back to something like its old approach. It would get far fewer viewers probably, but then it's not getting many at the moment anyway. But yeah, okay. Well, that's transport away from Star Trek. I think that's a Star Trek thing. I think I just punned. And what was next on the list, Movie Cynic? So Superman Legacy, which I know very little about, but I think you probably do.
Superman Legacy, apparently, not actual filming hasn't begun yet, but real production has started. I wanted to ask everyone like what their expectations are for this, or for James Gunn's DC in general, even.
So Legacy is based on All-Star Superman, correct? That's what they're going.
That's what I've gathered. Like that's what he's aiming for. Yeah,
which makes zero sense to me because All-Star Superman is a self-contained story with an end that is an end. So how can you have that as part of the beginning of your new, they're not phases, but whatever they're calling them. Like
chapters.
I mean, spoiler alert to anybody who hasn't read a book that came out a long time ago at this point. But at the end, Superman merges with the sun and that's just what happens. And he just is part of the sun. So how are you going to do that in the movie? It's like, that's all. That's my biggest question. It's as a self-contained story. It like All-Star Superman is fantastic, but you can't do it as part of a larger universe.
I'm pretty excited. I don't know. I'm kind of a James Gunn fan, but mostly for his writing. His directing is pretty bland, I think, but like his writing always kind of hits really well, and I feel like he's probably trying to hint more that he's wanting to do like a self-contained Superman story, not something that's just going to stay endlessly open-ended, kind of like we have in the MCU, where no one really ever has an arc anymore and nothing really ever leads anywhere. We just get like sprinkles of what next Avengers movie is going to exist. I feel like he's trying to hint at like this movie will have an ending and will have like an actual character arc in it, even if it's not Superman merging with the sun, which sounds really odd. But
maybe they can get away with taking that part out. I don't know, but the thing I care about is
a major part of the story, though. It's not like they could just be like, "Oh, and it didn't happen." Like,
well, look at how Marvel adapts the sources. They'll take the name and then leave the rest.
Yep.
The main thing I'm concerned about is that he really cares about it, which I get the impression he does. So I'm willing to give him a shot. A lot of people have written it off already. I think we should wait and see. I felt this way about even Zack Snyder stuff, of which I'm very glad isn't touching DC anymore.
How did that turn out?
Taint of Zack Snyder is
God. Yeah, there are still Zack Snyder defenders, and I feel like it'll be that way forever. I feel like it's like in my videos, I typically have it's like at least every other video, I'll crack a joke about Zack Snyder, and someone will always comment like, "I like this up until you shit on Zack Snyder. Fuck you." And then it's just like,
"Oh, Zack Snyder sucks, though." So
I know. Again, DarkHour. I agree. All-Star Superman is literally one of 2 Superman stories I even know from the comic books because I just never liked Superman as a character. But I feel like they'll kind of go the Marvel route where it's kind of they're going for the feel, not necessarily a direct adaptation. And All-Star Superman, from what I've always heard, is yes, this is Superman. This is the hopeful character that he's supposed to be. And I think that's what James Gunn's probably going for. And color palette wise too, it's one of the most recognizable All-Star Superman's easily one of the most visually recognizable Superman stories to me.
Yeah, I would say it's probably it's in the top 5 most recognizable Superman stories, which is
just the artwork alone.
I've always loved the when you take the name and just make it to an acronym too, so it's fantastic.
But if anyone's going to do it right, it's probably going to be James Gunn. But to make a good Superman story for me is going to be really difficult. I just don't like that character. So I don't know. I'm not a Superman guy. I never have been.
He's harder to do interesting things with. Obviously, you have to introduce vulnerabilities to a guy who is otherwise basically impervious to everything, and impregnable, and generally invincible, which is not the most interesting character. But you can, if you play up the Clark Kent part of the personality, you can find ways of contriving your way to giving him vulnerabilities. Preceding that, though, and on the James Gunn point, would it be fair to take Guardians 3 as sort of a bellwether for where this is going, or is that?
I think so. Because he recently defended it too, right? Yeah, because I think DC fans, there was some spat on Twitter about him, basically advertising and talking about Guardians when he should be talking about DCU. And so he's telling you hey, I really give a shit. I've put my heart and soul into this movie. So I think this will be, it doesn't seem like something he just took for the job to wrap it up and didn't put care into. So the quality is going to influence me on my perception of where he's heading with DC for sure.
My assumption is James Gunn doesn't see Guardians 3 as part of the MCU at this point. He sees it as the end of his story he's told with his friends.
Yeah. I think a lot of people see it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And it's a little weird.
Sorry, you go.
I was gonna say it's a little weird that people are criticizing him for talking about it. He still has contractual obligations to be part of the press tour for it. He can't just be oh no, I made the movie and I'm just gonna leave now and let it. It's he still has to do that part of the job too.
Yeah, that's correct. But I genuinely think that he cares a lot about Guardians, and this is goodbye.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and there's really it's weird that people would be criticizing him for talking about it rather than the thing that is just starting. It's let him finish this thing first and then go on. It's very strange.
With how slow everything moves too, I feel like he definitely probably knew he was going to be heading DC before he finished or probably started Guardians 3. So he's probably taking that as people are going to look at Guardians as what DC might be. So he probably put a little extra spice on there just to hype people up for that.
I mean, he was probably already in talks with that before he even knew Guardians 3 was going to be his. He wasn't his anymore. They had taken him off of the whole project. If it wasn't for the actors themselves being we won't do it if he's not here, he wouldn't have been back. So odds are he was already in the discussions with all of that with DC long before he even knew he was going to be part of this. So being in charge of Guardians 3.
It's going to be Marvel's biggest regret that they temp-fied him instead of being you know what, maybe you should take over. Which is what
looking
they're
back on this disastrous, awful, terrible thing they have going on now. Yeah,
he was supposed to be the head of the cosmic side, so imagine the Marvels would not look like it does whatsoever if James Gunn were in that position.
It might actually be funny.
I have some people I give a shit about.
Well, exactly. It's kind of amazing because by sort of buckling, they're now oh fuck. Because as soon as he's out, that's the last artist gone.
It is quite amazing, by the way, that they didn't think of until relatively recently that hey, maybe somebody should keep track of the actual cosmic section of the MCU, considering the fact that it is infinitely larger than what's going on Earth. And the amount of things that they just don't do right there.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing at this point because it's doomed, and I think they know it better than we do.
Do you think if Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is good, that's going to have any change
No.
of heart towards people for the MCU at all?
No,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No.
I think too many people just view it as its own separate thing.
Yeah.
Not just because the characters are they just feel so much more separate from anyone else, and it's
Yep.
got its own vibe to it, and it's a group that sort of sticks together and does their own thing. But people just don't really. I don't think they don't associate it with the Disney MCU stuff.
It wouldn't
I think for a
surprise
lot
me
of
if
people,
we
once
see.
it's done, they're done.
It surprise me if we see zero connections to the MCU outside of the post-credit stuff.
There might be, I mean, there might be like very small things that are completely inconsequential that if you don't notice them, it won't matter. But yeah, I agree that it's probably going to be very disconnected simply because there would be no reason for James Gunn to have even considered any of that.
Yeah, he's not going to waste time trying to set up other things or connect to other. He's going to tell the story these characters deserve, I think, from his point of view.
There's
Isn't
always
that
Yeah.
leave us in the strange position though of having to pay a kind of compliment to Thor: Love and Thunder, in that it just dispensed with the Thor Guardians thing right at the beginning, and it's allowed them to go on and be separate entities without that baggage.
Didn't he say that in an interview that
Yeah.
he was like fucking panicking about what the hell he's supposed to do now because he's been given the story to continue after Endgame and he had like no control over that. But Thor: Love and Thunder being given to Taika has now detached the Guardians again, which is
Yeah, he said
so funny,
Taika
like-
did him a favor.
yeah. That's
If you look at the
the
marketing,
fucking state of the MCU, man.
Yep.
like
Get
the
me outta
marketing
here.
for Guardians too, it's not very like Ant-Man marketing was very like, we're setting up phase 5 and this is the new big bad for all the movies, and Guardians marketing is very like, this is their story, this is the end of their story, this is this group. And I'm happy that someone is using their brain, I guess, at the marketing team.
Did anyone
Sell it
see
as,
the?
like, this is the next part of the MCU thing? He's like, no, it's not.
Did anyone see? Like, I mean, I know you guys have seen it, but the trailer stuff for when they're like running to the car and like getting in the car. What is wrong with Groot in that clip? Like he looks like a literal rubber suit. Like I can't quite figure out what I'm looking at.
He looked weird in the holiday special too. It's that new design that Gunn for, I guess. Fun. I just feel like he's never looked as good as he did in the first Guardians.
Yeah, agreed.
Agreed.
The Iron
I
Man
think
problem.
the
apparently.
VFX is purposely doing that though. I watched like a breakdown of it. Like they're purposely, I think it was James Gunn decision to try and make him look more like he's in like an 80s rock movie and it's like a guy in a suit and less like a big CGI tree. Which
Okay.
it's a stylistic,
Alright.
I guess.
He looked really good when he was a CGI tree.
I thought
mean,
so
yeah.
too.
It's an idea. A good one, probably not, but it's an idea.
At least it's a thought out idea. That's
At least,
purposeful.
at least it's intentional for some aspect.
Like I was just watching that, I was like, that looks terrible. I had to watch it twice. Like, I was convinced that my eyes were playing tricks on me. I was like, there's no way it looks that bad. There's absolutely no way that a movie that cost $200 million looks that bad. But
I mean, hey, Rings of Power season 1 was 465 million.
I
saw
saw Ant-Man, you know, was
Ant-Man.
Or hell, the Marvels trailer even. I mean, that also quite expensive, also looks pretty naff, even on the visual level, without everything else that's inevitably going wrong with that production.
You think they would have had a lot of the VFX done for the Marvels for a while since it was supposed to come out like already, right? It's supposed to already be out. You think they would have had
they've done
things.
extensive reshoots and reshuffling with everything.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if anything they would have filmed before all the reshoots are completely gone because the story has probably been completely changed.
Yeah, no matter how many effects houses you use, and they use like dozens, from what I understand, you can only pass out so many projects to people. Like they had to, there was some reports that like 60 to 70% of Doctor Strange 2 was refilmed like months before it came out. So
and you can
imagine what they're doing. Yeah, oh yeah, you can definitely tell. But just
it's funny. I didn't
imagine how
even
many projects happening.
Because I actually watched your video on, especially a part on Doctor Who. Fuck me, Doctor Strange. Because I was curious what kind of summary you're going to give it, and you just pointing out the wig is the best way to tell when you're dealing with movie 1 and movie 2, which is applicable to Ant-Man as well. I don't know how many people know. Like, I'm pretty sure the original ending was that he was going to die, Ant-Man, Then they were like, we can't fucking do that. We need Paul Rudd. So then they made it so he's trapped in the quantum realm, and that's why he and Hope, when they beat Kang, they're both kind of like despondent. They've beaten him, but they're both realizing like, oh, we're stuck in the quantum realm. That sucks. But then
the thing opens up again.
Yeah, the portal just opens up behind them, and Scott just goes, "Let's go home." And it's like, what?
All right. Once again, a character that was supposed to die, and they're like, no, they live.
God.
I touched on it in that section of my video when I was rounding up the endings. Like, okay, the music is really like kind of cheerful-ish. They look really sad. Everyone else is celebrating. Like, I'm not entirely sure what emotion I'm supposed to be feeling here, but surely, well, I was celebrating because the movie was pretty much over. But the characters, like, I had no idea at that point what they were trying to go for. Like, they seemed to think that they were trapped there, and for all they knew, they were trapped there. They had no reason to suppose that Cassie could open the broken machine from the other side.
They nuked the engine, which is like, that's it. You got nothing now. And so a fucking telescope opened a portal. What? That's not what those do.
It wasn't even set up to do that at all.
No, because it's bullshit they added on in reshoots. Because they realized, like, fuck, we gotta have Paul Rudd Ant-Man available. He's like one of the last people that has any kind of charisma and like pull. You know, he can't save the MCU, but it's better to have him than not.
I just don't understand why they even bothered to keep that in. Because I made fun of it in my video too, which is like, the portal closes, so my assumption was like, oh shit, okay, they're gonna keep Ant-Man down there, and Evangeline Lilly's character is gonna stay with him, and then the fucking portal opens back up. Like, oh well, okay, problem solved, great, we're going home.
They did explain this soon after the scene begins, and he says, my life doesn't make any sense.
Hand wave it away.
There you go.
How weird that was.
Front load that into the, to set. This is what kind of movie this is. All right.
And it makes him the second character in just one film who didn't mention to anyone who matters that interdimensional Mecha Hitler is downstairs, ready to break out and, probably try and wipe out the galaxy. I thought that was a unique crime on Janet's part, but then at the end, Ant-Man does the same thing.
Yep. Dude, how do you make the whole movie about don't look the other way? Right at the end, he's like, well, I guess we could look the other way on this one.
But you see, she just wanted to be a normal mother, which entails keeping all of the most consequential secrets from your family.
Yeah, because she even implies at some point she was trying to keep them safe, and it's like, that's the opposite of that.
Yeah, you're putting us in horrific mortal peril, along with all of the versions of us across the multiverse. Do you hate us?
I still can't believe they had the balls to call it Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania when Hope's barely in it.
I know.
I don't know. I kind of think it's like that's the Mandalorian excuse, which is that they don't ever tell you specifically who the Mandalorian is, so they can just subsequently make it Bo-Katan. In this case, wasn't Janet the Wasp before Hope?
Yes,
and so her prominence in the film is kind of it's Ant-Man and the Wasp, but we just didn't tell you which Wasp we were talking about.
I've not heard them make that argument, but it would be funny as fuck if they did.
Like, I mean, that's the only argument you can really make for it.
Oh yeah, other than that. Well, no, I'm sure they'd say like, no, Hope plays a huge role. She saves their lives several times. She has huge impact on the plot, which is kind of true. But she does it all in like fucking 3 minutes of screen time.
Yeah, I think I said I forgot Hope was even there, even when she was on the screen. And like whenever she would pop up, I'm like, oh yeah, the plot remembered that the Wasp is in the movie. Here we are. Okay.
Well, she only has about 7 lines of dialogue, 2 of which are her saying "Mum," and that's it.
And it's quite amazing that she was able to just fade into the background, considering what they did with her hair. Like you would think that it would be very noticeable
that
right
poor
off the bat.
Woman. Poor woman.
It's not fair because first movie of his not too great either. Second movie is like, hey, look, normal hair. And then the third movie, they fucked it up again.
I'm trying to remember. I think the first movie she had like the bobbed in hair, which is very similar to how she was in the comics, so it actually made sense. And then I don't know what the hell they were doing here. It was just like they were just like, here's a lawnmower.
Look.
Yeah, here's a lawnmower. This is how we're gonna cut your hair today. And that was just what they left it at.
The poor lady.
Okay, serious question.
Say, you changed your hair.
If Kang had won in the end and killed Scott and like pieced out to go wreak havoc, would the movie have been a lot better? Because I feel like the whole garbage part of the the beginning and middle of the movie, I think I could have handled being awful if the ending they did a thing, like a real thing.
It would have been better. I think the caveat on what you just said is a lot better. I don't think it would have been a lot better, but I do think it would have been better.
I would have banked on in Ant-Man 1. Hank talks about how he can't go in the suit anymore because it's killing him. That's why he needs Scott. So what you do is you have two choices. Scott, there's a moment where, let's say, we've got to destroy the engine to prevent Kang from escaping. Someone's got to stay behind to do that. Let's just make it so that that's the mechanics of it. And like Scott's going to opt to do it, says goodbye to everybody, gets them all in. And then, Hank's actually the one that does it. He pushes Scott in. It's fucking Armageddon does this. Just copy that payoff. And then he has to, use the suit or whatever to stop Kang from getting to them. And it's the last time he can. He dies doing it. It would be a really great ending for the original Ant-Man. And it wouldn't kill Kang. He would have killed someone important. Scott gets to survive. And you get a pretty heroic payoff sort of thing. Or you do all of that the same thing, except it's Scott, not Hank. Which would, I think, have a bigger impact.
The entirety of that plot has been lifted from Tron Legacy, like beat for beat, every single aspect. And that film does close with the old original hero sacrificing himself to take down the evil villain, to stop himself going through the portal to take over the world, and thereby letting his son survive. I would be incredibly surprised if they didn't originally plan for that to happen, just because they stole everything else.
People will like it when you do that, because Michael Douglas has famously said he's not coming back unless they kill him.
Why not just do what you said too? It would actually give the film some stakes instead of this. These characters just exist forever and ever, and they'll never die, and no movie has any consequence. That would have actually gave the film some consequence and a sense of finality. If Hank died,
darker, less conventional ending, I think that would have been cool. Is that he does just fight off Kang long enough, like Ant-Man, to stop the engine. Everyone's safe. He's made it. And we have this moment where he's just like, there it is. Engine's destroyed. You can't repair it. We're both stuck here. So now what? Maybe even cracking a few jokes, and Kang just fucking kills him, breaks his neck. And
that would have made Kang a lot more threatening too, instead of
it would have. And you just know he's still down there, he's coming. He's gonna find a way out of there eventually. So it's just so much better than what the fuck they went with.
In the bizarre position where he's more threatening in real life than he is in the film where he plays a villain. But
true, yeah. Oh my goodness.
Hey, allegedly.
It's all alleged.
There's a lot of alleging, but
isn't it interesting? You can come up with better ideas. The 6 people sitting here just spitballing ideas on a live show.
Oh, it happens all the time.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Someone may have had a good idea at some point, but it all gets chewed up, in all these levels of production. I hesitate to say they would have had a good idea at some point. I can't know that for sure, but it's you know the same thing for Doctor Strange 2, isn't it? Nobody even knew what that film was about, who started it. You got that clip, I think it was in your video, Little Platoon, of the try-hard lady being like, it's going to be great to see the movie because I'll finally see what I was supposed to be looking at. It's oh, Jesus Christ.
Do you just not direct these? Is there not a director? Are you trying is Phase 5 an experiment to see if you can make these without having a director?
Jesus. Be like, look, you're looking at this. We drew it. It's a little stick man.
I started listening to that clip and I thought the most stupid thing about it was the journalist asking what's it like to film in the quantum realm, is that you could actually fucking go there. But then it gets better. It's we had dirt. Oh, okay.
Fun.
It was dirt. Great.
They probably took the dirt out in post too. They're like, "Oh, this dirt looks terrible. We need better dirt."
We can't just get dirt. We can't just acquire dirt. Dirt's not just something that is around that we could film in. We have to increase our CGI budget to make the dirt look more realistic.
So I happen to know somebody who works in CG and has done projects for Marvel. The way they do it, right? They shoot out 1 million projects, and it goes across, as was mentioned, 30 studios. It's insane, but the way they do it, there'll be a character who's been in a scrape of some kind, and when they're filming, they forget to put something on their face to represent that because they're all acting, and sometimes things slip by, and so oh, can you CG some let's just say some gravel or some muck or whatever, just to make it look like they were in a fight, and you're like, yeah, I can do that, and they do it, and then they're like, I don't like that one. Do 70 variations. And the fucking artists are like, can you just tell me what you want? And they're like, we don't know what we want yet.
We'll know it when we see it.
It's literally that, and that's why they get
Wow.
like worked to death. It's there's loads of videos covering this because more and more information's coming out, and more people are talking about it. But they are the most like time wasty, resource expendy fucking company in the history of the world. It's like a shot of quickly of someone having dirt on their face, and they're like, "We need you to work thousands of hours on this to make sure we get that dirt just right." Why do they have that kind of care with the script? Like,
because no one gives a shit about the story in this story. They just want to see the CGI explosions and the aliens and the strange lands.
I put
And
this
big
interview
not the real dirt.
in my Doctor Strange 2 review. I put an interview clip of Benedict Cumberbatch, and the interviewee was like, "So this is your movie?" And he's like, "Yeah, kind of." He's like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "Well, you know, a lot's changing and a lot of characters are in this. So I'm like, do I have a character arc in this? Is this working?" And I'm like, "That's a great fucking sign." Before he gave that interview before the movie, and I feel like his assumptions of where it was going was correct. He really didn't have his own character arc in that movie, it feels.
Makes me wonder.
Much clearer if you watch it, and a lot of people I think would have watched Doctor Strange 2 because they enjoyed Doctor Strange 1 as well.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Do you think they do the same with the writing as they do with the CGI? Because like the writing sucks, but I imagine probably someone has a story that has somewhat of a character arc in there, and then they film the entire thing and test it with some people, and they're like, okay, well, we like the middle. We need you to go back and just do this with the ending. And someone has to sit in a basement and be like, fuck, like I wrote a whole story and you want me to just take out chunks of my story and plop in other points of a story to get to a different ending. Like, I feel like it's probably just as frustrating.
If you had built everything to have Hank die at the end, and you had all these like particular things and stuff, and then someone just goes, "We're gonna have Michael Douglas back, so you can't kill him. You have to change that." It'd just be like, "What?
What? You can't do this. You can't.
Yeah, that just fucks my entire story.
You can't do this to me.
You can't do this to me. You know how much I sacrificed.
I started this company."
It kind of feels like what happened with this Mando season 3, though. Like, I feel like there was probably a whole script of Mando season 3 that had like little sprinkles of Baby Yoda, but it was mostly probably Mando doing Mando things. And then Disney came and they're like, haha, we like toys, so scrap that and figure it out.
Sure, but he hasn't done much bounty hunting at all in his 3.5 seasons on screen.
No, he had like maybe 3 episodes that related to the concept.
Yeah.
Sorry, all you people out there who were thinking that this would be a bounty hunter show. That sucks.
It was almost one.
With the Marvel stuff, though, it's almost gotten to a point now where they need to tie so many things into itself that the script is essentially like they're probably given a skeleton of a script to begin with, of like, hey, these are like the 8 things you need to be sure to mention at this point in the script, and like, so I wouldn't be shocked if that's why it feels so piecemealed, because it's literally just like trying to get from point A to point B with whatever they're attempting. You know, they're essentially being like, I want to tell a story, but I also have to tell all this other story around it. So,
well, wasn't that Raimi's quote with Multiverse of Madness that it was hard to film something that he didn't know the ending of when he started? So they just hadn't slot that piece into place yet. They had to do the rest of the film having not yet completed it.
Just to say, he didn't know the ending. He didn't know the 3rd act. They didn't have one.
Oh.
That goes back to
Michael
Kevin
Waldron's
Feige.
fucking quote, man. It's like, this was just a moment of me not knowing what to do with the script. Like, oh, Michael.
Imagine the information Benedict Cumberbatch could have told Sam Raimi if he had been the white guy to save the day at the end of WandaVision, like Kevin Feige said he was purposefully ignoring and avoiding having happen. So he said he didn't want Doctor Strange in the TV show, even though it would have made perfect sense because he didn't want another fucking white guy saving the day.
You know, it wouldn't have just made sense. It would have been fucking cool to have him pop up and be like, "What the hell is going on?" And for it to be like, "Shut the fuck up, loser nerd. I got children to get."
It definitely, that's the fact that they didn't even include him in like the post-credit scene of WandaVision even made it worse, that the disconnect for the movie. It's like, if that was, let's assume that they already knew that's the route they were going to go, which you can never tell with Marvel. But wouldn't you have at least included him? You should have at least included him in the post-credit scene. There was no reason to show her reading the Darkhold. That was like a weird thing that they just added.
Oh, fun fact about that. If you watch that scene again, you can hear them screaming for her help. Right?
Yeah.
I would do that, but I don't want to.
Oh, well, the point I'm making is that the original story was going to be completely different. Once again, not a surprise. The bad guy was going to be Nightmare from the comics. He was going to have... I remember reading something about how the children were basically trapped or something, and she was going to save them. And then by the end, she was going to have an opportunity to have them at the cost of another Wanda losing them or something like that. And she turns by the end of it. She goes evil, and then we have a film dealing with her later. But Michael Waldron, he said, well, how come that film gets to have evil Wanda? I want to have evil Wanda.
Yeah, well,
that's
it.
That's how we got evil Wanda, was because he said, I want to do it.
But I think Evil Wanda could have been a brilliant multi-film villain.
Great.
Like, she could have been the person who anchors the entirety of Phase 5. Yes. You could have had Wanda sort of over the top. Well, you could have had her in the background. Bad things are happening in individual films, and it's revealed later on in the phase that she's secretly responsible because of her experimenting with the Darkhold, and then she's revealed as having completely fallen into a Scarlet Witch identity toward the end. And you bring back characters who actually have some kind of personal history with her. It's like Hawkeye, Vision, because he's still around, and maybe one or both of those has to get killed, or she kills them. That turns her fully irredeemably evil, and then the big final battle is against someone that we've grown up with and who we've come to like, and then we have to sacrifice them as an audience in the name of the story, which could have been quite compelling, I think. And she could have been a very good multi-film villain, but no, because Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness happened.
She's a super compelling character in the comic books too as a villain. And so like you have the Darkhold as this plot device to kind of give her, well, not to us, but they're trying to give the audience like, this is her free pass. She was possessed by the Darkhold. She already had enough compelling reasons to fall into a role of villainy. She didn't need some bullshit Darkhold to do that. And she would have made a fantastic villain. But instead, it almost felt like it was fast forwarded to make her a villain. And they just completely fucking ruined it. What would have been a great character arc for her.
They could not decide what the Darkhold was doing to her. The fact that she said, like, I gave you guys like a whole day, and I'm trying to spare you right now. Like, come on, what are you doing? It's like, and then they simultaneously, like, the Darkhold makes her ruthless, and she'll just kill everyone. Like, no, she's really normal sometimes.
So many great things they could have had her because clearly she could pull people from other other multiverses. They could have had her pull a different Quicksilver back from a different universe to use him as a pawn. Like, there's so many things they could have did that they just didn't do.
Well, that's another thing, right? Like, she didn't even care to reestablish and bring back her whole family, just the two kids. That was it.
Yeah, they just recast her brother. That was all.
I'll never get over that boner joke. It destroyed. I knew the MCU was done. As soon as that happened, I was like, oh.
It was that late that you realized it?
Oh, I was in.
That was still early though.
Yeah, that was the beginning of Phase 4. I was like,
yeah, WandaVision. That was the beginning. That was when I still had hope. I was like, that was the first project since Endgame. So I was like,
we
still
said
on cruise control.
MCU was dead at Loki, is what we said, because even with the damage done from WandaVision, Falcon Winter Soldier, it was like we still got characters left. We still got the will.
Yeah, some. Yeah, things aren't like awful.
But yeah, as soon as Loki said, whenever someone goes off script, we kill them, it was like, oh, jeez.
Oh, it's been this way the whole time. Oh, no. You destroyed everything. You retroactively took away everyone's like free will or whatever.
The thing, man, is every single time anyone did anything in the MCU, it was because Kang wanted it that way.
I still
and
get people
they were
telling me
killed by
that
a monster.
That
somewhere.
Loki is good and that Loki is really worth watching. And the problems I have with Kang are explained away by Loki.
Literally hand waved away, even, if you will.
Yeah.
Actually, it'll probably make you like even more confused because like the way that they explain the master timeline and all of this, and then it branches off, but it's as if the timelines were there all along, which doesn't make any sense. And the multiple Kangs, and because they were at the end of time essentially, so it didn't. If the timeline started branching off, there should have been it. I'm trying to explain like quantum time mechanics that don't even make sense. So it's just like, but yeah, it actually makes it worse to me, Loki. Like the whole thing essentially created all these plot holes that could not be sealed up, even though they had a mechanic in there that sealed up plot holes. So they got rid of the mechanic that could have fixed a lot of the problems.
And they destroyed Loki.
Oh yeah, he's done. He's totally and they wasted
he's
no
lame in
time
that
doing
show.
that. Wasted no time.
Yeah, and it only took like 75 ball kicks to do it. You know?
Oh no,
Yes,
it was first.
somebody-
We're talking first episode.
Oh yeah. Well, the ball kicks were really fucking weird though. Somebody wanted that
That was
on
weird.
the team.
Gotta have that.
After a while, you think he would stop walking to the same spot he keeps getting kicked. Like you'd just
Well,
be like,
you see, the previous versions of Loki would have been that. I don't see that intelligent, that not retarded.
yeah.
But this one is really, really particularly dumb. So it's every facet of who he was. His cleverness and his ferocity and his intelligence were just all stripped away from him by that writing.
It was so neat.
I'm like
to
trying to like remember because I feel like it's been so long since I watched those shows and it wasn't even really all that long ago in the greater scheme of things. I'm trying to remember stuff and it's like
The big fuck up of that show was they wanted to have good Loki, but they snatched him from Avengers, whereas he's basically at his evilest, and so they had to fix that problem, and so they had him watch the MCU in universe, and that gave him his character arc instantly, which is insane.
It's like the DarkHour thing, where at the end of Multiverse of Madness, she was like, "Oh, I see the error of my ways," and then it's just over.
Yep,
Character fixed now. Moving
great
on.
writing everywhere, so much of it.
I think the biggest offense for me with Loki was when they opened that drawer full of Infinity Stones. I don't understand how anyone can watch that and not feel like you just had someone spit in your face.
This was the setup for them, like taking a dump over Black Widow, and then her own movie came out, and that was the setup, and that was the assist, and then the dunk.
Yeah, she's the one
really
that didn't get to make it back. She had to die to give the stone to blah blah blah, and it's like, well, if only she knew. There was a whole fucking drawer of them.
If only she knew they weren't really that big of a fucking deal. Oh well.
And I think that their goal with that was to be like, you see, that's the Infinity Saga. You thought that was big. That's small compared to what we're dealing with now. And it's like, yeah, but what you're dealing with now is shit. So you just double whammied, like
right.
And there's an advantage to keeping the stakes kind of small and manageable. And it's bizarre that we're now in a world where Thanos expunging the life from half the universe is considered to be small stakes, because now it's infinite multiverses with infinite people and infinite variations of all the people that we know. Bigger must be better, right, guys?
I'm thinking so. Yeah. I'm thinking that's a yes. Bigger is better. The
more there are
contexts.
There are contexts in which that is true. Yes, I'm thinking more the MCU. Good.
Yeah, we ain't talking
writer,
like breasts here.
Imagine being the writer that's told to write a fucking multiverse story in the MCU. It's just like, got a nightmare. And now you got like 3 movies that have done it horribly wrong, and so you got to build on them and pay attention to their rule. The fact that Kang mentioned incursions in Quantumania, I was like, wow, they're actually going to continue with that fucking insane mechanic.
Well, it's based off of a Jonathan Hickman comic book series of Avengers that span like 3 or 4 years. He's like a big ideas guy. And it can get relatively confusing, but with comic books, you have way more time to explain things. So the incursion arc in the comic books, and I think it spanned from like 2012 to 2015, was actually really fucking good. But it's not a one-to-one adaptation whatsoever. It's the funny thing is, it's like, I know Morbius isn't connected to it, but that fucking ruined the whole idea of incursions. Because the Vulture from Spider-Man, the MCU Spider-Man, ends up in Morbius's universe. Well, that could cause an incursion and fucking ruin that.
I mean, it will. Universe. It's inevitable.
Well, what you mean is that MOM ruined it for everybody by having that be the
well, yeah, MOM did, yeah.
It was such a bad idea. It's so funny because the whole America's not in her original timeline. It's just like, so we're just fucked. She's gonna destroy everything eventually.
Yeah, it's done. We're finished. It's over. You wrote this to be a rule that it's just like, it's like retroactively. You've decided, oh, it was poison all along, you fool. What can we do to stop it? Nothing. You can't stop it.
I'm like, it's weird because you.
Reddit.
I'm assuming they're still going to take that mechanic to bring back whatever heroes they like, and put them in the universe.
I mean,
together
it's
with-
pretty
It'll be
much
used as an excuse for them to do something. They'll be like, "We've got to stop incursions or whatnot." It's like, no, you can't just stop those. They'll just happen forever.
Yep, this will also cause an incursion. Good call,
Does
Nate.
this mean reading back
Yep.
that actually Wanda was in the right to try and kill America
The
Chavez?
MCU, yes. In
Or the MCU
hindsight,
generally, yes,
I
but-
approve of her decision.
Not
to
for
destroy
her
the MCU.
reasons, but it was
America
right
Chavez
to kill
is
her.
Special. She's
Based
the
on-
specialist
based-
one.
based Wanda.
She knew what was up.
Yeah.
Trying to save us.
But could you do an interesting thing going forward with that, which is that as long as America Chavez is hopping between dimensions and always causing the risk of incursions, eventually this is realized, and she comes to terms with the fact that she is a fundamental and profound threat to the integrity of the multiverse, and so either she has to find her home or she has to die, and then you could do quite an interesting story with that, I think, in her kind of either self-sacrifice or self-fulfillment, but it has to be one or the other. You can't just have her as a side character in this anymore.
You can tell this is like shitty sci-fi fantasy because there's no reason in a sci-fi universe where this rule has been applied that dying would change anything. Like, what's the difference between your entity, like alive versus dead, to the universe? Like, why would it care? So your body being in the wrong universe should be enough, right? And there's like a dead Doctor Strange in our universe. He's just chilling.
Yeah.
It's like the fact that he's dead, does that make it so that it's not an incursion? I don't know. It sounds like it's more so the fact that he's from a different timeline and that he's here. It doesn't matter that he's dead. But we'd have to give it that. It would be like, yeah, sure, it's when they're alive. That's what causes problems.
This is what happens when you get Rick and Morty writers who write into their own show that they don't give a fuck about any rules. They're like, yeah, come write the rules for our universe. Super complicated.
I think Quantum Mania felt the most Rick and Morty to me out of all of them.
Yeah, just the characters and the dialogue and the general vibe and attitude that everyone seemed to have.
Don't
The
be a
whole
dick.
Gook felt like something that would happen in Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Holes one, Broccoli Guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple of other instances as well where
Everything with
it's just-
MODOK.
Everything with
Fucking
MODOK.
MODOK.
True.
Everything.
Yes. It's
think
such a weird approach as well to something which is supposed to have such profound consequences. It's this perennial problem with the MCU, which is quite apart from the fact that it has no internal logic anymore. It's spiraling out of control. But every film somehow still feels the same, despite them being in completely disconnected and unreconcilable universes. Somehow, all of these films come out and they feel exactly the same. There's no difference in humor, there's no difference in characterization, there's no difference in stakes or severity. Everyone just treats everything as kind of this weird, quirky joke that they're kind of observing from the outside. And that's annoying because the
It's the
quantum realm
world
should
building
have
killer is the
Yeah.
character's behavior. It really is like it's the one thing, especially for me, it's the one thing that sells a world as being real is how the characters in that world treat that world. And if they take it seriously, then it's so much more easy for me to take it seriously. And if they don't, then like, why the fuck should I bother? I mean, it's real to them and they don't give a shit. Why
They
should
always
I?
have they have this weird ironic detachment, which is what really the audience ends up feeling. Because you're always watching these films and thinking, okay, when's the next bit I'm supposed to sort of crack a grin at? I'm not thinking, when am I going to care about one of these characters, or what could possibly happen to Cassie that would make me care about her? It's always, oh yeah, they're gonna do a meta comment here, and I am sitting in the cinema watching this in much the same way as the characters in the universe seem to be watching it from outside their own stories. It's just everything is meta ironic detachment, and it's tedious. It's funny once or twice. But going back to the Guardians of the Galaxy point, I think some people will blame Thor Ragnarok for introducing this zany style of humor into the MCU. I'm wondering whether or not Guardians kind of set the tone. It's not a problem with Guardians itself, but when people saw that, or when the studio particularly
People
saw
got
that
the wrong lessons from
it was
Guardians.
acceptable to put in a higher proportion of quite flippant meta jokes than we used to think we could get away with. Well, people laughed at this. Everyone loves it. So let's do it again and again and again. And so for all the qualities that the original Guardians of the Galaxy has, it might be sort of the genesis of the MCU's tonal malaise.
I think maybe Avengers 1 did that, though. 'Cause Joss Whedon, I remember thinking when I saw Avengers about how it was a massive tonal shift like towards one direction, which was humor. Like you can go back to the first Iron Man, and it's really just Robert Downey Jr. being awesome. And that movie was really fucking funny, and it was because of him. And then Joss Whedon kind of like really fed into that with Avengers 1. So if
humor never
lessons,
felt like it was at the expense of important things like characters
No.
and the plot. Whereas
No, it
now
works
it was like
great
we've
in that
got to
movie.
crack jokes
I'll
wherever
go
we
to bat.
can.
For Avengers quite a bit. That movie's actually pretty damn funny.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Avengers
no,
is
it
a
is
funny
very
movie.
good. If
Just,
bad lessons were learned, it might have been from Avengers 1 before Guardians.
A lot of
2 years
people do
later.
theorize that Joss Whedon killed the MCU because everyone's trying to copy his work.
But everyone just does a bad job at trying to do Joss Whedon writing.
That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
People make fun of him for saying all of his characters are the same because they're all witty. Now, in isolation, that's a pretty awesome problem that your characters are too witty.
It's
like, not bad.
on the list of problems to have. That's it's not a bad problem to have.
But then, if you try and copy everyone being too witty and you're not witty, what do you end up with? It's like a bunch of idiots telling jokes to each other and laughing to themselves. It's like, ugh.
Yeah. You do get Avengers, though. Avengers uses its humor to emphasize the differences in characters. So, like, Tony Stark's humor is very distinct from Thor's humor, which is very distinct from Captain
And so
America's
is
humor.
Cap. Yeah.
And they play off of each other in a way that emphasizes their differences. Whereas I think the problem at the moment is that there is a single meta which all characters are aspiring to. If you go into sort of TV writing, is it Aaron Sorkin who did The West Wing and became very sort of well known for being able to write very fast-paced, quippy, well-constructed dialogue, and it works in The West Wing. That's fine. He carries on doing that, and people start trying to copy him doing that. And consequently, every single one of his productions since West Wing has had every single character sound like one particular person from the West Wing. Or anyone copying Aaron Sorkin does an Aaron Sorkin-style speech, and all of these people end up sounding the same because, yeah, you cottoned onto a really good thing with the wit that you're deploying here, and you used it for a character very, very well. But what works very well for one character should not work the same for the different characters because they are different people. If everyone sounds the same, then all you're doing is filleting yourself as a writer.
It always comes across to me as like the writers are really insecure about like actually being able to write, not even just comedy, but like they're insecure about the world and what they're tasked with writing. So they kind of like, if I make meta jokes, maybe people won't think that this whole MCU thing that I'm writing is super silly. It's like, well,
but we all know it's the opposite of that, though. It actually it makes you look more silly when every single like scene is capped off with a meta joke. Yeah. And really, I think that where it stems from, not so much the early, but definitely since like we'll use, since we're using Avengers 1 as the barometer going forward, they definitely got to a point where I think it was like from up high, like, hey, we can't ever have anything be too serious. We want this to be every time you think you're getting serious, make sure that you add levity, whether it plays into the story or not, make people laugh. And after a while, that just becomes white noise.
You know, like how serious the end of Civil War got. It's like, I don't think we've ever reached a tone like that again. They try to avoid getting anywhere near too serious, which is crazy because it'll create really memorable moments if you do it right. And I completely agree on like the way that it's even in the dialogue. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but it's something that really struck out at me in Quantumania when they first meet Bill Murray, which is, that whole scene is so weird. All of it's so disjointed and stuff, but they're like, he's like, "Oh, Hank, I've heard about you. You're with ants, right? Ants. What are ants?" And then he's like, "Do we have them down here?" And he's like, "No, I don't think you do." And he's like, "Oh, okay."
I know movies are fake.
What's the punchline?
Sometimes it's really fake. Like, what's going on here?
Well, but why was that even dialogue? What was the goal
hilarious.
With that? I don't understand.
Really
like,
funny.
The whole Bill Murray section was just. The whole Bill Murray section was just so weird, from not only from the filming standpoint, like the scripting standpoint, the implication standpoint of the fact that she, like, clearly she was, having a lot of fun down there in the quantum realm with Bill Murray and Kang. I don't even remember Bill Murray's character name, but
Bill Murray.
Yeah, it's Bill Murray. Yeah, and like the implications are that she was like banging these dudes and talking about her husband to these same guys, like, while I was like, oh yeah, he's just up there, just existing. Like, it's just very strange. Like the whole implication of that. And I remember that was about when I was watching the movie, I was just like, yeah, this is not even close to good. It's not even close to average.
What's the thing about what I think people are referring to when they say wit? We were referencing Avengers, I think. Don't they talk in Tony's like first scene? He's talking about how they're going to split like portions of the company, or how much is he responsible for versus Pepper in terms of how it got to where it is? Because she's like celebrating him, and he goes like, "Oh, you had a portion to do with it." She's like, "How much?" She's like, 11% or something like that. And then she's like offended. Then we have a bit of discussion, blah blah blah. Moving on, he wants to hang out with her. Coulson comes in, and she's like, "You've got to deal with this. This is important." He's like, "I thought we were having a moment." And she's like, "We're having 11% of a moment." It's like, hey, clever set of characters paying attention to each other. It tells you how they feel. It's just like, oh, that's not so bad. But like, especially the new projects, nobody talks to each other like humans anymore. They're all really weird, and you have to like figure out.
And that's part of a trend in a lot of writing that we notice in this bad stuff, whether it's Mandalorian or all kinds of other stuff. Where like Rings of Power, this was a big problem. Like, why aren't you people talking like people would talk to each other? How come you're just like aliens reading a script to one another? I don't believe you. I don't believe you could exist and are real.
And
You
like, they're not listening to each other ever.
No one listens. No one like no one reacts to what they've just heard in a way that makes any sense. It's like a series of almost like a series of disconnected non sequiturs, and then they eventually arrive at the point of what the director wanted that like conversation to be, and we're just here now, and this is our life. I just want people to talk.
I blame this on Brian Michael Bendis, who's a comic book writer, because he started this shit. Yeah. Like in the early 2000s, he was the shit, but a major criticism of him at this point is like, hey, all your characters sound the exact same. It's basically the comic book version of what we're talking about right now, which is just it's all witty, but every single character is witty. They all sound the exact fucking same. Everyone's stupid.
He would also write, like I always say about Brian Bendis, he would write novels on top of pictures.
Yeah,
his text was like, let me, you know what? I'll grab an example.
No, it really is. That's a pretty good description of it. Like one page, you'd either get a comic book by Bendis that would fly by, and I'm like, cool, I just spent $5 to read like 2 minutes worth of fucking comic books.
Here, I opened up a book, and here's an example right here.
Yeah, or it would be that, which is just like every fucking page is this.
Yeah, imagine like looking at like opening a page, and like you're like, oh great, now I have to do this. And
they based a lot of the MCU, the early MCU, off of the Ultimate Universe, which is what he basically created. Like he started the entire Ultimate Marvel Universe, which was supposed to be the modern updates in the early 2000s of the oversaturated 616 universe of Marvel.
It was him and Mark Millar.
Yeah. Which couldn't such opposing writers too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Those guys are completely different from one another.
There was also like a concern about continuity back in the day for the MCU, which was kind of neat. The thing that really surprised me was like you watch the Thor movie, and it's all about how he's so arrogant and so full of himself, but by the end of the film, he's humbled quite significantly and understands that's an important part of leadership. Go into Avengers, he's pretty like to business kind of guy, but some of the things that happen in the story relate to him still being a bit vain. Even to the point of when the Loki staff's fucking with him, he says like, "You all look so puny," or something like that. It's this, it's still playing into it, and the same goes for Iron Man, Cap. Obviously, moving on with his story about Hydra and everything, and it's just like, I think Joss Whedon might actually have watched the Phase 1 films. There's a chance that might have happened. He may even have talked to the writers of those films. Who knows? And it sounds like a joke, but it's like, but I don't think that's happening these days. I really don't. I'm not even sure Peyton Reed has seen his own films.
And there are so many MCU projects. How can you even bother keeping up anyway? Like me as a fan, I find it difficult to keep up.
Well, Sam Raimi said he watched a bit of WandaVision, right, or something. He was like, I've seen some of it.
But that's not an inevitability. That's a consequence of other people before you not having done their own job properly. There's no necessary reason why the MCU has to become so unwieldy that no writer can keep track of what came before them. That happens when one person doesn't keep track and they create some brand new thing which contradicts everything else without any thought to the consequences. And then someone else comes along and says, well, I can't possibly take account of all these consequences that you didn't even think about, so I'm just going to do my own thing as well. And it spirals out of control from that point. But the reason the MCU broadly worked through phases 1 through 3, even accepting its occasional dud films, is that by and large, people did have regard for the things that came before them. And they didn't just say, well, this is my opportunity to stamp my own mark on the MCU. I have to make this character contiguous with the character we've been shown previously. And I have to make sure that it can be vaguely workable going forward. As soon as you start getting some people coming in and saying, well, I don't understand it, and so I don't need to, that's when you get this weird sort of kaleidoscopic meltdown, because no one can understand the consequences that a previous writer hasn't even bothered to grapple with.
You know who I think is like one of the biggest fuckers for that concept is the Russos at this point. What they did in Endgame, every writer was fucked after that. It's like, thanks, lads. How am I supposed to write my story when I like what does anything you've told me is mean? And what they've opted for is, yeah, we're mostly past the blip now. We're mostly past that. That's it's
until we're not. Until
they're like, oh, we could use this actually for something,
and then we're past it again, and then we're not again, and so it goes.
Yeah, the amount of time that they spend on explaining whether or not the blip still matters. I mean, I would assume that losing half the population for 5 years would severely screw up many things.
Fool! It was a minor inconvenience at most.
Yes, I would. I mean,
hardly worthy of mention, really,
unless it is. But yeah, I would assume that if that happened in real life, that would probably set you back at least a decade for every year that those people are gone. So and the fact that they just willy-nilly just hand wave it away whenever necessary, it's
the reason I liked the Falcon and the Winter Soldier for all of about 10 minutes, because for the first time, really, you had a production which premised itself on dealing with the consequences of the blip. Now, it dealt with them terribly, and the rest of the show was awful, but at least at the beginning, it said, look, we're going to actually do a show which is premised upon dealing with the consequence of this world-shattering event, half the population disappearing for years and then coming back. Like, that leaves profound consequences, and at last we've got a Marvel show which actually says, yeah, maybe this has changed the state of affairs for our heroes, or at least the heroes set on Earth. And then that goes terribly, and then by the time of She-Hulk, they say, well, yeah, we're done with that now. And then Ant-Man comes along, and all of a sudden, no. Cassie's premise is that we're still dealing with the consequences of the blip, don't you know? So Phase 4 has gone from dealing with consequences to saying, well, we've dealt with them now, to back to dealing with consequences, and then saying, no, we've done with that. And then Phase 5 debuts by saying, it does still matter, after all. And then you read the interviews around it where they say, we have dealt with it, we haven't, we haven't, we might have, and then you think, well, no, none of you have a clue what's going on, do you?
I think I have an answer to that, actually. It depends which senators decided to do better. The ones who chose to do better, those areas are better. There you go.
That show got crushed
the more you know
by reshoots, though, right? Because I think I heard, at least I heard the original.
I don't think that one was one of the reshoot ones.
The original plot that they shot was an entire plot about that group coming up with a virus that infects the world, and then COVID happened before the show came out, and they didn't want to be insensitive.
Might have been rewrites. I don't think it was rewrites. Yeah,
I don't know if they reshot. There's like that last episode. I just remember there's one shot with like Bucky gets a bunch of exposition on a cell phone standing in a stairwell, and I was like, this feels like a big old reshoot and trying to adjust a whole storyline with Sebastian Stan standing in a stairwell. It's ridiculous.
Say that again, please. Sebastian Stan standing.
Sebastian Stan standing in a stairwell. Yeah. I did.
There was one comment that I saw go through the chat that I wanted to mention. I would think it was Neil said that there could be an entire shows that were set in the blip that they just didn't bother with, and like there was a lot of good premise in there that they could have played around with. You have 5 years worth of time that things would be extremely volatile, and they didn't bother to do anything with it. Even I think that same person also mentioned that they could have did a Hawkeye show with him as Ronin. They showed that for approximately like 35 seconds in Endgame, and that could have been an entire series.
Well, they really fuck themselves when you do something of that level of consequence, because you can't linger on it for too long after the story's over. Like after Endgame, like, yes, there obviously need to be consequences, but if this is a serialized thing like a comic book, well, you have to get the fuck on with the show. And but also it raises so many questions and issues.
There are so many. So taking your sort of ideal phase 4. My ideal phase 4 is that you start again from the ground up. You begin with your local heroes, much like the MCU did in phase 1. You have to make sure that the stakes are local, manageable, realizable, and recognizable to the audience. That's why, like, Asgard is clearly delineated from the rest of the world, but Thor spends all of his time disempowered on Earth in order to establish that separateness. You can do that with phase 4. You've had the blip. Okay, how do you begin from the ground up? Post Endgame, post the blip. Well, you've got some established local heroes who would be really good for tackling the local consequences of that. You've got Spider-Man, you've got Daredevil. This is the kind of world they would thrive in, because you've got so much social strife, social unease, and crime and all the rest of it, which these characters are uniquely suited to dealing with. I would have loved a phase 4 which began with Spider-Man as the focus, dealing with the consequences of the blip, or the post-blip world. Daredevil, you can bring Daredevil in there. I'm sure there are other localized heroes as well. And then you begin from that localized basis and essentially just recreate the basic mechanics of the universe building that went into phases 1 through 3. You start off small and you gradually get bigger. What you don't do is immediately go from Endgame and say, yeah, well, none of that matters now because there's a multiverse and Doctor Strange has some kind of role in it, apparently, maybe.
I mean, that leads to another huge issue with, there are so many, but like one in particular that's happening right now is just, I brought it up before, and it's phase 1 through 3 had a main character, or dual at least, with Captain America and Iron Man. You do not have a centralized figure anymore, period.
No, you do not.
And that is a major problem, especially when it's a multiverse story. So you're, if it's going that grand and it's going that big, you need something to ground it, and there are no characters to really do that. You said it best, Platoon. It's just like you're kind of just like you are watching a movie. Like these characters are just kind of watching shit happen, and you didn't get that in phase 1 through 3.
Well, there's no one to root
Iron Man
for.
Cap.
No one's likable, even if it's good to have prominent characters, especially if they're very well written and interesting. But this is like the worst of both, where if you want to spread out all this time to all these people, and I just hate them all and want them to die, and there's nothing redeeming or interesting really about any of them. So,
and we're getting more of them.
Yeah, we're getting more. We're adding on top of it. It's like, oh, guys, we cannot keep doing this. This is madness.
You had your lead characters right there. You had Doctor Strange and Spider-Man, which I understand is like, mixed. The contract negotiations really fucked that up about making him your lead character. But there's your grounded hero right there. And he's already experienced, he's been in space and all this shit. So like, what a perfect character to ground your crazy ass story in. But can't do it.
Apparently, I look like great value, or I guess discount brand Joe Rogan, according to somebody. So. I'll accept that compliment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a jiu-jitsu brown belt. He's a jiu-jitsu black belt. So I guess technically you're not that far off.
Discount Rogan.
Just a discount Rogan now.
I feel like phase 4 was kind of like Marvel almost trying to find that character, though. Like they were just testing and like, yeah, maybe Shang-Chi. No, how about Doctor Strange? Maybe Thor. Fuck no. Okay, not Thor. Like it was almost like they were like testing the waters to see who would connect with audiences the most, to see who they could kind of plop into head phase 5. Nobody.
Well, Doctor Strange was already there, though. Like everyone, especially with his interactions. Though. Yeah, that's true. But pay top dollar to Cumberbatch, man. I mean, he was already there with great interactions in Infinity War and Endgame with, with Robert Downey Jr. So if you're going toe to toe with that guy, well, you could probably fucking anchor this. But
I had no idea that like the scenes of them two bantering was like the Lost. I was going to be enjoying like crossovers
characters talking.
Yeah,
I thought that was just like the big scratching the surface of all the potential, and then it's just like that's about it, dude.
No, yeah, characters talking is going to be shit now. Conversation sucks.
There was almost like when you had the film, like the movies that were filmed during the pandemic, like you can almost like discount that a little bit. Like maybe they were filming at different locations and kind of cutting it together. You could give them that excuse.
No. I've had this one before. I've heard people say that the reason it's bad is because of COVID, and it's like, no, COVID doesn't affect your ability to write characters or talk to people.
I'm saying you can. That's why I said you can almost excuse it. I didn't say you 100% can excuse it, but we're well past that now. Now they're filming it with each other.
Not according to Movie Bob. I'll have you know.
Yeah. I was saying like you can't even like even if you do buy into that excuse, which I'm very limited. Will I? But that's not even an excuse anymore. You can't even use it anymore.
Well, do you remember there was like an era where people were shitting on Avengers for the way it looks, right? Like they say it's very flat. Color grading is like piss and stuff. The thing is, even if everything looks like shit in the movie, if your writing is good, it'll survive like the eventual like look back. People will be okay if your whole movie like looks like it was, like people shooting on all different kinds of sets. People pointed out like it doesn't look like Bill Murray even shares a scene with anybody at any point, and it's like that wouldn't really matter that much if the writing was really good. People would be like, yeah, but it's fun. And,
but at least what he's saying is funny, and the characters are back and forth and really well, and it's enjoyable.
You might even say, "Yeah, ain't it great?" They weren't even on the same set, but it feels like it's good enough because the chemistry's
it's a
so
tribute
good.
to a talent.
So it's just like that writing, man. Someday someone's gonna let them know that writing matters. It'd be a good day.
Yeah, I mean, writing makes a number of other things forgivable. So the reason I thought it was notable that Bill Murray doesn't share a scene with all but one of his co-hosts in Ant-Man and the Wasp is that it's co-stars. Sorry, as my co-host comes back. The reason he doesn't share that is notable is because there's nothing else that actually ties those characters together. So I think you're right. If you'd had proper dialogue and characters that actually supported the dialogue, you could have made it fun. You could have made it. There's nothing intrinsically wrong about cutting from scene to scene in the way that they did it. It's the fact that it was so shallow and so empty of content, and it was so just obvious. We're quipping for quipping's sake at this point, that it made it very clear that they had probably just pasted him in after the fact, and it's therefore indicative of the shallow approach they're taking to the overall production. There's nothing wrong with that kind of cinematography, but there is something wrong with the content underlying it, as I think you were saying.
Serious question. Do you think TikTok has just degraded the minds of Americans so thoroughly that this is what we have now? I feel like that could be a real thing.
That. I think that the minds were already being degraded.
I was going to say, is it chicken or the egg sort of thing? Was TikTok a result or a cause? Also,
it's just the Americans.
It felt to me like Bill Murray was put in late, and it's probably because they try to get someone of like some level of pedigree to be like, "Hey, who do you think they're playing? Who knows? How into the film are they? Who knows?" Like,
can't wait to see what they're up to in the movie.
Did Ben Kingsley show up in Shang-Chi?
Yeah,
just like there he goes. You had the cameo from Ross in Black Widow. I don't know. Was there any famous people in Eternals that weren't the Eternals? I didn't see it, so.
No, that movie's total.
I've fallen asleep every time I've tried to watch the Eternals, so I can't.
Yeah, it happens. Multiverse of Madness. Obviously, you got Professor X, like that. He was in the trailer as well, right? Like each of these movies try to be like, hey, you got this guy, you want to come see it? Bill Murray in the trailer. I remember thinking like, really? Bill Murray's in a fucking. All right, and then you go and see it, and you're like, oh fuck yeah, I forgot the Bill Murray scene. That was the thing that happened.
When there were a few shots in Multiverse of Madness that really did scream like they'd added Professor X in after the fact as well. I faintly recalled him just disappearing after one shot, and he should still be there, but he's not. And so it feels much like with the Bill Murray example, like they've added him in, if not in post, then very, very, very late on in the game.
Well, wasn't that the case for the retarded Avengers? Like none of them were actually in the same room. They were all.
Yep, they were all filmed separately and put together. Yep.
It's sad. I keep thinking about like MauLer. I keep thinking about your video about Multiverse Madness. I just keep laughing about your video on it, like as we talk about it more, and like all the things you said about that scene, because that scene was just such. That may have been the worst cut scene I've ever seen in the history of films. Like nobody reacting to their supposed best friends in the world being completely torn into spaghetti and all these things, like just not even reacting as if they. So yeah, they clearly weren't in the same room while this was going on.
Yeah, that is true. But remember, Aluma Wuddy, classic.
Oh, so funny.
In
Michael Waldron was in the cinema. He looked around with a smile on his face, waiting for laughs. He's like, "Come on, come on, guys, that's pretty funny."
The filming in separate locations that dates back to the first time that I remember that being a thing was in Captain America: Winter Soldier, and the scene when Cap shows up back to his apartment and Nick Fury's hiding, and he's wounded. They were completely in total opposite locations and filmed at different times, and I had no idea until I saw it. And even now they've it's like they've taken it and they're like, yeah, we successfully did that, and it's just become completely watered down. And like you were saying, like no one reacts to anything. Like it's not hard to identify that they were filmed in separate locations at different times.
Yeah,
but just quickly, there's an interesting one of that in Quantumania. I think when they wake up and Hank is like, "This is my ant. Look, it's right here." And then they're like, "Whoa, is this was this ant from the basement or whatever, the farm thing?" And he's like, "Yes, these are those ants." And then the camera like pans to a wide shot, and there's like an enormous horde of them all working on their ship, and it's like, wait, that was right there. Like they're reacting to the one ant in front of them, but there's like an army of them just to the right, all over their ship with all this technology. And it's like, don't you think that's the interesting spectacle? It's like, yeah, but the actors didn't know that was there yet, because that wasn't. It's like, oh right, yeah, okay.
Have you guys? I'm assuming most of you have seen Everything Everywhere.
Oh yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
There's a scene. I love watching breakdowns of stuff, but there's a scene where the husband and wife, I can't remember their names, but they're sitting in an RV arguing to each other. Like they're having a really intense relationship moment, and both of those parts were filmed at different times on opposite sides of the country. Like when directors actually know what they're doing and have a grasp on their script, it's totally possible to film things like that and make it sellable. And like no one would know the difference, but it feels like everyone's just taking a paycheck.
Yeah,
like
it's almost like telling someone what their motivation is something that directors should be doing. It's almost like it should be in their job description.
Yeah.
That was actually what I was going to say before. It's like were they not even told that these like the horrible ways that the other Illuminati were going to die in front of them? Like, because my reaction to what happened would not have been like, oh yes, that was a thing. Now let's fight. Like it just I think I showed more emotion just now than they did.
Yeah, I know what you mean, like that default reaction of very well, let us fight. It's
yeah,
like, no, that wouldn't be your reaction.
Yeah.
Just stand there and watch your best friend's head get popped. Like,
Oh, yeah. Oh, hell no. That just happened.
You didn't just do that, did you?
Oh, man.
Oh,
that kills my best friends, but me.
Yeah, that whole scene, like, I remember watching that scene multiple times just to be like, this is really worth the amount of money that they spent on it, apparently. That
movie gave me shell shock in the theater, where I was just like, oh my, I just felt like I'd been in a war. And I was just like, I was just staring at the screen. Things are happening. Like, God.
You deserve a medal, Rags. You deserve a medal for actually going to the theaters to watch that. You should have just sailed the high seas.
Oh my God. Normally I fly to India, but I just couldn't make it in time. There were no flights in time, so.
It always comes across as hyperbole, but I just don't know that I'll ever come across a movie more broken than MOM. I don't think it's possible to pack that much. It's only 2 hours too, right?
It's pretty short.
Yeah,
it's insanely talented.
Of the more recent releases, it was one of the shorter ones.
Ant-Man's really trying. It's really trying to take that title, but
Ant-Man tried. Yeah, still don't think it's as bad.
Wakanda Forever was like 3 hours or something.
Yeah,
these movies are so long now, and I'm like, God damn, just be over. Just don't.
Forever was like 3 hours long, and it felt like it was like 3 days long.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting here watching the Mario movie. That shit flies by. You know?
Yeah, you could have convinced me that film was an hour long, and I'd have been like, I guess
okay, so. Yeah.
I had the opposite reaction, but my opinion has been opposite of what most people have had of Super Mario Brothers, so I've just shut up about it.
Well, hey, we're not exactly that positive about it. It would just
I'm not hip to Mario, not the movie anyway.
Yeah, I liked it.
We went through on EFAB.
We
which
didn't
is
die
the,
watching
the
it.
opinion was it was kind of just mid and safe, not bad, not good, just
Mid and safe,
kind of,
but enjoyable.
yeah.
It
At
was
least it
there.
knows what it is. It's aware of what it's supposed to do, and it's aware of what it is, and it does it. I feel like
Didn't have
that's
any
why it's
moments where
successful.
like a prison full of people was buried by an avalanche or something, you know? That didn't
Yeah,
happen.
it didn't destroy any characters, so that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know it's a real high bar.
Real high bar. We got real high bars with cinema now.
I've been inoculated against those comments, which are like, well, the film doesn't hate me. It's like, okay.
Thank
nice.
God.
The film didn't murder my family. So.
Okay, now tell me what was good about it. So that's fine. That's like, that should be the baseline. The film doesn't want to kill you. Fine, good, brilliant, all for that. But could it have been maybe better for reasons beyond the fact that it doesn't hate you? Yes, I think it probably could. And so maybe demand that kind of thing. Like Mario is I've already forgotten most of it, really. It wasn't objectionable. It was kind of fun in places. It was kind of average in others. It was subpar in thirds. But yeah, I just want people to, especially with the potential of something like that, with the NCU as opposed to the MCU, like do something, try something. Try and create the same memories that the games that created the film created. There wouldn't be a film if it weren't for the game's creative potential. The film, I don't think, will give rise to anything much more creative than itself, which is maybe not the most optimistic of readings. But certainly, DarkHour, don't shut up for having a divergent opinion about it.
No, I was just like, it wasn't really that I like shut up because I was like afraid. I just got sick of like arguing about it. I was like,
Fear is the mind killer, okay?
I was just like, whatever. I don't. If no one's agreeing with me, I'm just yelling into a empty hallway.
No. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself, or a YouTube comment section that doesn't agree with you.
I wanted to bring this up because I just released a full Phase 4 movie review of so it was every movie, and I finally get a chance to rewatch and review Spider-Man: No Way Home, and I feel like it's become trendy all of a sudden, according to my comment section, to dislike that movie. What does everyone? Yeah,
that I've noticed that too. It's like a weird like everyone turned on it.
Yeah, and I watched a year ago, I believe I watched the EFAP of you like breaking down someone's video essay on it. You guys liked it, didn't you?
I very much liked it. How
Yeah,
good
I
it
liked
is.
it.
Quite a
Yeah.
bit. It's not. I think we ended up giving it between like 4s and 6s, like kind of across our cast, where it does a lot of things great and it's a lot of things bad.
Yes, that's how
I
I
recently
felt
said
too.
like part of the reason I think that it got a lot of praise was that it didn't damage Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield Spider-Mans. That goes a long way with fans. Like,
If anything, it actually made Andrew Garfield's better.
I think they improved him.
I
Yeah,
agree.
Like Tobey Maguire's pretty much stayed the same. Like I don't think it affected it at all, with the positive or the negative.
I think
But-
positive. I think he got a lot of
I really
a lot of
enjoyed
props
him.
for being like the more fatherly elder Spider-Man who, is talking to too much or too younger guys who are kind of going through their own stuff, and I think he has a lot of weight in that.
I did love the fact that they made the back joke. That was one of my favorite things.
Yeah, for the Spider-Man.
Well, dude,
2
their
situation,
banter, it was just really strong in the film. And that could have really been fucked. They could have screwed it all up. They could have had Tobey Maguire being like, I lost interest in saving people because, I just stopped caring.
Because my back hurt.
Or something. Yeah, all the usual ways they destroy everything. But no, he came in to inspire and reassert to MCU Peter what's important and why. And I thought that was a very good use of all three of them, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the shared bonding over loss was quite effective as well. I mean, it gave to Andrew Garfield's one more completion than his films did. It managed to marry Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man in a way that was, he wasn't Jake Spider-Man. He wasn't Jake Parker. He was someone who actually had lessons to teach because he had suffered the loss before and had grown past that loss. I thought they married the three characters pretty well. But it was quite depressing to read after that film that Multiverse of Madness was going into reshoots, and that was because they were trying to learn the lessons of No Way Home.
taking
you
away
thought,
the
well,
wrong things.
Yeah, I mean, you could learn some lessons from this, but I'm pretty sure you'll learn the wrong ones.
Well, imagine they did have Professor X, being able to be a mentor and inspire Strange, as opposed to what they had, which was, do you remember when he says, like, just because a guy stumbles and falls doesn't mean he can't get back up, which is a reference to the line from Days of Future Past. And it's just like, Doctor Strange hasn't done anything. Like, what do you mean? It's like, just because you stumbled. It's like, you didn't stumble. You guys kidnapped
This Strange
him.
did nothing.
You guys drugged him, dragged him into a fucking jail cell when he's trying to save the multiverse. What do you mean you fucking fell? Like, and then you break his neck. Professor X is like, thanks.
So he dies for the 4th time on film. That poor bastard.
That was also like when you take into account the fact that like no one would have seen any of what was going on the astral plane. Makes that scene even funnier when you think about it. So like anyone just watching outside, he would have just been like, just died. The one to go back to No Way Home real quick. The one thing, and this is such a nitpick, which is such a terrible thing, right, MauLer? Nitpicking is terrible.
I would never.
The scenes with the sling rings where they bring in the 2 Peters, those are really awkward to watch when you're not in a crowd. Those are very extremely awkward moments.
They were
clearly
filmed for an
designed.
audience.
They were filmed for an audience, and there was a couple more throughout the movie. So that does make rewatching it at home a little weird, but it doesn't detract too much. It's just it's just a little jarring at times with those kind of things.
I've seen that argument going around, and I'm sorry, but I don't buy it.
I'm not saying, like I said, it barely affects it. It's just a little weird because it's like, okay, yeah. It's a very long, drawn out like thing that is clearly designed to attract applause.
So a lot of when that film came out, people were sharing obviously a lot of audience reactions, especially to the Andrew Garfield one. I think that even may have gotten like some of the most noise compared to even Tobey Maguire. And
I think so.
Because it was the first one.
Well, not just that. It's there's this culture behind Andrew Garfield never got his shot. Both movies weren't that good. So, but everyone thought he was a great Spider-Man, and so this movie felt like a redemption in a sense that we got to see him do something awesome. And like when he saved MJ, I think that hit everybody pretty hard. So it was like, oh fuck,
yeah,
that was probably the best moment in the whole movie. Actually,
that was the best moment in Phase 4. The entirety of it.
Yeah, and so like that arrival, it's like it makes sense that it would have a gap to have people cheer, right? And it's like, yes, but let's pretend for a second that it would never got released in theaters. I'm not sure people would be making this argument. They would just be saying what the scene is, which is they're all expecting Peter to come in. Some other guy dressed as fucking Spider-Man is there, so they're just stunned. And he is in a different universe, so he's also stunned because he just jumped through a portal. To me, like having silence there and shock and everyone looking at each other makes complete sense. I don't know why people are saying it's awkward. I need better arguments, basically, is all I'm saying.
I'm out.
Is it a question of scene pacing, like there are scenes where they linger for a bit too long? It's like an applause pause, basically. Is that what you're saying?
Rewatching it, and it could be because I was comparing it to my theater reactions to it and my own reaction in the theater. When I was sitting at home rewatching it for the review, that was something that stuck out to me too. It was just like, why does this feel like I don't know the answer to the question, but it just felt weirder. It did feel like an applause break, kind of. I don't know how to explain why I felt that way rewatching it. But it wasn't even a fucking issue anyway.
No, like I said, it doesn't like bring down the movie. It's not like I'm like gonna be like, oh, it was a 10 and now it's a 4. I'm just like, there are some moments where like if I'm nitpicking, those are a little awkward, but it doesn't do anything to the actual enjoyment of it. It's just like, okay, that was just a little strange.
Yeah. Does anybody like at all on the internet think that No Way Home isn't the best of Phase 4?
I'm sure that you could find a pocket.
There's always some MCU psychos who say
I'll go check.
Is amazing and stuff like that. So
I can go check my comments. I've had many about how No Way Home fucking sucks, and
that's the thing though. Cool. I completely buy that. Plenty of people think it sucks, but like no way they think that it sucks more than like. Good God.
I don't know.
Black Widow, MOM, Thor Love and Thunder, Wakanda Forever.
That is the equivalent of asking, are there idiots on the internet?
I know.
Yes.
Well, because that's the thing. If ever you ask, is there this opinion? It's like, yes, that someone's got it out there. Someone thinks No Way Home is like the best movie of all time. Someone thinks it's the worst movie of all time. They exist.
It definitely benefited from the fact that it was surrounded by such garbage. Like, whether or not it is as amazing as people remember it at the time doesn't matter. It was that amazing comparatively to all the other sludge that was around it that elevated it. And
I
so,
Yeah, we had
think
Black
it
Widow,
benefits from
Shang-Chi,
that.
Eternals,
Yeah, that's
Doctor
what I'm saying, it
Strange,
benefits from it.
Love and Thunder, and Wakanda Forever.
Yeah.
I don't even know which
Yep.
one I would say was the second best movie in that.
Shang-Chi.
I don't know. Probably Shang-Chi, yeah.
Shang-Chi. Yeah.
Yeah, Shang-Chi at least tried to do something a little different by
They're-
being like, like based
If you add
on
in the television series, then I mean, you got like a couple very brief, like little spots, like the first couple episodes of WandaVision,
Hmm. episode
5 of Moon Knight, and you're like, oh, there was that tiny little light of hope that something could be done, and it's like, no, that was the light of an oncoming train, you fool. that wasn't hope at all.
back to Shang-Chi real quick. The one thing that because I did actually a video that involved the Shang-Chi fight. And one thing I did notice when rewatching it is at least it did try to kind of like, I guess for lack of a better word, regionalize it a little bit and make it similar to what a film from where he's supposed to be from would be like. So that was kind of interesting that they went the like whole, Kung Fu movie style, but it still had most of its MCU problems.
There is that, but I mean, like, I thought Hawkeye, when Hawkeye first came out, I thought this is pretty low tier stuff. And subsequently, I thought, you know what? Hawkeye is probably one of the better, if not the best, of the Disney plus Marvel shows. Hawkeye
now
is
the bar
improved
is
by
what
comparison.
didn't it ruin?
Yeah,
what,
exactly.
Like what? How safe and how like inoffensive was it? Is almost like the mark of quality, because we have Loki that ruins just everything that came beforehand, not just the characters, but it completely shatters all of the world building and the layers. And we have stuff like Falcon and the Winter Soldier that ruins all the Earth stuff and all the blip politics stuff and the setup for Captain America. And that's all ruined. Like all of these shows and movies, they just either tack on things that are extra layers of crap, or they just establish that, yeah, all this stuff all along was terrible. And the little bright spots are, well, we didn't ruin anything, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Hawkeye set the bar basically on the waterline. So the waves, the ripples would occasionally overtake it, then it would go underwater, and you think, well, this is kind of shit. And then it would go underneath, and you think, well, that's okay. But then subsequently, the Thunbergists were proven right, and the sea level rose, and the bar is now underwater, and Hawkeye now seems kind of impressive by comparison to everything else, which is depressing, but then again, it does cause you to go back and reevaluate shows you've previously seen and dismissed and say, well, look, at least it did basic character work right sometimes. And then you have to think, well, actually, the important thing is not to judge by comparison to the shit that's around it. You have to actually have a broader base of comparison. And that is that Hawkeye is actually not a very good show. It's not better because everything else around it is shit. It's just, it looks better because of that comparison. And the same thing is true with almost everything else in Phase 4. All those supposed high moments, with the exception of No Way Home, the supposed high moments that you think, yeah, okay, that's better than Multiverse of Madness. That's better than Quantumania. That's better than Loki. Well, okay, yeah, okay, that might be true, but I think we should probably hold ourselves to more objective standards than saying, well, it's better than everything around it, because if everything around it goes to shit, then what is your point to begin with? There's no real comment there.
The water thing, I thought you were just going to say like water level is par and Marvel is just a drowning dead insect.
It's at sea level. It's
just float all the way
It's
to
just
the
like,
bottom
well,
of it.
I mean, we get lower, we can go higher. I don't know, whatever.
I think the point is that what was once sea level is now under sea level, which is to say that actually the bar has been, oh no, maybe that analogy doesn't work. Does the bar get raised in that situation?
The bar stays the same, but the content gets higher. So like higher standard, maybe? I don't know where that analogy
No,
would really go.
maybe the analogy goes the other way. Maybe the sea level is lowering, in which case Thunberg is wrong, and what was previously underwater is now above it because of everything around it. Yeah, that might be a better one.
I knew everything she said about the MCU was bullshit.
How dare you?
I thought Moon Knight was all right until the ending. Character
Moon
work
Knight
was fairly decent.
We felt like
It
it fell
started-
apart at episode 2, I think.
Yeah,
Episode 1 was
episode
okay.
1, we were like interested. We were like, oh wait, this is a show where I actually, it's not great, but like this is some really great acting here, and there's like something going on, and we want to see what happens next. And episode 2 is like, nope, back to sludge.
And then
And episode 5 happens, and like, oh wow, this is like a thing that kind of came out of nowhere, sort of, and this is Like if they were all of this quality, this show could be actually really, really interesting and probably quite good. And then it was all just back to just
Everyone
shit.
hated
It was.
I feel like Moon Knight's one of those characters that doesn't really fit in with the Disney version of Marvel. That's one of the problems. A lot of the things that Moon Knight does, in terms of, you know, there's a lot of they did touch on all the mental issue stuff, but there's, you know, a lot of drug abuse in the Moon Knight comics at some points. They skip over a lot of the early stuff. You know,
I think a departure from what feels like Marvel is probably one of the best things they could do. In the same way,
I agree.
Andor felt like a
They should have
departure from
started up
Star
a
Wars.
almost like an R-rated pocket universe at this point.
Yeah.
With
that's what I was kind of getting
Netflix
at. They could have done that's where it would have fit in perfectly with the old Netflix Marvel mini universe, whatever it was called.
The Defenders universe.
Yeah, Defenders. I mean, yeah, like that's really where it belonged, but that wasn't where it ended up.
I didn't even finish it. I have to finish it for a fucking review of all the TV shows.
And
You
it
think
probably
Marvel
came
will,
the closest to being something that was good. And not No Way Home notwithstanding, but it's kind of a shame. Like we watched the whole thing and we almost did an EFAP on it, but it just never happened because of, you know, scheduling and all the other stuff. But like, man, that show had there's something that could have gone on, but instead it was just like, nah, it's just crap. What a shame. That's the show that makes you feel like what a shame, probably more than a lot of the others, because it felt like it could have been something.
It's funny watching like the culture around it though, because everyone gets hyped. The trailer looks like okay, but there's usually something worrying in it. They'll have a lot of commentary from behind the scenes people saying like, no, this one's gonna be different. Okay, we're actually gonna let this happen. Then you see like a really dodgy piece of CGI or a really generic piece of dialogue, and then by the time they hit that fucking finale, it's like I was duped. And then the cycle starts again for the next thing. People have been. What do they say about? I forget it every time. They said Ant-Man was going to be the something of the MCU. It's like something insane. One of them got compared with The Godfather, I think. One of them's been compared with Joker.
What?
And
That was
Godfather.
Oh, was that
Yeah.
Wakanda Forever?
I don't remember which one it was, but whenever they do it, you see people being like, "Ooh, okay, maybe we should take this one a bit more seriously." Then it's just like, no, it was terrible again. And like even the positive comments about Guardians 3 from different people getting early reviews, people are like, I don't trust it anymore. It's like can't trust anything.
Yeah, those early reviews are too hype. I've been trying to
always.
miss them because they're all just like, this is the best thing since Endgame. Like I feel like I've heard that before.
They say that every time.
Yeah. How many projects have there been? Okay, I've heard it
Yeah.
that many times.
Yeah.
Wasn't there an actual genuine review that said Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania is the best thing since Thor: Love and Thunder?
I saw
Yeah, there was.
multiple
I saw
reviews
that one,
that said
yes.
that.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's a sentence.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy, it's like, wow.
This product is better, the best thing since the previous product. Yeah,
That was
well
also
done.
the best
That's
thing.
really good.
Well, they just hope you don't notice that there wasn't anything between there. It's just, let's just assume that everybody's an idiot.
Oh boy.
I mean, for a long time, it was still working. They were still making a lot of money, and now not so much.
Well, there is the saying when you're a writer that you write what you know. So if you're assuming everyone is an idiot, then that probably says more about you than it does about your audience, which would actually explain quite a lot about current Marvel stuff. Going back to the Guardians 3 thing then, having discussed how decrepit Marvel has become, is there any risk that the film will underperform because of everything around it, or is it sufficiently separated that it will survive whatever people's opinions of the Marvel meta is?
I feel like everyone can make guesses on this, but this is the one where we need to see it, and it's going to decide the future for a lot of predictions. Whatever this does is like a missing piece of the puzzle for how the box office is going to behave in future.
Yeah,
this
Ant-Man and
one
the
does
Wasp:
bad-
Quantumania was like, it's the setup for the deciding thing. Because
Yeah,
Marvel's
if-
they're probably going to put a lot of. I mean, it carries a lot of, I guess, reputation with it.
Mhm.
So when you've got Shazam failing, what does it tell you? It's like, well, the thing is, that's a part of a dying, previous brand that DC are kind of getting rid of. It's a character that's not as famous. Like, what does that really tell us? Like, it can kind of not necessarily tell us a lot. Ant-Man failing, it's like that feels more substantive, yeah. they put a lot of bang in the marketing for this. That it's one of the bigger things that MCU has left. It's like one of their biggest, hitters, and it's like Doctor Strange and Black Panther, and probably Ant-Man. As sad as that is, and it's like, and that's how well it did. It's like, ooh, and how much budget it had, right? So that's pretty significant. But what happens to a movie that is the sequel to movies that have a good reputation by someone who has a pretty good reputation when it comes to making movies, that's got a really solid budget, and if it's good too, and it fails, or let's say it makes 500 million or something, we'd all be like, oh shit, Marvel's is done.
That would be a disaster right then.
Yeah, Marvel's has no chance if that's all that Guardians can do.
I feel like if it has legs, it'll be all right.
Yeah, so this is a good comment, because I've heard this too. Opening weekend's tracking 15 million less than Guardians 2, but Guardians 2 opened to like $170 million. That's not a significant difference. I mean, back in the day, like in 2012, Avengers opened to 200 something million, and then even though that had a lot of goodwill, the sequel, Age of Ultron, opened to I think it was like 14 million less. With this, I think that everything that surrounded it and come before it can impact its opening weekend box office, but the legs, so the quality of the product this time, I think, is actually going to determine what the final box office result's going to be. Because if it has better legs than the other ones, like that, it's more of a 3 or 4 week game instead of be like, what's the opening weekend and what's the second weekend drop.
Yeah, I wonder with that one, because I mean, would anybody say that Solo is worse than The Last Jedi, for example?
There's probably some people. Well, there's actually a lot of people. Some people think TLJ is a masterpiece. So
Rational people.
What?
Yeah, but Guardians is more anticipated than Solo.
Man, we still have people running the Last Jedi Defense Force on Twitter, man. It's still, they'll be coping hard about that.
You know what's crazy, Rags, is I think Quint Reviews said like 5 years ago that in 10 years TLJ will be seen as like the masterpiece that it is by everyone. And I'm like, we're halfway there, boys.
We're almost there, and the discourse has not improved. If anything,
it's
we're
exactly
seeing
the same, I'd say. Like,
yeah, I don't.
Hates it.
We've just had more time for its rots to sort of set into Star Wars, I feel.
It was one of the second series of videos I did on my channel, which took off more than others, was that there was a Movie Web article, I think it was, which said that, actually, The Last Jedi is not just the best of the sequels, it's the best of most Star Wars films. And the arguments for that were, it did something different. And there were too many relationships in the original one, and there was too much family. And there were too many characters, and then you think, yeah, okay, this was last year, so I know the discourse has not improved, and the arguments for it have not improved. But my question was based on, so Solo bombs because of the what was the phrase, the lackluster boycott that somebody used? Solo bombs because of everything around it, more so than due to its own faults.
A lot of
Is there a
reshoots
risk
as well.
that too?
Just, a lot of bad marketing. I mean, coming out after The Last Jedi was just oof.
Yeah, and so quickly too. And I'm with you completely on what you're saying. It's just I would add that like word of mouth can really help boost and harm a film, I would argue. I feel like the MCU has actually been harmed quite a bit by word of mouth these days. The whole box office drop. Yep. It's just like, what's happening there? And it's like probably one guy in the friend group who's really nerdy goes to see everyone, and then he's like, you don't need to see this one, not this one. He goes to see No Way Home. He's like, guys, we should go see No Way Home, actually. Yeah, we should go see it. Same for The Last Wish. That made more money than Ant-Man. I can't believe it.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I mean, Ant-Man topped out at what, like 470 mil or something.
It was
like that?
close, but it just beat Ant-Man.
So that's a pretty surmountable number, you know.
What's the thing? It did incredibly impressive. That's when you factor in everything, right? It's like, how is it doing? How is that doing well, but Ant-Man isn't? Then it's like, because Ant-Man had like $1 billion behind it. And
yeah, because most people don't know like budgetary math of studios and stuff. They just see the total number. They don't actually think about what the implications for it are.
That's an optimistic note then. So quality matters more than surrounding.
No. I'm just saying it's a factor. I don't know how much it would factor in total. It's really hard to say, right? Like the fact that the MCU is on a down. This is something I was thinking about, and I'd be curious how much of a pull it has. But part of why everyone went to see Endgame was because everyone was seeing Endgame, right? It's like you have to go see that.
It was a cultural moment.
Yeah. But is there such a thing as a reverse moment where everyone was like, I usually go and see those MCU movies, but I see a lot of people aren't seeing them anymore. So I don't know how much I even want to see them anymore. And like a reverse infection.
I'm not sure if there's so much a reverse cultural moment, but it definitely would end up being that the person who did go to see it because everybody was seeing it will essentially, if they're not hearing that buzz, just won't do it. So it's not really like it has you hear a bunch of negative and those people don't go to see it now. It's just that it's the absence of them going to begin with.
So when everyone's talking about, let's say if Maverick comes out and they're talking about that, or Avatar even, but they're like, oh, do I need to see that Ant-Man film? Nobody's watching it, so I guess not. It's just like, I imagine
with Marvel movies, I don't think anybody is really even has to ask if they need to see it or not. I think like most of the crowds have checked out. Most of the casual crowds have checked out. So
the funniest thing to me is that I don't know anybody who can watch, like, everyone who saw Ant-Man, let's say a month ago, whatever. Can you tell me what happened in it? Like the casual viewers, I mean, what was the plot line? They're not gonna be able to tell you. I mean, like, fucking, I don't know.
There was a guy with a big face. I remember that.
That was the thing I remember.
Annoying as fuck.
And he thought he was an Avenger at one point, but he was not an Avenger at one point.
He can be an Avenger in that era. Like, whatever.
But for the Guardians of the Galaxy, I think that it will have. I think that it won't have nearly the drop off in week 2 that other Marvel properties have had. I think it will have enough goodwill behind it in terms of, if it's assuming it is at least on par with like Guardians 2, which I think it might be. Like Guardians 1, I always thought was significantly better than 2. Some people think the other way.
I like part 1 better.
Yeah. As long as it's like close to on par with 2, I think that the general the numbers won't drop off like the other ones. But yeah, I don't what number do you think it even needs to hit to be considered like a success?
But
like,
one thing I was going to say though is just kind of amusing, I guess, is it needs to have a powerful enough IP on its own as Guardians to shed the current negative effects of the Marvel MCU IP. Like it needs to be seen as like worth seeing, which hopefully the Guardians name will be able to carry through for the public audiences, but you don't know. I say all of this hoping it's good. It's a bad film, then
please be good.
I don't know.
there is one small factor too about the Chris Pratt variable, that there are a lot of people who try to support anything he's in simply because a lot of people in Hollywood don't like him. So there is that.
Yeah, but
I don't know how much it's going to make a difference, but
Probably none.
I'd say minimal at best. I mean, it's the same thing with the Mario Brothers film. When he was announced to be voicing that, you had a very small section of online people vociferously attacking him for whatever he's supposed to have done. You had a very small section of people vociferously defending him for the same reason. I don't think in the real world that kind of thing really matters to people. But by the same token, I'm wondering how much in the general marketplace Guardians is separated from everything around it. So we've been talking about the ways in which we think that it is, but we follow movies reasonably closely, and not just as sort of part-time entertainment. So is Guardians really as distinct to people's minds as we think that it is, I suppose is the question.
Well, my whole point is I don't know, and we're going to find out, basically.
Also, it's like the one movie that, like, so I know that it annoys a lot of people when they see like a song thrown in and they're like, oh, this trailer is ruining this song. Like we did with the Marvels trailer. A lot of people hated that they threw the song in there and a Beastie Boys song in there. Guardians of the Galaxy kind of set that, where it's like the soundtrack is almost as big of a draw as the actual film. So the song they choose for the trailer could actually have a huge impact on its hype. Simply because it's Guardians. That's the only reason.
Yeah, well, with Guardians, it works. Music works too, anyway, just because of the fact that it's actually part of the story and it's a part of Star-Lord's character. That just reminds me, like, Beastie Boys must be making fucking bank recently, like Super Mario Brothers and the Marvels trailer.
As long as I Need a Hero isn't in it, I won't mind too much. But we've had that a lot.
You've had enough of that now.
But yeah, that's another thing that I think is going to be actually a factor in the hype train, because it is the one series that seems to, because it kind of started the trend of, at least recently, of doing that. So that could have a significant amount of pull.
Oh. I
What's
don't know if
everyone's
music
numbers
plays that big of a
guess
factor.
what's the box office guess from everybody here?
700.
I was gonna say
For Marvels.
No, God,
No.
Sorry.
for Marvels, I'm gonna say 470
Oh,
million
yeah.
is probably about where that'll top out.
That's-
But for Guardians, I would say probably about 650.
I was just thinking 650 is where I was gonna guess.
I'm gonna go 600. I'm feeling a little more cynical.
Ooh, I'm gonna say
Um,
750 just so I can go above Cynic.
I'm saying
651.
700
Price is right rules. I like it.
Let's see. Wakanda Forever made 860. The last Guardians in 2017 made about the same. I'm staying with 700. Yeah, we'll see.
You
Platoon?
shall see.
Mm,
Is that out now? Soon, right?
May 5th.
It's the Friday after next.
Also a great
Okay.
movie.
That's very soon.
no one said 720 yet, so I'm going to go
That was
720 just because
Friday
no
after
one
next
said
is
it.
I was expecting you to go $750 million and $1 just so if it's above.
And Price is Right action.
But yeah, we're all in the same, like if it's anywhere in that range, I think that's a success.
Is it though? And like especially with Mario about to crack $1 billion, I feel like that's showing something that Marvel is not the
compared
behemoth.
to what Marvel has been doing, they would have to think of that as a success, I believe.
I think it's a nightmare. It'd be a nightmare for Disney. It's diminishing returns on a product.
Yep,
Yeah,
and it's one of their biggest ones.
This is
Yeah.
this is the last big one they've got to show us
Yep.
now.
Do you think
you
there'll be?
could argue like Avengers is going to be the big thing, but like I think Avengers is in serious trouble.
You have no characters anyone cares about interacting
who are
with each
even
other.
the Avengers anymore? Like
There's a
We
reason
almost- yeah.
phase 4 was the first phase to not have an Avengers crossover film of all of them. And now they're cramming in, is it 2 in the space of phase 5 within a couple of months of each other?
But
No,
who
I
knows
think
what
they're
the-
splitting that up now.
Yeah.
Oh,
And who knows what the fate of that will be? Because the thing about it is, Avengers films are almost like a score multiplier for the phase.
Yeah, if everyone loved what preceded it, then they will really want to see all these characters together.
Mm-hmm.
If they
But-
didn't,
I don't know. Well, yeah, yes, up to a point, but the Avengers retained its popularity even as Phase 3 sort of tailed off. So Iron Man 3, which was not a particularly good film, and I don't know if it did
That's
particularly
Phase
well
2.
at the
Yeah, that
box
was Phase
office.
2. That was the
sorry,
first
Phase
one
2.
of Phase
Sorry.
2.
Well, the point stands. I don't know that its relative lack of quality diminished interest in the Avengers film that came after it. So it's not people want immediate precursing good quality.
People still really liked the character Iron Man.
I'm confused
Right,
because
yeah.
Phase 2 was very well received. Like, very well received. People love Iron Man 3 and Winter Soldier and Thor
Thor
2.
Dark World.
But no, they don't love it, but they tolerate it. Like, ask people these days, they'll say Thor the Dark World isn't that bad.
I don't remember people really particularly liking Iron Man 3. I remember
Yeah,
people
I
being
don't
really
hated
remember
it.
people liking Iron Man 3 much.
You're talking to someone who thinks all of Phase 2 pretty much sucks except Guardians.
Yeah, I remember the reception of Iron Man 3 being pretty mid at best. But it did
a
have
video on that one day. Iron Man 3 is horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think
it had
we
Winter
probably
Soldier,
all
though.
agree on that, but I think
Yeah,
the
Winter
interesting
Soldier was
point
definitely the best
was, is that impacting necessarily the performance of an Avengers film? It seems to me the thing that determines the performance of an Avengers film is, is the character popular, not is the preceding film for that character popular. So Thor, for example, might benefit more than, even though Thor Love and Thunder was shit in the way that Iron Man 3 was kind of shit, might benefit more from brand recognition and general familiarity and affection than a new character with a less shit film does.
I think they are inextricably linked. The quality and popularity of like the character is going to be tied to their last appearance, no matter what. Jack Sparrow, I think, was far more popular when there was one Pirates movie compared to 5.
True, but
Yes.
didn't you say that almost all of Phase 3 was shit?
Yeah, but I'm
with the
MauLer.
exception of
I don't like a
Guardians.
lot of things.
Okay, but if you're saying the audience reception of an Avengers film is tied much more closely to the past performance of recent films,
Yeah.
but Endgame and Infinity War broke, I think, the record for the first Avengers film. How does that argument stack up?
because Phase 1 was really popular, and then Avengers was super popular. Phase 2 was really popular. Avengers 2 was really popular. Phase 3 was hyper popular, and Infinity War and Endgame reflected that. How good all of those movies are is a different thing.
I
Phase
see.
4 hasn't been very popular.
True.
What are
So
people
now-
latching onto really when they go and see the next Avengers? Whether they think in their minds that that's the Marvels, because that's like its own ensemble movie, and how that maybe creates confusion between is the Marvels like the Avengers, or is there going to be another Avengers? Because there's been so little Avengers like content especially in terms of who we don't know who they are. Does the Avengers exist as an entity? Does that name mean anything anymore? Who's a part of it? So now we've kind of muddied the waters in terms of what that name Avengers even means.
Well, when you have one of your shows even saying that like the actual being an Avenger is for insert various things that are not desirable things to be, in She-Hulk, then you're going to be hurting that brand by itself. But like I said before, who's even going to be on the Avengers cast now? It's like I can't even think.
Spider-Man, Shang-Chi, Doctor Strange.
They have to. They'll have to do a
Captain
new
Marvel?
contract for Spider-Man though,
Yeah.
because he has one more. People forget they didn't just sign on to do one more solo movie. He has one more appearance too, but there are two more Avengers movies. Like another. I think that's why they're like afraid to even make Spider-Man a primary character or a focal point, because he's owned essentially by another studio.
Yeah.
So locking him into that kind of role is probably not a smart idea.
It's
It's
like
crazy because by the logic that we're trying to lay out here, like the most goodwill they had was like immediately after Endgame, even though I think Endgame is probably one of the worst movies in the MCU. It's the thing that they had the chance to launch all those things after it, and look what they did with it. We're down to the point where we're not even sure if Ant-Man would have been considered a flop. It's hard to get all the numbers straight can be a little bit difficult. But we shouldn't even be thinking about that. That shouldn't even be possible, but it is. They did it that quickly too.
Well, some dumbass told me that it's the biggest movie of the year so far. So how could I possibly call it a flop?
Well, as long as people are clear on exactly what they mean when they say flop, because like I said, I'm pretty sure it's made it. You can't laugh at nearly $500 million, of course. But the thing is, a lot of stuff to consider, and not to mention that even if it didn't flop, right? Let's say it made a profit of 50 million or something. That's nowhere near.
It's nothing.
what
That's
Marvel
that's
won.
like worrying. That's
it's
a
like-
margin where you start to like sweat bullets.
Right. Like, what's the point of investing this much money to have that kind of a return? Yeah.
Yeah, because that's how they convince people, like stockholders or whoever, to fucking continue having faith in the series. But when everyone can see a downtrend, like, I want to get out of here before it goes below the line.
We'll use 300 million to make 50 million.
Like,
And they're
okay.
like, okay. I mean, that's good.
But that guy over there, the chubby plumber, he just made like
He made $1
700
billion.
million.
He quintupled. He what
Why can't you do what he can do?
dectupled his earnings. Why can't we do that? How come mine doesn't look like that?
And then, people just be like, I think I'm invested in something else at this point. I think maybe it's over for Marvel. And as soon as that sets in and you have that like avalanche, right, of just all these other people, domino effects, and then in a matter of years, it could be that they just like, you know what? We're going to focus on quality. One per year now, okay, everybody?
If we do have an MCU sort of collapse that, will happen over the course of, or that might happen over the course of a number of years, I wonder where all of these Marvel refugees will go, like where they will split off to, what projects will be done to try and capture that audience.
Are you saying do you mean like the actors themselves, or do you mean the characters?
I mean the audience.
Oh, the audience. Okay.
I thought you meant the characters. I was going to say like when Batwoman got booted out of her own show and ended up in The Flash.
I mean, I'm pretty certain that there will always be the rolling audience that is into whatever the current thing is, and whatever, if it is video game films that become the next thing, you'll get the casual rolling audience will go to that.
It might be that, yeah.
What do you think the first Disney video game film will be? The first rights they get that'll be.
They're probably having meetings about that right now.
I think a lot of people are having meetings about that right now.
Oh yeah. Here's the weird thing is that they basically have, you know, Kingdom Hearts, which would have probably been what they would want to do, but there's a lot of issues with that because they use Squaresoft like characters, so they'd have to secure all the rights to that. So.
Aren't they making a new Tron movie? Sorry, I just saw that in the comments.
I was going to say I didn't say anything about Tron. That was very like
Tron Ares, I think, is in production at the moment.
Yeah.
As to whether Disney can do a video game movie, I don't think at the moment they have the capacity to buy rights anymore. They've already said, it was one of the most revealing quotes when they said that in future for Disney Plus, we're going to focus on quality over quantity, which is the implication being, well, yeah, we gave you a mass amount of shit recently, and we're now going to try and focus on giving you one or two good things occasionally, which is an indictment of your previous strategy. That's kind of interesting. If you combine that with, you know, the struggles with Ron DeSantis in Florida, you combine it with the fact that the theme parks just haven't recovered after COVID. You combine it with the fact that like a number of other companies, including most particularly Universal, are really making strides in this area. Disney's in trouble. Disney,
DreamWorks and Illumination are really set up to be. I mean, and plus, I mean, Disney Plus subscribers
dropping
by millions.
The biggest drop was because they did have IPL Indian cricket rights for a while, and they decided not to renew those because and they lost about 1.1 billion from that. It was a huge amount anyway. So it's slightly skewed because. They dropped that very profitable IP from their platform. But when we're going forward talking about what video game adaptations they might want to be doing, I don't think Disney has the capacity at the moment to buy up any more studios, companies, games companies, whatever, to actually reproduce that kind of content. I think Disney has to look in-house at this point. And it's part of the reason you're seeing so many live-action remakes of things that only ended, 5 years ago? That's not a particularly healthy sign for a company, but it's cheaper for Disney to do, so that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm flipping through their like video game catalog, and it's all for the most part stuff that they already own, and it's characters that they wouldn't make a video game film out of. Like
They'll try.
Disney just laid off 4,000 more people. Just for that
on top of the 7,000 that they.
Yep. Another 4,000 being let go
this week. By the end of this week, I heard.
But they're doing fine. Don't worry.
Oh, they're doing great. Yeah.
Honestly, I did journalism for a little bit, and I touched on financials a lot. And it's not the most.
I share your pain, my friend. I share your pain.
It's a deep, dark hole of not sleeping. But there's a lot of companies that are cutting a mass amount of jobs. So I feel like it's more in line with everyone being broke more than it is that like Disney's specifically broke. Like Amazon's cut a ton of jobs. Like Google's cut a ton of jobs, and a bunch of bigger, more bulky places are kind of slimming down a little bit in case there's a recession.
Well, there is a recession, just no one's talking about it. That's what you don't start cutting. Yeah, you don't really start cutting this many jobs in the possibility of a recession. You do it because there is one.
There's a sectoral recession, which is that so many of these big entertainment companies sort of piggyback off the success of big tech companies, for example. In the era of QE and massive amounts of new capital, which just inflates asset prices without anything else sort of benefiting from that, we've had silly money in the era of movies recently, and Disney's capitalized on that. Every film studio has managed to do roughly the same thing. That era is coming quite swiftly to an end. These are the companies which have benefited the most from loose money policy and asset and price inflation, and they are now suffering because they are also having to shoulder the burdens of the pandemic, which much of this QE policy was designed to alleviate to begin with. There's a reason Disney Plus can take off during the period of lockdown, which is that at that period it can tell its audience, or its investors, it can say, look, everyone's locked in their homes, we've got infinite possibility, the audience will grow exponentially forever. That's not going to happen forever, and the government won't keep pumping up your assets forever, so you're going to decline eventually. And that is happening now that you have quantitative tightening. So Disney is struggling from that. It's also struggling from post-COVID effects on its theme parks. It's also struggling from the fact that it can't employ writers who create good films. Everything for Disney is looking pretty pessimistic at the moment. And so whilst every company in that sector is looking at laying off staff, and that there's an argument to be made that Elon Musk has shown through Twitter that you can do that and keep the company running. He sacked 75% of Twitter staff, and the company survives just about. Disney has extra issues on top of that. It's really at the nexus of the downturn, which is not fun for it. But at least we might get someone taking its place. It's just whether they take its place with something good. That's one of the reasons I was sort of pessimistic about the Mario film, really, is that, okay, Disney's on the decline. The MCU won't get this money forever. What will replace it? Well, it seems like video games probably will, but what's the best that the video game industry so far has to offer? We've got The Last of Us, which was kind of good, and we've got Mario, which didn't even aspire to be anything remarkable. And I don't like the idea that we're going to replace the MCU with something equivalently unaspirational, but just marginally more profitable.
I think we'll luck out a little bit on that one because it's not centralized with two big companies that are both shit. It's all over the place. We'll get some real bad stuff, but we should get some, some good
I'll
stuff.
take my
maybe.
chances. I'll take my chances with video games. I mean, for all the Mario movies' faults, I mean, it does leave me a bit optimistic. I think The Last of Us was a good show.
Yeah.
So, I mean, clearly a level of care went into both of them, and I would say for The Last of Us, like definite like levels of passion.
Yes.
So, I mean, we're seeing artistry so far, so hopefully that continues.
I'd agree with the Last of Us point, but I don't think diversification is a tenable argument. I mean, see, what are the upcoming video game adaptations? You've got Amazon doing Warhammer, and I think Fallout is Amazon as well. Is that right? Universal is doing Mario, and everything that Nintendo will presumably look to do will go through Universal. Who else is doing
Who did
There's
Sonic?
a Metal Gear Solid
Paramount
movie.
did Sonic, I think.
You've
Is it
got
Paramount?
we're everywhere from what I've gathered of all the upcoming stuff. There's shit tons going on with all kinds of different creators.
It depends who's partnering up with what studios. That's basically what it is.
Whether
What
or
about that
not,
Halo show though?
yeah, I
Anybody
know, right?
like that
Whether or
Halo?
not,
Yeah, that was great.
whether or not it's diverse enough to prompt a lucky gamble, it's still far more diverse than what we were getting for this era of superhero movies. Which every once in a while, someone else makes one that's kind of neat, like the Joker movie, I guess, where you're just like, oh shit, look at that.
Well,
how did that happen? You find
so,
out,
I mean,
it's like Warner Brothers didn't give a shit.
One that didn't even get mentioned, like Sony owns a shit ton of video game properties.
Oh, yeah.
They, that's mostly their thing nowadays.
I forgot.
Well, the
Uncharted
Uncharted movie
was-
sucked.
Yeah,
So.
that was so bad.
I mean,
Holy
Microsoft
shit.
has more money than God, so
Yeah, maybe
they
if I
have all
put it
those
this way-
properties they have, and they can really do whatever they want with
Call
it.
of Duty,
When-
the movie.
When Marvel says, we got our new superhero movie coming out and it's made by director you like and writers you like, you're still sitting there like, so? Like, that doesn't fucking change shit these days. Guardians is the only one that may have hope, and it's only because we're all aware that James Gunn has taken full control and he's off on his little part of the universe. Meanwhile, like, Sam Raimi comes in for a superhero movie. Oh, yeah. And it's like, wow, that's like one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my entire life, and I can't even see that Sam Raimi made it, except for like a couple of shots, I guess. And, and there's like, oh, what Taika Waititi? It's like, I don't want him to make another fucking film now. Like, please go away. And it's like, so, but meanwhile, if they're making a fucking, I don't know, Gears of War, God of War, Portal, whatever, and they throw on like this guy who made Chernobyl, you're like,
Portal by the Chernobyl guy would be.
Why not, right? I feel like it's much more up in the air, and we have much less to be concerned about by comparison to the current state we're in, where all of us are pretty much convinced every time a new fucking movie comes out in Marvel is going to be terrible. Who here thinks the Avengers movies are going to be great? Like, it hasn't even crossed
We
your
got
mind
off
as
of
a
that topic,
possibility.
Don't drag us back.
I'm like
there.
afraid. It gives me
We're not hoping
anxiety.
for cures. We just want to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, I'm ready to move on and be like, all right, let's try video
Clearly
games.
not. You brought it back up.
No, that's my point. Is that it's horrible. It's this Titanic in the background over there. We don't need to. I don't think things look the same. I think they look a bit more promising with video games.
One thing so like you said, I don't remember who said it, but that there wasn't just two major companies that were going to be essentially just pumping out sludge. At least when you have all these different studios with different licenses for different video games, you're going to end up where if something's not working, it's probably going to get the plug pulled a lot sooner. If an adaptation just flops, they're probably just going to be like, no, we're not doing that again, or they're going to course correct hard, one or the other.
I wonder too if their attitude concerning essentially marketing to gamers is going to be different than marketing to general audiences, even though there's going to be big overlap there. How that will affect the care that they take in making these. Because I think a lot of them, because in a way, this is sort of like a clean slate. It's like a new thing. There hasn't really been. I feel like the Mario movie and sort of The Last of Us to a degree, it sort of marks a new thing, a new venture into kinds of movies. And I don't know if they consider, for instance, gamers being more or less forgiving or with higher standards or more attached to these things, and if that will influence their decision making when they create these, shows and movies.
Well, when it comes to like the gamer audience, if you screw up, they're going to be way louder than the comic audience was.
They're more, I think they're more tied to the internet.
Yeah,
they're more tied to, I think, culture than the average person. And I would suspect they would be. I would certainly, if they were to take my advice, I would say, do not fuck this up, because they will not forget about it.
Well, I mean, just look at what when they released the original test footage for Sonic, the audience for Sonic was extremely vocal about how terrible it looked and how they were not going to support it.
Even The Last of Us as well. The strongest critics of The Last of Us were from people who said, well, this bit doesn't match the games, or this is a deviation from the games. They're deviating from the source material. Episode 3, I think, was the one that really struck out to many people. I thought that was the best episode of the lot, personally, but I didn't play the games. But nevertheless, that was really commonly cited as the one which let down the production in the minds of gamers, but gamers nevertheless were the ones driving the narrative there. So I can see, gamers more so than comic book fans are maybe more in touch with the levers of power that matter.
Well, comic book fans had... go ahead.
I just assume that there's vastly more video game players and fans than there are comic fans.
That's kind of what I was about to say, actually.
Easily, probably by considerable margin.
Comic
video
fans
games are like a
down
normal
in submission for a long time.
Yeah, there's just sheer numbers. Everyone plays video games. I mean, it's. I mean, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic, of course, but a huge segment of the population plays video games. It has become a very, very popular and common recreational activity, and a lot of people tie a lot of their, passion and interest to it. Probably, I would say people are more passionate about their games than their movies.
Who was the chap MauLer we had on Drink had an open bar who was involved with Punisher, and I think he said that one of the reasons for the decline of comics was video games have taken their place. I'm trying to remember what the guy's name was.
There was a lot, because it's come up on Real BBC a couple of times. A lot of theories as to why comics have shrunk basically over time, but video games is definitely. I am living proof, as possibly many of you, that I could have read a lot of comics, but I was playing video games.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was a changeover where a lot of the ways that people were introduced to the particular medium, games have taken over. Games are insanely popular, and that's probably part of why the adaptations are now going to start being taken more seriously and more of them are going to be made, because they're probably starting to realize that industry is absolutely fucking filled with an audience that are waiting to watch movie adaptations. Therefore, you also have to worry about actually giving them what they want, more so than the comic book people. To be honest with you, comic book people probably could have made more noise than they actually did, thinking about it, looking back, right? Like they announce any particular thing. Do you remember when like Iron Man 3 came out and they were like, the Mandarin is going to be here, Iron Man's going to have to fight guy who's like all about the magic, tech versus magic, and it's like, oh yeah, cool. Even I was like pissed off that he was a joke. Imagine how comic book people felt, and they didn't.
I was pretty fucking irritated.
Like I hadn't read the comics, and I was annoyed. So it's like, I think gamers are going to create much more of a fucking tidal wave of complaints if they get things wrong, especially in our climate today. Have you guys seen like all the casting choices for Lilo and Stitch? That's just causing a huge blowout every single time they announce anyone.
Well, a lot more people play video games than read comic books. So in the sense, like a lot of people's introduction to most of these comic book characters were the movies. Or at least their stories. like I think everyone had, even though he was like a B-list hero at the time, everyone had at least heard of Iron Man. But when you're going into a video game adaptation, most of the people have probably played the fucking game, as opposed to having any clue about the origin of said superhero.
People are also usually people are usually more connected to a game character too, because you play along as the character, so you grow with the character as opposed to comics have that too. But like I said, comics for the most part post 90s, for me usually the cutoff is like 2008 2009 when it started happening, where a lot of the hardcore fans started getting alienated, beaten down away from their hobby, and they just kind of slinked away. It wasn't really so, like, when it came to the people who were still fighting it ended up just being placed into a box and being called, bigots, and like, oh, get out of here, it's Comics Gate stuff, whatever. And so, but that has not happened really with video games. They've tried multiple times to like quell the toxic video game culture. And every time it backfires, it gets worse. So
that is the culture. They don't understand. That's the point of the culture. It's where I can be the most toxic.
That is the culture.
Kind of an irony too. We're talking about like knowledge of Iron Man. I knew him exclusively thanks to video games, which is adapted from comic books. You know what I mean? Like it's how things have changed. Marvel Ultimate Alliance. You guys play that?
Oh, I loved Marvel Ultimate Alliance back then.
Fucking great.
That's fucking awesome.
You adapted that into a movie.
Yeah.
That was that Marvel Ultimate, and if you ever played X-Men Legends before that, also fantastic.
Legends is great.
X-Men Legends 1 and 2. I think there was only 2 of them. Were basically Marvel Ultimate Alliance, but before it existed.
But
I feel like
on top of all of that, though, you have the fact that video games are now, as an industry, comparable to Hollywood in terms of budget. In terms of
I would say they overshoot it.
Well, I'm trying to think.
Make more money.
Some of them do. I think overall they are still slightly below, but they're closing on it very, very quickly. There's parity in the industry in the way that there hasn't been for comics for a very long time. Comics have been quite a niche specialist subject for a while now, whereas video games are actually garnering more supporters, more fans, more players than most movies will ever hope to see. And so there is much more of an incentive for studios to get these things right in the way that there isn't anymore with the comics. At the moment, no one really gives a shit if the comics are performing or not, because they're a redundant enterprise. Really.
They're an IP farm. That's all it is. I actually knew somebody who edited for Marvel, and she would come across all sorts of mistakes, and she would bring them to the attention. They would be like, "We don't care. Don't worry about it."
No, it's just there to create new ideas to adapt into movies and TV shows, and eventually video games based on the characters. I feel like the video game adaptation too, it's had a lot of false starts, but it's finally it's really starting to hit its stride now. It reminds me of like the false starts of the comic book adaptations into films happened in like the 80s and 90s. Like there were a few hits, but it really had its breakout. Like it was like 2000 with X-Men, and then 2002 with Spider-Man, and they really get the ball rolling in 2008 when The Dark Knight and Iron Man were both successful within a few months of each other, and it didn't look back until the last couple of years where it's shit itself.
Yeah,
and it's
kind of this year that it started to slow down fully, isn't it?
Yeah, and it feels like that's where video games are now. It's like now it's in the infancy's started or just over, and we're moving on now, because you had The Last of Us, Sonic, and even the Pokemon movie was pretty okay, and Super Mario is a huge hit, and like regardless of whatever we think, it seems like general audiences are just eating that shit up. So it's like this might be the that Dark Knight / Iron Man moment for video game movies, where like this is the next 10 years.
It's going to be mostly painful for us, the whole thing. But you'll get some stuff in there we'll like, I'm sure. I'm not looking forward to when they make God of War. That's going to be really hard to watch.
Yeah, I'm a huge Sonic fan, so I love the Sonic adaptations. I thought they were pretty good for what they were.
Yeah, they were. I'm unironically, that's my most anticipated film of the left of the year is Sonic 3. That's not even me joking.
Yeah, when Shadow the Hedgehog shows up, I'm gonna be pretty excited.
I thought that what was it? Their interpretation of Knuckles was spot on. I loved the way they did Knuckles. Basically Drax, but
Yeah, I
as
said it
Knuckles.
was like a mix of Drax and Thor from the original Thor movie.
Mhm.
Like it reminded me like when he was taking that sip of the drink and
Threw it on the ground.
Yeah, another, and he
Yeah.
smashes it. It's like, yeah, that's Knuckles right there.
But yeah, the that's that. When it comes to the video game industry, there will be a lot more, because of the way it's going to be structured for the films. Like, there's going to be just it's not going to be one huge universe that gets propped up. Well, I mean, maybe the Nintendo one might still have that, but like for the most part, it's not. A lot of these are going to be pocket universes that are not propped up by the success of other films. So if they're going to have to stand on their own merit a lot more. You can, like with the MCU, you could have a bad movie in between there, like MauLer was saying earlier, where a bad movie could get propped up by the previous one being good. That's probably not going to happen as much outside of the Nintendo NCU, whatever they call it.
Well, the Nintendo universe could be the new MCU, and then you have all of the fledgling adaptations of other series elsewhere.
I think in theory they'll have an easier time of getting at least very younger demographics to pour in over and over again. Like if the Mario movie looked and sounded just like it was, but it was like really bad, like narratively speaking, we were all like, that was abysmal. I'm not sure how much kids are going to give a shit at all. Versus Marvel, where like Iron Man 3, like what's the demographics for that? And it's like probably young teen, right? Is going to be the biggest one.
Well, usually the demographic that they're really trying for is what, like the 19 to something like 18 that, 18 to 29 demographic is like the most important one.
As much as that demographic can be absolutely retarded, it's still that they'll have more discerning tastes than literal children, right? So I feel like as long as Nintendo are careful enough, they should be absolutely fine, smooth sailing in terms of making money.
Mm-hmm.
And another advantage of having that like micro pocketed universes is you can market toward a more niche audience and still probably get a success out of that, rather than having to necessarily try to please everybody. So, it depends on what their number is for success. Like obviously, if you compare it to Mario, if you're like, we need to do 1 billion just like Mario, you're probably going to fall short of that a lot of the time. But if you look at the Sonic movies, which were a little bit more of a manageable number, and you look at that as the standard, you could probably hit that. So,
all I know is that Iron Man was 2008, Avengers 2012, which means it'll be 4 years, and we'll get our Smash Brothers movie.
I wouldn't be shocked if it's even quicker than that.
What do you guys think would be like the turning point game, like adaptation? Because there was kind of like X-Men and Spider-Man were already really.
I think Mario is it. I think
if it's not Mario, I think it's The Legend of Zelda. It's not Mario. I think that if Mario isn't the one that like people take it, I think if they can do a successful Legend of Zelda movie, that is where people will look back and be like, that was where we knew it was going to go.
But
I think it's The Last of Us and Mario.
Iron Man was never the most popular comic character, and yet became the most popular comic film character. So it's not just about saying, well, Mario is the most successful game franchise. Bar, is it Pokemon is more successful now?
I think Pokemon's a bigger IP, honestly. Yeah.
But Iron Man suggests that it's not just about the size of the existing audience that matters. You do actually have to do something with the IP you're adapting. And I think the interesting thing with games is that, like, certainly the ones I've played and have been aware of over recent times, has been this trend much more toward player agency than existed before. So you're not just doing simple RPGs with a set storyline that you play through linearly. Now it's becoming at least much more about what can the player choose to do, how can they shape their own character, how can you make your own story within the universe the game is setting out for you. That seems to be a growing meta in video games, and certainly like I'm working in video games at the moment, and that's forefront of people's minds is like, how can we make sure that we are not dictating to the player what the story should be? The story has basic framework around it, but you can't tell the player that this is what they are thinking in this particular situation. The interesting thing about translating that into film is that unlike comics, which have a set storyline, that's the opposite of that. If you're saying to gamers, well, you're creating your own world, your own story in your open world game, you can't easily say Breath of the Wild, for example, this is what your definitive narrative within that open world game is. You're not really adapting a story in that sense. You are just adapting an IP. The key then is, what are your writers as filmmakers doing with that IP? How are you actually turning that into a story which will captivate people? And that's one of the reasons I'm slightly pessimistic about Mario, but also about Zelda if they adapt that eventually, which is that you can't replicate the open world feel in film. You have to actually string a story together. It has to go back to something more like what comics used to be, which is adapting a set storyline. You can't simply say to an audience, well, you just like look at all of these things you vaguely recognize and imagine yourself in this world and do with it what you will. No, you have to tell them a story. And I'm worried about how video games will fare when it comes to that, because there's only so long that simply seeing recognizable things on screen will hold, surely.
Oh, the Sonic movie did a pretty good job of, or both Sonic movies did, of like, you have the recognizable character, but you can't really adapt a fucking Sonic the Hedgehog side scroller. And they did a really good job of actually turning it into its own thing and turning it into its own story while keeping everything intact that is integral to Sonic as a character. And so like, I have a lot of hope for video game adaptations in the future just because of what they were able to do with Sonic the fucking Hedgehog. I was pretty impressed.
And when it comes to Zelda, I mean, the odds are is they would end up going with the Ocarina of Time storyline if they were going to use a storyline, because that's always cited as like the most popular story. And that one's pretty like it sort of, it has like open world elements to it, but it was fairly linear. Like,
yeah, well, the
N64
game, it had to be pretty linear.
It had some open world elements to it, but you still had to go from temple to temple to temple. So like it was linear.
I feel like it lends itself to adaptation better than probably any of their other games I can think of. It everyone knows Ocarina of Time. I think you're right.
Yeah, that's definitely the one that they would. I just saw someone say Desert Bus the movie. I love that so much. If anybody knows what Desert Bus is, it's one of the worst games ever made.
Waiting for Oregon Trail.
Oregon Trail, the movie.
Some of you kind of make the joke though. It's like, I want a Tetris movie, and then you're like, oh,
there's like a mock trailer somebody did years ago for an Oregon Trail movie. It's like the guy goes in the beginning, goes up to the general store, and he hands him like all of his gold, and he's like, so what do you want? You want some like clothes, some food? No, just bullets, shopkeep, just the bullets.
Just the bullets.
But yeah, like that's like I think that if they pick it correctly, they pick the right storylines, because that's the thing is, with video games, much like comics, you have depending on the video game itself, whichever series. So let's take Zelda, for instance. You have 35 years, 40 years of stuff to pull from. If you pick the right moments, you can get the storylines people will like.
Should adapt that Lost of Us show into a game.
Yeah,
people would go for that. I think they'd like it as long as they don't flub it in the sequel. People will be really, really happy to see that.
There was that one time they turned the Street Fighter movie into a video game, Street Fighter 2. The game, the movie, the game.
They made 2 Street Fighter movies, didn't they? Technically, like one was relatively recently in the past decade or so, and it was like under the radar shit.
That was the Legend of Chun-Li.
Oh yeah. That was it.
Theo is aware of this, but like if you play a shit ton of LOL, then you see Arcane, you're like, oh, that's kind of neat. You go back to playing LOL, and it's like we've adapted the Arcane characters into viable skins and stuff for LOL. You're like, wait, what the fuck? They are what? You can play Arcane.
I did want to ask just briefly on the Last of Us question. Is anyone looking forward to season 2?
Of what? Sorry?
Of The Last of Us. I
am yes and no. I mean, like, I'm terrified. I like the first season, but like, man, I know what they should do if they're smart, but I don't know what they're gonna do. It's supposed to be like the second and third season are gonna be the events of the second game, and I don't know. Like, I know what they've said, but I'm curious, what are they actually going to do in terms of what beats and how closely to the games they'll hit them?
Would you want them to change the most important one, which is Obviously,
Well,
Joel's death.
that's the thing. They can't not if they portray it like that, then people will turn on a fucking dime on the show, and all the goodwill that they built up with the first season will be gone in an instant.
You can kill Joel. You can do it.
You
Just gotta do it
can
right.
kill Joel. Joel can die. He can. If anything, it's like it's the classic, sort of expected end to his kind of character, but not like that. They will hate you. They'll never let you live it
They
down. They
must
don't want to
know
see
that.
that again.
And part of what I find, I think, particularly interesting is that whole, we're splitting into 2 seasons, and it's like, from a business standpoint, I wonder if they floated the idea of like, maybe we should kill him at the end of season 2 rather than the beginning, because I guess people kind of like this whole.
People really
these
like
two
this Joel and
characters.
Ellie thing going on. So
Yeah,
to
so if
have
we're
the
gonna do it-
relationship be fucked up, like, I would just like don't do that. Like,
I almost
Jesus
want
Christ.
the businessmen to poke their noses in and be like, no, we don't want this because people won't like it.
Like,
Gotta
you
keep 'em
saw
alive."
how they responded to the game, right? They're gonna hate you forever if you just do the game. They're gonna hate you again.
You know what?
It'll happen again.
If the fucking showrunner was like, well, I happen to like Neil Druckmann's choices in Lost Five, I'd be like, no, you don't. No, no
I
one does.
thought that was a thing. I thought after season 1 ended, the showrunner came out and said, like, no, we're adapting it how
There's
it
been
was
a couple of quotes
written.
floating around. They said they may
so.
change his fate. That was another quote.
Maybe
that
that
could mean
came after the
anything.
backlash to that.
The thing is, that could also mean anything. It could mean that we're going to have him have his head blown off. We're not going to, that's how it's. And you'd be like, oh, geez.
No
okay.
golf club.
Or they could have it so that he doesn't die at all. We don't know. And the second fucking trailer comes out, oof.
It is a little weird though, because like I didn't really watch much of The Last of Us, but I did play the original game, and I just felt like they could have probably stretched that game out into like I'd assume at least 3 seasons. So I'm not really I'm not really sure why they didn't. It seems
Probably
like
because of like you don't know how successful it's going to be. So
Get
but I mean, but either way, I mean, then why even bother committing to the 2 if you're not sure it's going to be successful?
Well, they know people like the game, and so if they shove everything in the game in season 1, then that should be the safe choice. I could see someone arguing that would be safe, but I completely agree. I would have gone at least 2 seasons.
Yeah, like I think 2 to 3 seasons, and then you can gauge the like reaction of, well, maybe we should change it a little bit and go a different direction, or like, because when you cram it into 1 season and then you've already said the second game is the second season, you're pigeonholing yourself into doing it pretty much exactly the same way.
One thing I appreciate about all of it is it's shoehorned in the correct fucking logic with adaptations finally, because me and Rags had to fight this for like years, that it's not about accuracy, it's about like it's always contextual, but everybody wants them to be faithful with season 1. No one wants them to be faithful with season 2. So it's like, so it's not about faithfulness at all then, is it? And like nobody can get away with that now. You can't be like, faithfulness is key, and it's like, you don't want Last of Us 2 to be faithful. Don't give me that.
It was always the argument I had with people who said that episode 3 of season 1 was shit because it wasn't like the games, and I would turn around and say, well, do you want season 2 to be like the games? And they would say no. So well, okay, you've answered your own question, haven't you?
Just be more honest.
About...
You prefer the story in the original, in the source. That's okay. You can say that.
Yeah.
Totally fine.
But it's not solely hinging on whether you've accurately adapted the game, because there will come a time when you wish they don't do that.
Absolutely. I wish they wouldn't fucking... I don't want to adapt it at all. just leave it alone.
Please stop. Do you guys have anything else to add to any of the topics? Because we have super chats we got to get to.
The only thing I'm going to add is that, roughly speaking, an hour and 57 minutes ago, we started talking about Superman and the DCEU. And we then spent no time talking about any of that, which might suggest latent disinterest in the property.
I think it might.
I attempted. I tried.
I don't give a shit.
Well, if I'm being completely honest, though, like, the MCU is on the verge of we're discovering its future this year in so many ways. It's give it another year after, and the MCU could fall completely out of discussion. Who knows?
But you got to get in all that MCU discussion now.
Well, I
see
find
how
it
it
interesting,
went.
but DC's going to crawl its way back in, and it might. James Gunn can give it a shot. Good luck, bud.
And James Gunn is how we got back into talking about the MCU. So
He is, yes.
yeah. So I see how it got there. Super Chat Splatoon. What do you think?
Sure thing. Before we get on to that, I mean, none of you are obliged to stay for super chats. If you want to, you're welcome to. But if you are sleep deprived, if you want to head off, you're welcome to do that too. Just give us a chance to plug what you're doing before you head off. But otherwise, we will head on to super chats.
I am afraid I'm going to jump out.
Yes, I will be doing the same. I have some other things I wanted to do today, and I need to get some of them done and hang out with some other people and stretch my legs and all that.
Oh, you're jolting us at the altar.
No, we shut up.
No. Thank you both for coming. That is really great of you to be here, and it's
you bet.
lovely to speak to you. Anytime you want to come back, just give us a shout, and you're more than welcome. Is there anything that you've got going on that you want to plug before you head off?
Well, of course, we have Every Frame of Pause, our podcast that we do. We stream every Saturday at 1 p.m. Central and all equivalent times. We watch shows, movies.
Little Platoon ranting and raving about how awful the Super Mario Brothers movie is. We did an episode with him recently, and we talked about a dinosaur movie that no one saw.
Oh, what was that called? 660?
It was
65.
38. I don't know.
I don't remember the name, but it was two numbers.
56.
Well, in any case, there's that. There's also we're gradually releasing the Mandalorian coverage, which has been hilarious.
It has been a joy. Yeah, those are. I mean, I know like it's our own content, but our coverage of the Mandalorian, I don't think there's anything like it on the internet. Really, I think we.
When I said hilarious, I was more so talking about the fact that like nobody's defending the show, everyone's clowning on it. Like the audience just like us laughing at stupid things that happen, and it's just been. Compared to like The Last of Us, where we're putting out episodes and we're having huge discussions about all the meaning behind all the characters and how they were adapted and all the faithfulness and whether or not it's working in the show, the pacing, the effects, the sets, all this other stuff. Mandalorian, everyone's just laughing. It's just like, I can't believe they fucking made this.
I actually put that in the description of my Mando video. It's the Batwoman of the Star Wars universe. And that was largely because of your guys' Batwoman coverage. It's like, I watch it in the same way. It's just kind of, it's so bad, it's funny.
It is. And we've got two more on the way, so look out if you want to see them. But thank you very much for the invite, sir. And I look forward to seeing you, potentially all of you in future. Who knows what will happen?
MauLer, Rags, I appreciate you guys coming on too. Thanks. I really, really appreciate it.
Sure thing. You bet. We will see you later. If you need us, give us a holler. Man. I will. Do. Yeah, sure. All right. Bye-bye. See you.
Big folks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And then there were four.
Now we're a lot big. We're a lot bigger on the screen now.
All right. As usual, the first super chat is from Mr. Talk About It. Oh my guy, Mr. Talk About It for $5. Thanks, bro. Rewatch the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. Volume 1 is good. Volume 2 is fantastic. Interesting take. Great character work, cinematography, and music choices. Yeah, of course. It's so underrated compared to number 1. I still like number 1 the best.
People are still talking about how I look like Joe Rogan. It's I don't see it, but whatever. I'll take your word for it.
Mr. Talk About It again for another $5. Actually looking forward to Guardians 3 because at least James Gunn gives a shit about writing. TV spots have also been very good so far. I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we can really add much more. We talked about Guardians of the Galaxy 3 and 1 and 2 for quite a while. So
yeah, no, it's like even after the MCU, just not anticipating anything good. When the trailer dropped for Guardians 3, I was like, oh
too
shit.
Much air for Rogan. There you go, guys.
Master of Puppets for a New Zealand $11. Thank you. Hail Cynic and TLP. What is the panel's fave trilogy? Lord of the Rings, Indiana Jones, or OG Star Wars? Because there's only 3. Also, hi MauLer and Rags. Just watched EFAP 93.
I mean, that's discounting the existence of the Back to the Future trilogy.
No, it's just limiting. It's limiting the options. It's not discounting. It's simply saying of those, which would you choose?
Well, no, I was saying that because you said there's only 3. I'm saying
that's what you said.
I was talking to you, and I wasn't talking to the question.
He says there's only 3 Indiana Jones films. That's what he was talking about.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought it was only 3 trilogies. I was like, oh, okay.
Rags, I'm sure, would say hello. Of those, good question. It's between Lord of the Rings and Star Wars, and I'm probably going to have to go with Star Wars, I think.
Lord of the Rings for me.
Yeah, I'm Lord of the Rings all the way. Like, no contests.
Well, are we talking books or films?
I'd say film. Let's just stick with films. I would still say Lord of the Rings for me.
Star Wars.
Why
But like
Star Wars?
I isolating it away from everything else, it's just of the three, that's what I like the best. I'm not a Lord of the Rings guy. I never have been. Indiana Jones is a very close second. But Star Wars is what I grew up with. That was my biggest fandom for a long time until it got tarnished. So that's what I got to go with.
See, I'm a huge Lord of the Rings guy, but I would choose Star Wars because Star Wars created, though Kathleen Kennedy would deny it, 40 years worth of galaxy building and world building. And there's 40 years of people writing on their own backs, submitting it, George Lucas looking over it and saying, this is true, this is not. You've got 40 years of like uncountable numbers of people creating this galaxy. Lord of the Rings is exceptional. It's brilliant. Tolkien's imagination is second to none, but it's much more limited. I don't think there's been the same cultural impact from the Lord of the Rings as there has been for Star Wars in terms of sort of audience-generated reciprocative content. So Star Wars, just for the expansiveness of the old expanded universe, beats it. But otherwise, in terms of their own individual films, that's really hard. Yeah. Probably.
I just remember, like, I wish I could go back to the time of like when I was like in elementary school and there hadn't been a Star Wars movie released for 11 years, and I was the only kid in my class that really cared about it. And like, I wish I can go back to those days when it wasn't every other day I'm hearing some announcement about how they're ruining it.
Just briefly, Connor in the chat says, except on the entire fantasy genre, which I think he's talking about Tolkien's influence. There's a difference between Tolkien's influence on the fantasy genre, which is people who are innovating off of him, and George Lucas's encompassing of people into the Star Wars universe particularly. So the Lord of the Rings is Tolkien's creation. It's influenced fantasy like immeasurably. It's been so profoundly influential. But other people's works which are not part of the Lord of the Rings, I am discounting in this conversation because they are not Tolkien's works and they are not set in his world. So for all of his influence, I think he probably has a bigger influence than George Lucas does. However, we're talking specifically about the brand, the IP, and the universe they're creating, in which case I think Star Wars is probably more expansive than Lord of the Rings.
Boom, mic drop.
Oh, wait, I can do that. There you go.
Well, let's deal with it right there.
That's a deal with it. Read that one, Platoon.
Oh fuck. Yeah, it's how. Okay.
That's
there
why
are
I said
accents in this. In it, I'm gonna say it's Lubor Chambal. Probably wrong. For €2. Stop calling Gen Alpha kids Zoomers. Gen Alpha is people born after 2010, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
The oldest ones are teenagers already. Holy shit.
By the way, I
scary.
want to bring up something. Yeah, I personally think that Cynic, you owe me a refund because you didn't try to pronounce the word I sent last week. And that
How much? Oh yeah, because I'm not gonna try it.
I think it was only $2. But that was I was explicit with my instructions, and only Platoon tried to and successfully pronounced it. So.
Mr. Talk about it for another $2. Thanks, bro. How is Star Wars so damn dull?
I don't know. I don't
Rewind 30
think
seconds.
you can say The Mandalorian is dull. The Mandalorian is hilarious.
It's
but
good fun to shit on.
It's just incompetent. So dull, maybe not. I think the broader question of being like, how is Star Wars so shit might be interesting to ask. Like, how have we got to the point where the premiere Star Wars TV show is scoring fewer viewers than the Book of Boba Fett? How did we
did
get to
the
that
audience
point?
increase at least like a little over time?
Did it?
No.
That's what I was. That's what I read yesterday. Like by seasons 3 end, the audience did go up, but I don't even remember the source, so I don't know if that's true.
Maybe.
Well, the final like numbers will come out pretty soon. So.
It's also a season finale.
Morbid curiosity, you know.
Yeah. Eyes Full of Sky for $2. Thanks. Hi, Platoon. Hi, blue hair guy. It was black. Hi, Bag.
What about me?
Hi, DarkHour.
Thank you.
Jonathan Frost for $5. Thank you. Groot looks like he's allergic to bees and got stung a bunch of times. It's like America Chavez.
Well, actually, that's a really good analogy there, because like that's really what it looked like. That was just such a terrible costume with whatever effect they were using over it. I'm not really sure.
But did he tear a portal through time that sucked in his lesbian mothers? That's the question.
Maybe we'll find out in Guardians 3. Go for broke for $9.99. Thank you. My favorite EFAP quote was in the Book of Boba Fett reaction, Rags. Hey, look, it's that Starship Slave 1, Jay. Rags, they don't want to associate Star Wars with slavery.
Yeah, that's actually like a big thing. I think what it was, the action, like the toy for the Slave 1 was just listed as Boba Fett's Starship because they would not put Slave 1 on
That
it.
is fucking hilarious.
And it came out shortly after the news that Mulan, the Disney remake, was made, and the creator of that thanked the administrator of the local Chinese concentration camp where they actually employed slave labor. So, well done, Disney. You rename a starship, but yeah, maybe not the best image at all.
Give you a golf clap for trying. Russ Man for $10.
He's a man
best
of few
super chat.
words.
Yep, best super chat of the night.
Yeah, we got through that one pretty quick.
Thank you, Russ Man.
That should have been like a choose your own adventure one. We should have just made something up.
What would Russ Man have said if he wanted to say something?
Why
I'll
isn't
think of
Cynic's hair blue
Since
anymore?
my actual name is Russ, I'll think of something by the end of this. Don't worry.
For as much shit as I got for having blue hair, I actually didn't think that people would want it back. But
Yes.
But I need to get blue hair back, I guess.
No, you're our guard against people who say that we're anti-SJW.
It's right there. Well, it's right here.
I am your shield. Hostman Socrates. I'm surprised the first super chat didn't come from you, Hostman, for $5. Thank you. Remember,
I'm surprised
kid.
and disappointed.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in you. Remember, kid, legends get remembered, but heroes never die, says Kevin Feige. Oh,
Yeah, tell it to Doctor Strange.
do you want to fill in the gaps on this one?
I honestly, I was mostly joking. I don't think I'm going to come up with anything. If I do come up with something, I'll let you know.
For the $4.99.
I'll go look up a really hard word for everyone to pronounce.
Yeah, spell anti-disestablishmentarianism.
I was going
Did
to
we
say
do that one?
anti-disestablishmentarianism. I was going to say
you?
the same.
That's not, but
damn
that's not
word.
hard to say. That's just hard to spell.
That's why I said spell it. Yeah, spell it.
ANTIDIS. This.
I guess it's probably not, actually.
ESTA. This is stat. BLIS. No, fuck it. Run out.
Here, going forward, if anybody who doesn't have something to put into the super chat, just put a really confusing word, and Cynic will not try to pronounce it. So.
Nope, I'll pass it over to
But
my
Platoon
co-host. Let's see
might.
if I point to the right direction this time.
Yeah, I always screw it
yeah.
up. It's
the mirror. All right. Taker 610 for $2. The Accords were kind of Wanda's fault, right?
I think they
she
were
was the
entirely
cherry on
her
top.
fault.
Well, she was the cherry on top.
They were the Accords were just very confusingly, like, at first it was all of it came from the second Avengers movie, and then so technically it would have been Ultron's fault.
No, but it wasn't, because they went all the way back. They went to Winter Soldier and showed him taking out those things that were fucking like run by Hydra. So like you're welcome. But yeah.
Wasn't the subtext supposed to be that there's a long history of the Avengers creating destruction, and this is simply the excuse they use to enact them in the form of Accords, which gives the government control over the Avengers. It doesn't really matter who was responsible. The fact is these events happened, and the government turned up and said, we'll regulate you out of existence, because that's...
Someone just pointed out that Ultron is technically Tony's fault, so therefore my point doesn't hold water.
Ultron is Wanda's fault. He was not going to do that. And she fucked with his head enough to make him hyper paranoid. Ultron is not Tony's fault exclusively. That's
all of these excuses just to blame a woman. My God.
I mean, it's my thinly veiled misogyny.
It's not like the Accords matter anyway. You know, they were
Yeah,
just blown
they
up
all-
in
It
one
never
line.
fucking mattered to anybody.
Yeah.
No,
Anyway,
She-Hulk
like,
dismissed
whatsoever.
them in a single line of dialogue, so
That
fuck
is
them.
gone.
Like not even an important line. Just like they were salty.
There wasn't many.
Ever
Ever
lines,
since,
since-
any
ever since the
important lines.
Sokovia Accords were repealed. Wait, hold on, what?
Wait, what? I had to rewind. Like, did he just? Yeah.
Have you just retconned the most substantive piece of world building since Civil? Okay, you have. Okay, brilliant. Well done, She-Hulk.
Hey, somebody just put that word that that you wouldn't pronounce in the chat.
Oh yeah, they did.
The one from last
Yes,
week.
they did. Hostman Socrates for another $5. That's what I'm talking about, Hostman. The sacred timeline is code for magical bullshit retcon device. Thanks, buddy.
Can't disagree with you.
Wasn't that pretty much what it was in the comics? Wasn't it just a way for them to slim their universe back down? Like introducing the multiverse?
Well, yes and no.
DC, yes.
DC would actually like the way DC did
In
it
the
with
80s.
the Crisis on Infinite Earths was so much
Yeah.
better than any other one. They literally hired people to just sit in a room and read all their comics and come up with a way like a true timeline of everything to push it all back together. It was actually very impressive. Then they tried it again with Infinite Crisis. It didn't work nearly as well.
Mm.
It's not Infinite Crisis wasn't like bad. It just wasn't nearly as good.
But it's
Well,
a good idea
Secret
in
Wars-
principle. You need to have some kind of limiting or checking principle on your multiverse. You need to have some established, consistent, contiguous world that everyone can refer to. You can't just have this weird spiraling out series of absolute bullshit in the multiverse. You need some point of common reference, and that apparently I think is what they destroyed in Loki when they did away with that, which is not good writing, but it's very easy for writers.
RRTNZ for a New Zealand 550. Thank you, sir. Hail Cynic, Lord DarkHour, MauLer, Rags and Bag. Wow, that sounds like a lyric in a
Rags
song.
and
What's everyone's favorite movie quote? His is no matter where you go, there you are. Buckaroo Banzai.
That's of every movie ever.
RR is a man of culture. So
I know mine. It's my favorite movie of all time is Forgetting Sarah Marshall. There is a beautiful
movie.
line right in the middle, and Russell Brand says, "Have you seen my other shoe?"
yes.
It's the opposite of this one, not like
No.
its evil twin.
Yes, not like an evil version. Yeah.
That was a
Best
really
one.
good. That was a really good impression.
Yeah.
It's not like an evil version, you know, a pseudo version.
I guess
this
like,
one's pow. Yeah.
I guess that's probably sums it down. Like give like a quote from your favorite movie. That's a little bit easier. I still need a minute on that. But.
My favorite quote, the first one that comes to mind, honestly, is RoboCop when Red Foreman, the Red Foreman, he comes in and just goes, "Bitches leave." And that's it. There's that misogyny again. Sorry, it's coming out.
Weirdly, the first Pokemon movie, Mewtwo's peroration, is something like, "The circumstances of one's birth are irrelevant. It's what you do with the gift of life that defines you." Which
That's in
I
Pokemon.
really like. That's in
Yeah.
the first Pokemon film. And now we're
Yep.
talking about, is Ant-Man and the Wasp better than Multiverse of Madness? And you think, well, Pokemon in 1999 had a moral message. And in 2023, we don't. So that's a good. I think that's a good quote. There are others, I'm sure, that are better, but as a basic
good one.
sort of statement of intent, that's pretty good.
So since I just recently did a video on the first Rocky film, I have Rocky on the brain. I'll just go with the one I probably use the most, and that's the from Rocky's extremely punch drunk ramblings that bring down the Soviet Union. You know, if I could change, you could change. Everybody could change. You know, like
yeah. No,
That's
it's a
what I'm
good
going
quote,
with.
bro.
it's a good. Actually, it's a good quote. It's just
It
the fact
is.
that would not have taken down the political problems of the time.
No, that is like a Sylvester Stallone way of just being like, "You need to do better, Senator."
That's what that was. That was the original. You need to do better. You need to
It
do
really
better.
was.
Premiere.
If I could change, everyone could change.
You need to do better premiere of the Politburo. I can't even say it right now. Politburo.
Hey, Platoon, did you like or did you even watch this kind of CGI animated update of the original Pokemon movie?
I
Did they
did not know.
Did they do that?
That's a
Yeah,
thing?
yeah, it's on Netflix. It literally is the exact same movie, just updated with computer generated. It's a computer generated cartoon. It's like it looks more like Pixar or something.
To this, to this
So
day-
if you like the movie, which I do, I have nostalgia for it. It was fun to go back and rewatch it. Like
to this day, I love the fact that they debuted Mewtwo in the show with absolutely zero fucking explanation.
Oh
Just
yeah,
like here he is to kick the shit out of Gary.
yeah.
and then he just right before Ash faces him, he just fucks off. He's just like, I'm
Thank
not
God.
interested anymore. Like,
Thank God, because he would have never fucking won that one.
yeah.
The one contender against the one I offered earlier was Gandalf's in the Fellowship of the Ring, which I think is it many that live deserve death, some that die
That one.
deserve
Yeah, that's a good
life.
one.
Fuck, how does it? Can you give it to them? Then don't be so quick to deal out death and judgment, I think is the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much any Gandalf quote from Fellowship of the Ring is amazing.
Here now at the shore of the sea lies the
Yeah.
end of our fellowship, but not all tears are tears of sadness.
So fucking good. Jose Gonzalez for $5. Thank you. In spite of humor, Avengers also gave us moments like Scepter Hulk, Loki Ledger, Cat Punching Bag, Thor After the Fall. It's very well balanced.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, Loki Ledger. What's
The when he's talking to Black Widow about her ledger.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I thought my brain for some reason went to like they were saying like Heath Ledger, like that was just. But yeah, the cat punching bag. Yeah. Okay, yeah, these are all. I mean, the first Avengers movie was just. I don't think there hasn't been in the last like probably about 15 years a movie that made me feel the way that one did when I watched it.
Yeah, that was a tremendous movie.
It wasn't even like
it's
from
still
a
great.
technical standpoint of like filmmaking. There's other ones that are better in the MCU, but just that moment of being able of seeing all of them together, there was nothing like that at the time, and I don't think it will never be recaptured because now it's been done so many times. It's not going to be recaptured.
Yeah, I think the closest they've come since is the Spider-Man No Way Home, honestly.
Yeah,
And that
I would
whole
agree.
that's like another lightning in a bottle situation. That I'm just like maybe that's why they thought they could get away with not having an Avengers movie this phase because they had Spider-Man. And I'm like,
Yeah, sort of.
yeah, I think the
Well,
audience is
And
telling
they
you
threw the
that's not-
Illuminati in there. That's kind of like the Avengers.
Yeah, okay, a
If-
fucking joke.
If they grew up near a nuclear power plant.
Absolute fucking joke. Thank you, Jose. Appreciate you. Hostman for another 5. Thanks, bud. Deadwood had Shakespearean dialogue written in a pentameter, but it still sounds pentameter. What is that? Why do I
Iambic
know that?
pentameter is like
iambic, it's Shakespeare. So iambic pentameter is that there are 5 foots in every meter. So da 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 da. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So how does the what's the tell me not the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when adulteration finds, or bends but the remover to remove. Or no, it is an ever fixed mark, which looks on tempest and is never shaken. And so the poem goes. But the idea is that an iamb is this da foot in a poem. So pentameter is 5 da-das in a line of poetry.
It's a haiku.
Most of Shakespeare's. No.
Oh, no, because the haiku is 575.
Yeah.
575. Pentameter. Most of Shakespeare's sonnets, I think, are written in iambic pentameter, and it's about being very, very consistent. So you have to have the 5 beats per line, and music does the same thing. So poetry and music in that way are linked.
I'm really glad I passed that off to Platoon because he did a way better job than I would. I was literally just going to go, it's 5 beats in a line, and let's go on. So
It's like I think most of the English language naturally sits in iambic pentameter. That's why people use it so often for. It's a good rule for dialogue and stuff because it makes it flow properly.
Yeah, it comes from the Italian tradition because most Italian poetry is in iambic pentameter. English actually introduces a bit more varieties. Like W.H. Auden uses a lot of sort of 4 iambic tetrameter, which is 4 every line. And pentameter is more Italian in tradition, I think.
Damn.
I love how smart you are. It's lovely.
Hostman for another
almost
$5.
scary sometimes.
Oh wait, that was the same one. My bad. I thought I had hit that one already. Unstart it. Jose, excuse me, for another 5. Thanks, man. In contrast with Guardians, dialogue is very human, even with the talking raccoon. The non sequiturs are used to accentuate character awkwardness.
I would argue that Rocket has probably the most human moment in the first I agree. The first Guardians, when he's talking about how they took him from, he was just a regular raccoon. They took him, tore him apart, turned him into a killing machine. He didn't ask for that. Like, that's probably the most human moment that in both of the Guardians films.
Yeah, I remember that scene pretty well. That's like the one scene from the first movie that stands out to me, actually.
I feel like Groot literally says, "I am Groot," and he sounds more like a human than anything in Multiverse of Madness. So.
That's like the greatest paycheck anybody's ever achieved, might I add.
Just on this comment, just to prove that I am insufferably smug, trochaic is the opposite. So iams tend to go da-da, da-da. Trochaic is da-da-da-da. So William Blake, I think it is, tiger, burning bright, as opposed to tiger, burning bright. So you have you have trochaic pentameter, which is the first stress on the first syllable of the word, and iambic is the first stress on the second syllable of the word. And I'm now going to stop being a poetry nerd. So go.
And he did that. It's the equivalency to like 1 a.m. for him. Just remember that, everybody.
Yeah,
coming up for 2 at this point, and I had
2 in the morning.
3 hours.
Oh,
I had 3 hours sleep last night as well, so it's all good.
Imagine if he was fully rested and it was a decent hour. What he could explain.
I would quote you entire William Blake poems if I could do that.
Half a ball for $2. Thanks. I believe that one is referring to your hilarious Avatar Way of Water review, Platoon.
Thank you. I'm happy to leave that film way behind me, deep down in the water. I wish it would drown, but apparently it's still very successful.
Mr. Cameron will just go down and pick it back up and raise that shit.
Well, he's doing another one, isn't he, in 2 years' time? So
they signed on for 5. There's 5
oh,
of them.
fucking hell. Well, there's always the hope of a sniper, I suppose.
I mean, he's getting up there in age.
Yeah. He's Canadian, though. We got that healthcare, so he'll be good.
I'm sure if he lived in America, he could afford the healthcare, motherfucker.
That's true.
Fight the Club for $5. Thanks. You guys are making me want to rewatch the Avengers. Yep. This panel ought to do an Avengers 1 stream.
Sign me up.
I'd be up for that.
I'd be up for it.
Sign me up.
I like watching good movies. It is fun.
I only make my content on things I enjoy for the most part.
We did one on Mr. Brown Alliance, like probably late last year, I think it was. And I think I hosted it for the first time ever. So there is one on Mr. Brown Alliance's channel. You've got a couple of us over there. And
I'm officially a member now, by the way.
You are fantastic.
Part of the club.
I'm plugging to have you on one of his streams as well. But yeah, if you want like a purely joyful Avengers appreciation stream, we did one. I think it was like November or December last year.
I'm still up for another one though, if you guys want to do it.
Collins Grimm for $5.99 of fake money, but we'll accept it. Between this and Platoon's Mandalorian review vid, I have the whole next week covered by content. Thank you.
By which time part 2 will be out, so you have another week's worth of content.
I was listening to that on my way back from work today, and I was like, for me, it's not a problem, but I know like a lot of people use you for like ASMR. This is probably a terrible idea right now. I did find myself zoning out after a little bit, but it was,
Oh, fucking hell, so did I. But then I spent 13 hours doing this yesterday, so I was zoned out by about hour 3 or 4.
I only caught the one mistake you made in calling it Finn's squadron when it was post squadron.
Oh, did I? Oh, shit.
Yes.
Damn you,
Well
Platoon.
spotted.
You need to take it down.
How dare you in your 2-hour video?
I'll redo the next 27 hours worth of video production just to correct that mistake.
Scrap everything, start over.
That was when I knew for a fact you weren't actually an AI. I knew you were.
AI can make mistakes, my dude.
Anyone else want to grab one?
Oh, you want to go?
Oh
no,
no! I've done one already. It's your turn.
I was trying to sound out the name in my brain, anyways, because it's a cool name. Is it Johann Gambleputty?
I think so.
And that's Polish. I don't know what the currency is, but 50 of them.
I think Bex figured that out last week.
Is
PLN.
Yes.
it Ulm in Germany?
It is. Yeah, it's Polish.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
sure it's
let's go.
Polish, yeah.
Any chances for the custody schedule for the upcoming weeks so we can know which Monday Cynical Daddy takes the podcast to Disneyland and when Platonic Daddy takes the BSUP to Pandora theme park?
I think we're probably just alternate from now on. I don't know.
We're alternating. The simple answer to that is follow both of us and we will let you know.
Problem solved. Problem solved.
But it should be alternating, so it'll be Cynics next week, mine the week after, I think.
Yep. To keep it simple, as complicatedly simple as possible, that is.
Polish
nuggets. $2 from Great Shield. Thank you. Hello, Maul and Rag. They're gone, but we'll tell them you said hi. Da-ba-da. Who wants to read another one?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Iron Man 3 was a bait and switch. Shane Black doesn't know how to do anything outside of Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
I mean, I'm not a huge Shane Black fan, so
Yeah.
I really am not. I don't get the hype about him.
What he did to the Predator is unforgivable.
I
Yeah.
was going to say, didn't Shane
He's
Black do
overrated
one
as
of the
fuck.
Predator films? And
Yes.
it was the bad
He
one.
was-
Was he
He
the
was
star in the first
original
Predator?
Yeah, he was in
Well,
the
he
original
wasn't
Predator.
he wasn't a star. Let's not let's not do
Jason
that.
got- was he an,
got a big pussy.
was he an
Demonetized.
ancillary character in the Predator film?
He was the first one of their crew to die. I could literally go through the entire Predator. But he was the first one to die. He does the very least. He was the communications specialist, which is
That's the
actually
one.
He made
really-
Billy laugh.
Yes, that's his most important thing is that he gave us that laugh.
Yep, he's responsible for the laugh. Maybe that's one of my favorite quotes. That's the one thing Shane Black gave me is one of my favorite movie quotes. Pretty much any joke of his from the original Predator movie.
Well, that was one thing I actually did consider saying. Just the entirety of the Predator script is like my favorite quote of all time, because that thing is just it's one liner after one liner after one liner.
Oh,
So
there
you
are
can't
some
pick
very,
one.
very good. Yeah, there are brilliant one-liners. I
'Cause
don't got time
yeah.
to bleed.
Yeah, when
God.
when I was trying to think of one, there was
good.
people saying like Predator quotes in the chat, and I was like, "That's a great one. That's a great one too." But I was like, I can't just say the whole,
No.
the whole script.
Get to
Pick
the
a line from
chopper.
Predator. Yeah, get to the chopper. Holy shit. A bunch I can't say on stream.
Just a bunch of slack-jawed.
I just almost
Yeah.
had a Freudian
The
slip,
CIA
and I
have
was
you
like,
pushing too many pencils? That's a good one.
Yeah, you got you pushing too many pencils.
I mean, we could probably do a whole stream just say a quote and be like, "Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good quote." Whoever wrote that, they really got that one.
Yeah. Ginger Adventure, thanks for the $5. Much appreciated.
But we didn't even touch on the Kiss Kiss Bang Bang thing. Yes, that was well written.
It's his best.
Yeah.
So for what that's worth.
Yeah, it was well written in the sense that if you're not really looking for much deep with it, but it's like the actual the lines of the script are like I think who else was in it? It was Paul Giamatti, I believe, was in it.
Yeah.
He has some great lines. Like there is well written parts in it, but the actual plot is like nonsense.
I also just remember Shane Black as the manager of Helen Hunt's restaurant in As Good as It Gets. And I just remember thinking, God, you got fat since Predator. And that was it.
There's another Predator quote. Something make you goddamn sexual Tyrannosaurus.
That's a good one.
Uh-huh.
The original Predator
Trouble
cast,
makers.
though, there's a team of 6, isn't it? And there are 3 of them who went into mainstream and major American politics. So you've got Arnie, who was governor of California.
Jesse Ventura.
You have
Minnesota.
Jesse the Body Ventura.
That's
Who
the
was,
one.
yeah,
He
governor
went
of Minnesota. Yeah.
as a Republican as well. And there was the other guy who's
Sonny
name
Landham.
of- Yes, and he was a Republican as well, I think.
Yes, I don't remember where he ran though.
No, neither do I.
But
it's
he didn't.
interesting,
He
like,
didn't win. He didn't win though.
I thought he did eventually. Like he became governor of like one day, maybe not. the
Maybe
first
that might have
time.
been. Yeah, I think he. I can look that up if you want, real quick.
What you like Last Action Hero though, yeah?
I
DarkHour?
love every Arnold film, even the bad one. for
Yeah,
the
but
most
did he
part.
not? Did Shane Black not do Last Action Hero?
No, that was John McTiernan, wasn't it?
Did he?
I think he wrote it too. I mean, hold on, I'm looking up if Sonny Landham actually won
All right.
his seat in the politics. You can continue going. I'll keep looking it up.
All right.
He ran as a libertarian, by the way.
That's
That
why
was
he
it.
lost.
But he ran as a Republican, then a libertarian. Yeah, it looks like.
But
he didn't win.
I always thought the interesting thing about that was that back in the 1980s, you could have like half the cast of a major Hollywood film would go on to run as either Republicans or right-wing libertarians and win. And today, you'll be hard pressed to find you'll be hard pressed to find a single actor from any film who does not vote either Democrat or to the left of Democrat. And it's fun to sort of chart the demographic shift amongst major Hollywood actors because, you know, Arnie came from a really, really fascinating background. That he born up in Eastern Europe, he had to flee persecution by the communists, he comes with a huge amount of life experience, he takes it to America, he translates that into government. And likewise, most American actors before 1970 probably had wartime experience, and they tended to lean conservative more than liberal or left-wing. And now we are in the position where the only people given a speech at any given sort of Hollywood award ceremony are going to be left-wing propagandists who have no life experience but plenty of media experience. And there's been this vast demographic shift in the cadre of people who are fronting culture from conservative life experience to left-wing pampered and by and large naive.
And to answer your question, Cynic, yes, Shane Black was one of the writers, but actually now I'm thinking back on the happy hour. I'm thinking back on the happy hour. I remember there was like a bunch of rewrites with a bunch of different writers. So he was one of them apparently.
Mm. Yep. Well, I won't count it. Vinyl Morpheus for $19.99. Thanks. One of two. I believe the idea that films even need to be interconnected has compromised them to some degree. The only criteria for a good film should be that the film itself is standalone good. I'd argue the good MCU films are, and we'll go to the next one for $9.99 more. Thanks. Largely disposable as standalone films. Few exceptions like first Iron Man or Guardians 2. Every film became a sacrificial lamb for a larger convoluted story. I agree to a degree. I loved Civil War. Honestly, that is still my favorite MCU movie is Captain America Civil War.
So good.
Yeah, it's really fucking good.
I mean, I don't think I can add much to what was just said by this super chat itself. It was that nailed it out of the park. That was, that's exactly what ended up happening eventually. The movies themselves lost their own agency and they just became part of building blocks of a larger story that kept getting more convoluted.
Yeah, which is annoying because when you think about if Endgame was supposed to be a conclusion and then you follow it up with Loki basically being like, that wasn't shit. Nothing you watched means anything. It becomes like, well, where's the thing I'm supposed to care about? Because everything is just telling me to get to the next thing.
I would push back on it slightly because if you're writing a book, for example, it's not enough to say, well, this chapter in isolation is brilliant. The chapter has to actually connect with something that happens later in the book. So if you're telling an overarching story which encompasses multiple films, you can't simply judge the film on its own merits, though its own merits are the most important, but you do also have to account for the fact that it connects with stuff that comes after it. It has to lead into other things. You can't say that chapter 1 of Harry Potter is brilliant, but chapters 2 through 35 are shit. But chapter 1 is still great, and that's all we need to know. No, you have to actually connect these things. If you're telling a multi-film saga or an MCU-style multi-film saga, you do need to have some regard for how these things work together. And so, yeah, I agree to the extent that a film should be judged on its own merits up to a point. If it's supposed to be part of an interconnecting thing, then no, you need to have it more than that, I think.
I also agree with that, and again to a point, because then you get into the problem of like, well, the Harry Potter saga ended though. This is never gonna fucking end, and they make the
never say never.
They make the previous thing that felt final not just actually it's way bigger than this, and that actually didn't even fucking matter in the grand scheme of things. So
I think that was part of the allure of why the MCU ended up doing so well off the bat too. Was it was the first time anyone had tried to do a gigantic overarching, like have multiple standalone-ish movies, but also have this huge kind of TV show-ish arc in theaters. It kind of probably was the reason that it is as successful as it is people kind of keep coming back, hoping that like the finale will be good, but there is no finale. Joke's on you.
Right. Yeah. The only thing that's going to stop it is when it stops becoming profitable. Oh,
so soon.
Which, yeah, it could be soon. Anyone else want to read another one? My voice.
Sure. Mario should have copied Gladiator. That film was the perfect format for it. I think my monotonous voice made that work pretty well.
My name is Mario Decimus Meridius, husband to a murdered wife.
I just picture Mario standing in the middle of a stadium. Like, are you not entertained?
Brother to a murdered plumber.
Brother to a murdered plumber.
I'm slightly struggling with that one.
All I can think of is he has like the weapons from like Super Smash Brothers though, like the ones that like the what is it, like the home run bat and stuff like that.
And I will have my vengeance with this star or the next. Yeah. Yeah.
We all agree.
I'm all for it. In fact, every movie should be based on the Gladiator.
Anyone else wanna
I can go for Sophia Michelle for $4.99. Thoughts on Strange World, Lightyear, and the LGBT aspects? It caused a lot of controversy.
I don't know much about the movies, so I just know about the controversy, honestly.
Two different ones. So Strange World was marketed on the grounds that its protagonist, I think, was the first teen LGBT person to helm an animated Disney-related product, which is already way too many words. Lightyear is different. So with Strange World, that's a case of identity trumping film, product, and story, and that's obviously not a good thing. That's what creates backlash. Lightyear, I thought, was a moral panic which didn't deserve to be as castigated as it was. The film was not very good, but the amount of attention paid to one throwaway scene where two women happen to kiss, that's when you see the backlash to the broader culture of LGBT stuff impacting simply normal gay people. And I reject and I oppose, frankly, the reactionary impulse against Lightyear on the grounds that it had that one scene, because people said, well, this is propagating LGBT lifestyles. Okay, fine. What do you mean when you say that? That's very different from saying this is a lifestyle which is trying to subvert gender binaries or trying to turn children trans. If you're objecting to a lesbian kiss in Lightyear simply because it exists, what you're really doing there is you're saying, I don't really like seeing gay people on the screen, and I don't find that argument persuasive at all. But I place most of the blame for that behind everything else that goes around LGBT culture. I reject LGBT as a label. I think it's a harmful political acronym, which is encompassing a number of people who really fundamentally want to live private lives and occasionally to be, recognized on the screen. There's no problem with that. If you have a problem with the Lightyear kiss sequence, then you should probably have a problem with any heterosexual kiss on screen. That's not the same as Strange World, which made a point of being an overtly sexualized, gay, whatever the fuck you want to call it, production. There's no other quality to that which makes it remarkable except the fact that it's pushing a particular sexuality. I don't want sexuality, mine or other people's, to be the subject of a film. I want it to be a subject of character, which is part of character, but not the determining aspect of character. So Lightyear didn't deserve to fail for that reason. Strange Worlds probably did.
Yeah, I'm a gay black trans guy, and I couldn't even handle Strange World. Like, it was I don't know. I don't understand why anyone thinks that that's representation and why you'd think that the only representation you need on screen is your sexuality, which should have nothing to do with any character, because it has nothing to do with any person in real life.
I mean, it has something to do with character. It determines like who you love and what your relationships will look like, but it doesn't determine you in terms of your relationship with story. So, for example, what was the thing with Tim Chalamet and Ani? Call Me by Your Name, for example, or Brokeback Mountain. Both of those make the relationship a key part of the overarching story. They're very gay stories, but they are stories without necessarily being gay. Like, it doesn't really matter too much. It's an important part of a character that you're depicting, but that aspect of the character shouldn't determine the entire worth of your product. I want gay people on screen. I want more gay superheroes. I think that would be great. But they have to be part of a story which they belong in. It can't simply be, I'm gay, celebrate me. That's pointless and divisive and breeds a backlash.
Well said.
As a straight white male, I'm going to be very, I'm not going to say too much. No, but in all honesty, I think Platoon basically hit it on the head, that there was a lot that was thrown about Buzz Lightyear that it just wasn't a good movie. I think it would have failed on its own merit, even if that didn't get wrapped up in it. It was failing right from the start with the announcement of the casting. Like everyone was like, why would you not just get the voice everybody knows? So I think that was just kind of a thing that got thrown up in a whirlwind that was already not good for the film to begin with. I didn't see the other one, so I can't really, but I remember the marketing was just god awful for that. It was probably some of the worst marketing I've ever seen for a movie.
Jay puts it well.
Yeah, Jay Goodwin just crushed it right there. Yup.
Well, yeah, it's at a certain point, like, writers have got to realize that there's more to a person's personality than who they're attracted to, and how much melanin is in their skin. That's not a replacement for personality for a character in a script. Those are traits that can have effect on decisions or situations, but that's not just the personality. And that's a lot of time what ends up happening with a lot of them, where that becomes, well, at least the more recent ones, like what you said with Brokeback Mountain. That story could have worked with a non-gay couple. It just happened to be part of it, and it worked really well.
Well, no, it was kind of centered around the fact that they were gay, because they were.
Well, I'm saying you could have written it in a way. You could have written it in a way that was like, you could have written a similar story about a non-gay couple, and it still could have worked. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, that movie is really fucking good, anyway.
Yeah.
That's
well, I'm saying
great
that
movie.
wasn't. But the personalities of the characters wasn't just we're gay. We're just gay and we're cowboys, and that's all it
also,
is. Like,
it plays to an established and classical trope, which is the star-crossed lovers thing. This is forbidden love. Forbidden love works as well with gay people as it does with straight people. You can tell a brilliant story with that, but the story doesn't just hinge on that forbidden aspect. You have to tell a story besides that. If all you're saying is, look, the story that I'm telling, the film I'm putting out, which has no real story to tell, well, at least there's gay people in it, then why the fuck should I want to watch it?
That's exactly what I was trying to say. It's not a replacement for characterization and personality.
No,
100%. That's another example. I've used Everything Everywhere before as the example of, like, I don't need to 100% like be like, oh, I see myself on the screen to relate to the theme. Like at the end of Brokeback Mountain, when Heath Ledger is sniffing Jack's jacket, it's unbelievably sad. It's just heart-wrenching. And like, I don't need to be a gay guy to connect with that.
That you brought up Everything Everywhere. That is another one where she was gay, and that was part of the reason for the rejection and the hiding. That could have easily been replaced with just an undesirable, because we want you to date an Asian person, and she was with a black guy or a white guy or something. It could have been replaced with that. It didn't replace her personality. It was just happened to be a something with a vehicle to 100%. Show that.
Yeah.
100%.
You can make it an important part. So like if you read Gore Vidal's City and the Pillar, I think it is, it's a vital part of the story, which is that it's not just star-crossed lovers, it's also that they are star-crossed for this particular societal reason, which is prejudice against, discrimination against gay people. But that is part of a story which deserves to be told. It's not simply saying, look, we have gay people, therefore the story is worth reading. No, it's a story that is worth reading that happens to feature gay people in it. The fact that, and gay people are fundamental to that story.
Nice.
Nice.
I was gonna say too, like I find it less. It less feels like representation and more like commodification. Like it's not really like you're representing the viewpoints or the experiences of the people that they're putting in these movies. It's usually just like a selling point, which is the
Box
opposite. It's gross. It feels like it's like
pandering.
it's pandering, and it's somewhat kind of sexist or racist or something when you're like, yeah, we got a black person, give us your money.
Go on.
What does someone fucking think of, like, you, BagFace, like, as a black man? Like, what do you think of the fact that they have to have a fucking diversity checklist to get nominated for an Oscar now? Like, how outrageous is that?
It feels like it feels like race. It feels more racist than if you just don't ever give a black person an Oscar. It feels like, well, we have to have this certain section for this group of people. We have to make sure we take them into account because they can't do it on their own merits. So we have to make sure that they're included, which is like, I'd rather have to come up and do it on merit rather than have it handed in a sense, because then everyone who sees it's going to be like, oh, well, yeah, you got that, but it's only because you're black or because you're a woman, or you know what I mean? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I figured. Like when I read something like that, I'm like, Jesus, if that,
yeah, like when it's like me, like me, who's not even part of that group, and I feel insulted that the person is being like used in that way. It's like I'm like that's the worst reason to. Like, yeah, you got money for it. That's pretty awesome. That's always a good thing. But like, you're being used to just as essentially just a prop at that point.
Yeah, and it makes us also kind of miss out on the ones that really fucking earned it when they do get it, because that's the first thing that crosses my mind. Like, I saw Everything Everywhere when it was just like nothing, like no one had, there was no hype around it, and I thought it was brilliant, and I was like, well, that won't get nominated for Best Picture, and then it won, and in my opinion, like rightfully so. And everyone deserved their Academy Award except Jamie Lee Curtis, in my opinion. But like, some backlash occurred because it's like, well, they just won because it's, diversity and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, man, like that was a good movie. Let's not like miss the forest for the trees here. Like that is a good fucking movie. Shit, we haven't even gotten to any more super chats in a big.
that was a big one. I think that one
was a good chat.
That was a good one. Yeah,
got your money's worth on that one.
Yeah.
Same one.
Sophia. Oh, this is the same one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forget to unstar them. Whoops. Larry for $10. Thanks, Larry. Made you look. Have you seen Random Film Talk stuff yet? I think he's worthy to be among you. Random Film Talk. That sounds so familiar. Let me go to his.
I've not seen him, but I'm going to look him up right now.
Yep. No, I have not. Oh, wait. Yes, I have. I have clicked play on a few of these. Yes, I have. So I have come across this channel before. Yep. I will subscribe so that maybe I'll contact him. Yeah. His name is Charlie, it says. So I'll say hi, Charlie. Thanks, Larry. Sean Calloway for $40. Damn. Thanks. Why are people suddenly psyched for video game movies? Does no one remember Tomb Raider, Warcraft, Assassin's Creed, Mortal Kombat? First of all, Mortal Kombat was fucking awesome.
OG.
Mortal Kombat is
95 Mortal Kombat.
Yeah,
95 Mortal Kombat. I got childhood nostalgia for that shit.
Is that the one where they just happen to have two women mud wrestling just because?
No, that's a Annihilation.
Yeah, that was sequel. Terrible. That is a fucking terrible movie. I can't even ironically watch that movie and have a good time. It's fucking bad.
Cynic can attest to this. I'm on this channel because of Mortal Kombat. So
yes. Yes. No, the OG Mortal Kombat is good fun. To answer this.
The Prime of Persia.
This is what I was talking about earlier with false starts. but recently there have been pretty decent adaptations. So this could be the breakaway moment. Like, do you remember all the shitty comic book adaptations that happened before we got good ones?
Oh my god,
like there were really bad ones, but it doesn't mean like stop trying. Probably just try harder.
From this list, like the Tomb Raider movies weren't. I think it's the first one. I think the second one was pretty bad, but the first one wasn't bad.
It was fine.
Assassin's Creed was bad. Warcraft I didn't even watch because I just was over Warcraft by that point. Mortal Kombat I liked. Doom is horrible, but it's funny if you watch it. It's like so bad it's hilarious.
It's entertaining.
Same thing with like the Street Fighter movie. It's one of those ones where it's like you can watch it for the lull factor.
Prince of Persia is a comedy. That's straight up a comedy.
And which Final Fantasy are they talking about? Because there was the Final Fantasy VII movie that wasn't like the CG one that wasn't bad, but then there was like the Spirits Within, which was
Spirits Within was fucking stupid.
Yeah, and you went ball. That's a topic all for itself. So
yeah, you a ball. Oh god. Someone said Spawn isn't bad. Yeah, it is.
Spawn isn't bad.
I got a soft spot for that too.
No, I have a soft spot for it for sure, especially the R-rated version, which is much better. But the exact same time, like 1997 was Spawn Mania, and they had the HBO animated series, and damn, that was so really good. Season 1 of that should have been the movie right there. That was great. Thanks for the 40, Sean. Larry for another 10. Thank you. Check out Charlie Hopkinson doing deep fakes of Star Wars characters reacting to Mandalorian. Gandalf making fun of Rings of Power. I saw that one. I did see the one of him mocking Rings of Power. Also, do you guys like Pitch Meeting? Dude cracks me up.
I do.
Yeah,
Brian's a genius.
Yeah, dude's real fun. It's funny as hell. Platoon has no opinion. He's on mute.
Sorry, back. Yeah. No, pitch meeting's okay. I quite like them.
Yeah.
The thing about Pitch Meeting though, I have to have seen the movie for it to be funny. Like if it's something that I'm just vaguely kind of aware of, it doesn't work for me. I have to be pretty well versed in the movie for it to really hit with me. So whereas like a lot of other creators I don't necessarily need to do that with.
Larry for $5 again. Thanks, Larry. Someday I will find a reason to yell, "Stay this madness" in real life.
Just do it. It's the line itself, like yields to you just yelling it whenever. Just do it.
Our boy Matt for $1.99. Thanks, Matt. Good to see you, buddy. Everyone's favorite Pokemon?
That's rough. That's almost as hard as picking your favorite.
My favorite's Suicune.
Oh yeah,
Suicune. I like Lucario too. Gengar. They're both blue. Imagine.
Zapdos is good.
Gengar, Haunter,
Zapdos.
Like the original Ghost
Zapdos
trio is pretty good.
Zapdos, Gengar, Cyndaquil. I think probably my favorite 3.
Yes, Cyndaquil's top 5 for me too. Dude,
Mewtwo's
Gen 2 had some great Pokemon.
Yes, the best Pokemon.
Yeah, I really love Gen 2.
That's like.
Yeah, Pokemon Crystal was the best.
I have a soft spot for all 4 of the original trade evolutions. So Gengar, Alakazam, Machamp, and Golem. I always liked all 4 of those.
I think the Haunter and Gengar debate is cool because that's the only Pokemon that has an evolution where I've actually been like, I don't know if I like the second or third evolution the best.
Yeah, that's why I always list them together, Gengar and Haunter.
Yeah, it's tough.
There's a lot of good ones, so that's.
There are some good shouts in chat as well. Mewtwo,
of course,
and
yeah.
Ninetales, both of which I like.
Me too.
No Squirtle love. Where's the Squirtle love?
Blastoise was my favorite Pokemon for so long.
I love Squirtle Gang was so good.
When they finally showed Blastoise in the show with Gary and like all the cool shit they did with like the spinning of the shell and stuff, that's when I really started liking him.
Yep. Now, Blastoise was fucking awesome. All of my favorite Pokemon are blue. It is a running theme.
Shin Pokemon. There we go. I love
Shin Pokemon. I love Shu's my favorite.
I've been after Shu for such a long time, but
yeah, Shu's my favorite Shin Pokemon. We must destroy the evil power.
that is one of the earliest, like when it came, like one of those episodes I can go back to all the time.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
A
it's
lot of
great.
early
so
South
good.
Park is rough to get back to, but that one's fantastic.
Dude, what they did with Chin Pokemon and that is like basically predicting TikTok.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
yeah.
conspiracy behind it. Yeah. Was it Sir Morris? Sir Morris?
Some
Marhouse.
Marhouse. For $4.99. Thanks. When Tolkien wrote the dialogue for Tom Bombadil, he wrote it all in
Trochaic tetrameter.
I still can't say it. Trochaic.
He's
Which
from-
is why
he-
the dialogue reads like a song.
He's
without
from
a
New
rhyme.
England, everybody. He has to fight back his accent at all times, so you
Yeah.
can't give him too many crazy words.
It's weird sometimes when like I think people don't realize they have accents until I go somewhere else. For me, it's like, you're not from around here. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I've been ignoring that accent my whole life. Not fully. Thanks for the $4.99.
I'm trying to think what trochaic tetrameter is.
I want a whole stream of just Platoon telling us the different versions of
Yes.
poetry writing.
So tetrameter is 4. Trochaic is the stress on the first. So it must be da 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 da, I think. But I'm trying to think what poem has that. Sorry, carry on. I'm gonna nerd out quietly.
All right, you do that. Sean Calloway for $20. Thanks. Shane Black did some awesome movies. The Other Guys, a bunch of Lethal Weapon movies, Last Action Hero. I do like Last Action Hero, but I haven't watched it in a long time, so I don't know if I like it because I loved it when I was a kid or not. The Long
I got my
Kiss
start
Goodnight.
with that movie.
Yeah, you did. The Last Boy Scout and Monster Squad.
The Other Guys is a masterpiece. I love that movie. It's so good. I went
He wrote
back
the-
to
he
it a
wrote The
while
Other
ago.
Guys? Shane Black was
Did
one
he,
of the
did he
writers.
write it too?
It's
The Other Guys.
way funnier than it has any right to be.
See, I remember when I saw it in theaters, I didn't actually think it was that funny.
Aim for the bushes.
Damn.
It's so good.
Well, shit. I meant to star that, but I clicked on it, so why not? Felicity for is that an Australian $2? No. What's the A?
I would assume that's Australian.
A2. That's the it. Yes, it is. Okay, just wanted to double check. Platoon's new poetry series. When?
Let's go.
Let's go.
I mean, people keep asking him to do like audiobooks. So
We have said erotica.
Erotic poetry breakdowns.
Yeah.
look at this chick. She's totally Italian or some kind of Spanish.
Hey, someone else read one.
Logan LeBach for $4.99. Do you guys like Akira Kurosawa?
Kurosawa.
Yeah, and what do you think of The Hidden Fortress, the film that inspired Star Wars?
Well, Akira, I can't say it either.
Akira Kurosawa.
Yeah.
I mean, the Seven Samurai is awesome. Yojimbo's good. Kagemusha is good. You know, he's got good. It's older, so it's a little harder to watch if you're expecting something with great visuals. Don't expect that. At least by today's standards. By that time, it was great. But yeah, they're the seven. I thoroughly suggest Seven Samurai to anybody.
That's the only one I've seen. Camera work is amazing. That's all I
Yeah,
can say.
they had the thing about like those like Japanese and like the movies back then and stuff. They didn't have anything really, so they had to really work with limited supplies. So they had the camera work was all done because you had to cover for things.
Yeah.
Wasn't Rashomon one of Kurosawa's? And that's really sort of a seminal film in terms of creating the unreliable narrator in film. The idea that you have. Yeah.
I believe it was, yeah.
Vinyl Morpheus, the last super chat of the night for $4.99. Thanks. You should have YouTuber Proper Horror Show on a future show. She has great content. Does she do proper horror reviews?
I'm gonna look it up.
I mean, I would hope, or else that's the worst name ever.
Yeah.
Like if,
Well, now look. Oh shit! Did it be on Terrifier? I'm in. I am sold. the question of is this art? I actually kind of want to see her take on that. I would like to be sold on it being art. And you know what? I think she uses the same font as you, Platoon.
What?
I think she uses.
What is this plagiarism that is going on here?
There's
Proper
one more
horror show.
super chat, by the way. One just came in.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, I saw someone use my font, and I was kind of. I'm like,
Sorry, it is the same font.
Is it? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Except that I put if
You're in bold.
Proper Horror Show is listening, I go to outline and put a black outline on maximum for mine. That's what makes it look different. But
well,
it's, yeah,
why
it's,
don't you keep that trade secret to yourself so it's
well,
yours?
sure,
Duh.
it's Bjorn Herd is the font. If you want it, don't steal it. But
someone took my font. I will not tell you what the name of the font is because that's my.
You guys didn't invent the fonts. So.
I don't give a fuck. No,
sorry, you didn't invent them.
I literally found the best looking one on a free image editing website, so I have no rights to it whatsoever.
No, that is
I'm not telling you to make it easy for people to copy your font. I'm just saying you don't own the right to the font.
I definitely do not own the right to the font, but it is like intrinsically connected to my channel at this point, so I can't give out the secrets. It's out there, just like the X-Files would say.
It's 3:30 in the unionized part of Europe. Guys, MauLer is gone. You don't need to go for that long.
This is the longest one we've done so far, over 4 hours.
Oh yeah,
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the unionized part of Europe?
I would assume that they mean the European Union.
Yeah.
Every time that I say that's the last super chat, more come in.
Not the worst problem to have.
No, thanks for that. Thank you. Let's see. Charles Emerson Winchester III for $5. How do you pronounce that? Ken Mizuguchi?
Ken Mitsuguchi.
Was better than Kurosawa.
Take your word for it.
I do not know. I know Kurosawa, so maybe it didn't have the impact Kurosawa did. Thanks for the $5 though. Sean Calloway with another $5. I meant the nice guys, not the other guys in my last super chat.
Okay, there we go. Yeah,
that's literally what I was thinking.
That's what I thought. Yeah, the other guys. I was like, that movie was. I don't know. I loved Will Ferrell in like one movie. Step Brothers.
He's the same in every movie. He's just Will Ferrell.
Well, actually, in the other guys, he plays the opposite of what he normally is. So it's that's probably why a lot of people actually enjoy that, because it's not it subverted what you expected from him.
That wraps up super chats at over 4 fucking hours. Holy shit! Let's go. But I'm sure Platoon is dead. I
know. I'm starting to wake up now that it's yeah. When did I go
almost
to bed?
3 in the morning?
It's got to be
2:30
in
the morning.
Yeah.
So I worked on Mando Part 1 from 9 p.m. till 11 a.m. Then I was asleep till 2 p.m. and it's now 2 a.m. So I'm basically fucked one way or the other. But...
Well, good luck with that. I get to sleep in tomorrow. Yeah.
I get to go to work. Because I'm not a professional. I'm just an amateur who hangs around with professionals.
Well, I'm tired as fuck.
I think we're coming to the end. Thank you to chat as ever. And we are reaching the obligatory plug stage of the stream. So, BagFace, would you like to tell us where we can find you and what you're doing next?
Yeah, I'm BagFace on YouTube. Link is in the comments below. So if you guys want to check me out, I just started my channel like a month ago, and it's been pretty fun. And I'm working on a video about why Holes is my favorite adaptation of all time, because I just love that movie so thoroughly. So if you like Holes, come hang.
We could take that in a number of ways, but we'll take it in the most innocent one possible.
And I do just
DarkHour.
want to, I want to say too, I checked out BagFace's channel, hence why he's on the show. Might have just started his channel, but fucking high quality shit. So
Thank you.
yes, please subscribe, check it out. It's good stuff. Good stuff.
Kraken and DarkHour. Where can we find you? What are you doing next?
So I recently changed my name because people were saying it was probably best to change the channel name to actually just match up with my name. So I did that.
Usually.
So it's well, because originally there was me and someone else, and things didn't work out. But it's fine. So it's DarkHour YT because I didn't have I couldn't get the rights to the actual. Oh yes, holes are great. I actually just released the first video in a series that, depending on how successful it is, I'll continue it for the whole existence of it. But it's going to be, I think I mentioned it last time I was on. It's the ranking the Rocky films versus their fights and trying to find patterns and stuff like that. So depending on how successful that first video is whether or not I'm going to do all 9 films or if I'll stop at like 4, you know. But
Probably stop at 4 in my opinion, just because.
I mean, I'm setting up a lot of like hatred from myself toward the 5th movie. So if I don't pay off on that, it's going to be really upsetting to people, which may work against me. Yeah. So I probably have to at least commit to 5.
You can also catch DarkHour on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Or the Mr. Brown Alliance. Or I also do have, I'm not doing it this week because it would be my 3rd stream in a row, but I do, when I feel like it, I run streams through my my channel as well.
Right on. No, thank you so much for you guys coming on.
Thank you.
Absolute pleasure having both of you. So, but Platoon, as it is your channel, I will let you walk us out if you want.
Okay.
I don't know how you're going to do that, which is why I told you to do that.
Goodbye, I guess.
There is no way you can leave it at just goodbye, I guess.
Yeah, fucking later. For me, by the way, too, I will be releasing another video within the next 4 or 5 days ish. And Platoon has Mando Part 2 coming out.
Oh, so. Don't remind me. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we both have sequel videos to the ones we just released within the last 24 hours of each other. So, yep.
Good to see you, chat. Have a good night, everyone, and we will see you next week at the same time.
Catch you on the re-upload. Bye.
Also that. Bye.